Hello, y'all. How's it going? Everything sound good, look good, all that? Hey, how's it going? I'm just gonna, you know what? Let me just start that whole timer right now, rather than waiting for after I say things. Oh, hello. Crap! I just realized I didn't bring my water over here. Well, I'll go get it now, and then we'll say. Let me first say, hey, what is tonight? What is this? Well, I was supposed to have like hey Ida. One second, hang on. Let me switch memory cards also, because I totally have a file with all the characters unlocked on it, on a different memory card. I think. Actually, no, that's the other game. That's six that has 6 and 7 are the ones that have unlockable characters, and this memory card has those ones. Okay, this one we could start a new file. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay. Good. Let me say what's going on tonight. Today, whatever. Oh, I just realized that the starting soon screen said tonight, didn't it? Well, it was supposed to say today, with streams such as these that go all day. Anyway, this here is an extra life stream. I'm doing eight Mario parties for Extra Life. Last Tuesday, I did the first 4 over the course of an 11-hour stream, and it is my intent to finish the last 4 tonight. We'll see how that goes as far as like whether we can do it within like a 11 to 12 hour stream, 10 to 12 hour stream. I'll say for what it's worth. I don't want to go above 12 hours because YouTube VODs don't like it. You can't have a YouTube VOD above 12 hours, so that's what I want the cutoff to be. And if we really need a third stream, we'll have one, but I'm thinking that it should be doable to do the last 4 in 12 hours, if it was possible to do the first 4 in 12 hours. But I don't know, maybe they get longer and longer as they go. We got a number of incentives down there for y'all. You can, sponsor computer players. You can make the noise button. Hit the make noises button until the end of a turn. And also, the last thing is you can take a turn for me. And, demand I do anything of your choosing. Whether it be a bad or a good idea, whatever. Let me grab my water, jeez. Grab my water because I'm gonna need to drink water throughout this stream. That is essential. 1 second. It's always something. Always something you're forgetting. I'm forgetting anyway. Not that any of y'all forgot anything. Anyway, quick one thing up top. Just more of a schedule note. There'll be no Thursday stream this week on account of I've done 2 12-hour streams in the last week. So I need a break this Thursday. I'm going to take it off. Also, there'll be no Monday stream next week on account that there was a sort of a death in the family. And I'm going to be out of town next Monday. So the StarCraft 2, the second StarCraft 2 stream, which, by the way, the first one of those will be tomorrow. The second one will be, I don't know, maybe next Thursday? Maybe next Thursday? That'll be a whole thing. I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, it's, my grandpa was really old. He was very old. I didn't know him that well. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him in the last few years on account of COVID and all. Not really traveled over to where his neck of the woods is. He was also sort of he wasn't really the big fan of the family get-togethers. He'd only show up for like a day or like a afternoon and mostly just watch Jeopardy, which was, what are you gonna do? I love this picture I have of him, though. Look at this. Look at this picture of him. Isn't that an amazing picture? I sent that to my cousin who's, like, setting up the memorial stuff or whatever. I think that picture will be included because it's just a gem of a picture. Just a amazing picture. I love it so much. That's definitely one of my favorite One of my favorite pictures in general that I've taken. Anyway, I spent a lot of yesterday going out and buying a suit, so that's fun. I'm all ready for that. That's gonna be a whole thing. Suits are expensive. Jesus Christ. I don't like how much they cost, but extra lift, that'll do. Nice to see you, Fauntleroy and Ida and all that. Let's go ahead and get into the game. Anyway, the Thursday thing is unrelated to the incident, you know? It's more that I just need a break after this many long streams in a row. But Monday, you know, that's kind of unavoidable. There will be a Friday stream. There will be a Friday stream. Viewer levels is normal. This Friday, next Friday, all the Fridays. I don't see that changing anytime soon. There's nothing that'll get in the way of that, I reckon. Now then, Extra Life. That's what we're doing tonight. For the kids, for my local children's hospital. You know the deal. Let's go ahead and do it. We do not want to hear the rules. This is Mario Party 5. Mario Party 5, the 5th one. And it is the, you know, 5th one that we're doing. And let me just make sure, yes, the Mario thing that says what current Mario Party we're on is correct. We're doing a Battle Royale, and I'll say there have not been any sponsors, and I'll say, if you ever want to sponsor someone like right now or before a Mario Party, you can choose what character they play. With the lack of that, I'm gonna say I'm gonna take Waluigi myself. I'm gonna put, let's put Boo. In fact, hey, there's 3 new characters in this one. This only makes sense. We gotta have these be the 3 new characters. Boo, Toad, and Baby Bowser. And I'm gonna be Waluigi because Waluigi is the best. What map do we want to play? Future Dream, Sweet Dream, Toy Dream, Rainbow Dream, Pirate Dream, Undersea Dream. You've never played any of the GameCube ones? Gotcha. I've not played most of the Wii ones. I've not played 9. And I haven't actually played 8 either. But I have it tonight, so that'll be the last one. I have played 5, 6, and 7 extensively. Like, those were the 3 that I owned as a kid. I owned Mario Party 3, Mario Party 5, Mario Party 6, and Mario Party 7. So I know these ones reasonably well. Though, I'm looking at these boards now, and I have, like, next to zero remembrance of them. I'm gonna say Pirate Dreams. That sounds fun. Pirate Dreams? Let's go with Pirate Dreams. Yeah, bonus on. Is this the one? I think there's one where there's like some timer thing that lets you set some item that lets you set the turns to 5. I hope no one gets that, if that's a thing in one of these games that's yet to come. Because that would, I don't know. I think that's, if that happens, we do have to honor it, and we do have to move on. But it is true that that would not be the amount of Mario Party we were going for, you know. We'd be a little short as far as 50 turns of each game goes. But that would just be how it went if that were to happen. Probably rare, right? That's probably really rare. In fact, you know, this one has the whole orb system. I feel like orbs and timer item don't go together. That's just my thought. I need to add myself to the... Let me find the sponsor thing. Just to say who I am. For those who aren't here now to hear that, hey, I'm Luigi. Waluigi. Okay. This keyboard. I'm Waluigi. How centered is that? Oh, that looks reasonably well centered to me. Okay. Perfect. Let's do this. Folks, here we go. Mario Party 5. Lovely. 50 turns, all that. DK spaces are now a thing. That's fun. I kind of missed playable DK, you know? I was always more of a Waluigi man from this point on, from like 3 on anyhow. But at the same time, like, man, DK is like maybe my second favorite character, so losing him as a playable was kind of a bummer. Also, the orb system, I don't know, I just preferred items, I guess. Whole orb system is kind of weird. How's the volume right now with the map music? I assume it's fine? Let's just go ahead and assume it's fine. Koopa Kid is what he's called, not Bowser Jr. Odd. Odd. Booba booba. From here on, items are random, which I guess is a good thing because it means that, you know, they're sort of like, you're not just always getting like mega mushrooms and mini mushrooms or just, you know, you're not getting your favorites anymore. And you can't like reliably go get a, you know, warp to the star once you have like sufficient money. At the same time though, I kind of liked items, you know. I kind of like being able to play strategically. It's kind of a shame now that it's all just random, you know. It's not bad, I guess. It's just different. And I'll say, I do think this is better than Mario Party 4 with its mini mushrooms and mega mushrooms. That was no good. That was no good at all. First minigame. One player tries to knock the others. We gotta jump. Why ground pound? Why is ground pounding an option? Okay. I believe we are the jumperies. You know, another character I really liked in these later games. Ah! Jesus. I really liked Boo. I thought Boo was a really cool character to be able to play as. From here on out, now that Donkey Kong is gone, I guess Boo became my second favorite of the playable roster. But of course, that playable roster continues to expand game by game, and you know, now you got into the present where, like, you know, you got Birdos, you got like Bowser. I think, well, now that Bowser is one of them in the more recent games, Bowser might be my favorite overall. That is just so cool to be able to play as fucking Bowser in a Mario Party. I don't think I would have dreamt of it as a kid. Even though here we literally do have the, put it like right, yeah, right here is a good spot. We literally do have the Koopa Kid, which is like a little baby Bowser, little Bowser Jr. type, but, I still found it to be somewhat inconceivable that, you know, we'd have that. Ooh. I will say, it was very cold this morning, but I did, oh yeah, I'm getting shot by my own piranha plants? I thought it would steal coins on my behalf. Maybe it will, but it has to be like, you know... It has to be like, you know, my piranha plant, or it has to be someone else who lands on it, maybe. Or maybe it just doesn't do that. It just doesn't do that. I have some cards, by the way. I have a whole mess of cards, as I normally do. And I'm going to be, like, you know, strategically deploying them throughout the stream. Starting with, hey, and playing Marvel Snap. Tonight we're starting with the Marvel Snap talk, rather than, like, ending on it. Marvel Snap, of course, very lovely, whatchamacallit, trading card game, CCG, made by Ben Brode, the guy what made Hearthstone back in the day. And it's been a lovely live game that I've been playing all the time. I'll say with Annihilus, the most recent card they've added, I haven't really gotten like a deck that I feel is super overpowered with them. I've been more noodling around. Since the last stream, I made like I saw someone on ladder playing, like, I say on ladder. We're all past infinite, so, you know, it's not really, not sure if it's really ladder anymore. Okay, hit A and turn. Gotcha. Got it. I saw someone doing a Thanos deck where they play a lot of stones and then use like Typhoid Mary or something to Typhoid Mary to get them all like below 0 power and send them over with Annihilus, which I thought, ooh, that's a fun idea. And then I tried it for myself and like lost 4 games in a row because it turns out that's maybe not optimum. Maybe not optimum. Anyway, this mostly been a bunch of like trying out different decks and none of them quite working out for me. Still, I think my main deck is, I hope this button still is one of these. Not this one, is this one. The old Virulent Lockdown. That is definitely the one I play when I want to win. Though, right now, you know, I'm past infinite, so it doesn't really matter. I'll play whatever the fuck I want. In a lot of cases, just playing things to get quests done, you know? Get my dailies done, rather than to, you know, specifically win the game. Toad is going to... Oh, wait, Toad doesn't have enough coins. Toad is not getting crap. I don't have enough coins. I'm not getting crap either. It's gonna have to be that motherfucker Boo. Unless I can do something with this item. No, I can only steal a capsule. I can't, like, do anything actually useful with it. I guess I'll just toss it, like, right away. I think that's kind of what you want to do in this game. Just, whenever you have a capsule, just, like, toss it without even thinking about it. Who is going to get that star next turn? And, oh, you know what? I don't want to land on a Bowser space. We're just going to go in the other direction now. Oh, wait, that's not... Shit, that's not Boo, that's Bowser Jr. who doesn't have enough. Shit, maybe we could have gone in this direction and gotten it. I don't know where Boo is. Boo and I might not be in the neighborhood. Hello, OG Glaive Dominus. How you doing? We're doing Extra Life tonight. Lots of incentives and stuff. You don't know what to do? If you're looking for like the donation link for Extra Life on the YouTube side, if you look in the description of the stream, you can find the link to that. Otherwise, there will be a night bot, that should be saying something about the link to it every now and again. Now that there's some messages for it to look at and go like, oh, I should say the thing. If you're looking for the link to donate, that'll be how you get to it. On the Twitch side, if you scroll down, you'll see panels that have like various links, and one of them is to the Extra Life. For now, I'm switching it back to, you know, directly donate to me after Extra Life is done. You have an idea? Oh yeah? Well, you know, like you can see there are several incentives, so if ever I'm like inches away from a star, there is a way to prevent me from getting one. You know of the YouTube channel Party Crashers? That was mentioned like the other day. Someone mentioned it in chat. I have not like watched any myself, no. For Mario Party stuff, my most familiar like group channel is Giant Bomb did a number of like 50-turn Mario parties like back in the day, and those are like my favorites of like Mario Party content. We just hit buttons. Hit the button that's dancing differently. Okay. If you want to, we can rank their roasts and memes. Gotcha. Well, tonight, what is going on? Oh, I know. Right now, we're focused on Mario Party, and also, you know... It's A? Oh, dang. And also, you know... I think it's Y. Dang it!
Finish.
Wow, only... Okay. Guess it's not like whoever gets to 3 first, it's just whoever gets the most. OG Glaive, I'll say, like, right now, I you know, this stream, I only plan to have it go, like, 12 hours tops, so really I need to focus on the Mario Party and always be, like, you know, playing the game, but I appreciate that there are memes and other things that I could look at. That's not the plan of tonight's stream. I'm not really a TikTok person. Never done TikTok, you know. And I feel like ranking of memes, a lot of that is like more TikTok adjacent than my thing. Brent being Canadian. What? Example. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know these gentlemen. Not familiar with them, can't speak to their backgrounds. Really should have went and gotten that star. Kicking myself now, thinking that someone was about to get the hats. Just rank it. I'm not sure how I'm to rank something that I do not know. Anyway, aside from Snap, aside from Mario Snap, I've been playing that many other games. Been kind of busy with other things last few days. I think we just dodge these circles, dodge these balls. There is one game that I've found time for, which I will talk about soon as I avoid balls. Do I want another example of it? I've not seen any of these memes, OG Glaive Dominus, so I cannot speak to it. Here's a card. I've been playing Super Mario RPG. Playing Super Mario RPG. I started a bunch of these I started a bunch of games like a week or two ago, and you know, unfortunately Mario RPG is the only one I've really been able to find time for, and that's not for like lack of like desire, more just Mario RPG is the one that's on Switch, and since it's on Switch, I can just boot it up and play it while watching TV or something. You know, it's very simple to do that, which I think helps a lot. I'm not paying to go through a gate. That seems silly. Rank how good of a roast it is. I just really don't care for roasts, I think. Roasts, to me, not something I really value. I think of the roast above Saget by Norm Macdonald, where he's not trying to roast his friend at all and is just having a good time reading out dated corny jokes. That to me is the best roast there's ever been, because it just you know, lampoons the heart of like roast humor, you know, and just being like intentionally mean on purpose. Like, just don't do that. That's not really that all that good, I think. I guess there's no Bowser event on account of Donkey Kong. Is it a good roast? Where are your mooses? I would say no. I would say it's a... But also, I don't know this fella. All I know that he's Canadian. So I guess, like, without context, I guess it's a good roast for what you have. I don't know. Anyway, Mario RPG. Let me talk about Mario RPG. Okay, we need to hit the roulette to go forward. I go first. I'm gonna try to go first. I'm gonna try to go forward. Forward. Great. Off to a great start. Oh, damn it. Oh my god. Weird. Okay, we all put in our actions first, and then they all execute. And there's an odd way to do this, but I guess it's fine. Oh, also the single player, it works the same way. Interesting. Like C tier. Give it like a 2? Like a 2 or a 3, yeah. Out of 5, you know. As far as roasts go, you know, again, I'm not really that much of a connoisseur of such things. We're not doing great this Mario Party. Feel like we've been losing a lot of the mini games repeatedly. Not good. Mario RPG, I'll say. So far, my opinion of Mario RPG hasn't really changed from when I was a kid, and when I played it the first time. Which is kind of a shame, since I wasn't really into it that much. I thought it was just okay. And I continue to think it's kind of just okay. You know, the combat is kind of, like, very simple. You know, it's just a lot of, like, I punch a guy. I punch another guy. I hit a guy with a hammer. And then maybe I'll, like, occasionally bring out a special move when I need to do more damage, like on a boss. I don't get it. I don't get that meme. OG Glaive Dominus. Really should have went for that star. Now we are ranking it from is it funny? It's not. I don't get it. I don't get what it means. Is this person a B? I'm not even gonna repeat it because I don't understand if there's context or not. Doesn't matter. What OG Glaive Sama said, like, be me, comma, me B with 2 E's on the second B. I don't get it. Is this person a B? It doesn't make sense to me. F. I don't get it. Maybe not my generation, not my thing. I think we're just catching ice cream. I can catch ice cream. Look at this fucking Mario Statue of Liberty here. Damn it, asshole. I do think Mario RPG is extremely well made. I think the graphics are fantastic. I think the graphics, the look are fantastic. Some of the songs are super catchy and memorable. And, some of the songs are super catchy and memorable. The look is just, like, so classic 90s pre-rendered. It's just amazing. You know, if ever they were to remake DKC and if they did it like this well, it would be, like, my favorite shit ever. It would be entirely for me. I love how honest, how like, loyal they are to the original, but at the same time, I just gotta admit that, like, yeah, this kind of, like, RPG just doesn't do that much for me. You know? Like, it just doesn't, like, strike my fancy and, whatnot. And I feel like I'm just hitting dudes and sometimes wondering why, when I hit dudes, they don't, take as much damage as I expect. There's no coins in the bank. Bad luck. And I don't really get how that happens, because, like, I hit an enemy, right? Yeah, I don't get what you're hitting at. I don't know who this fella is, so I really can't talk to it. OG Glaive Dominus. Oh crap. Oh good. Doesn't have enough. I will say, I guess, even though I haven't been winning that many minigames, somehow I've gotten over 40 coins, so I guess I'm in very well positioned to get the next star. In fact, like, only about Cooper Jr. could get it before me. Koopa Jr.? There's 4. I believe that there's 4. I just don't know who any of them are. I will also say of Mario RPG. You know what, let me finish my thought about that. As far as, like, when I'm hitting guys, right? A lot of times I hit them, and, like, Mario or whatever will just do 2 damage. And then Bowser will do, like, 100 damage. And I just don't understand why sometimes it's so different. And other times, they're both doing about 100 damage. You know? That, to me, doesn't make sense. How do I... Hey. Dang it. Boo seems like the favorite to win here, so far. At least to me, I don't know. Well, yeah, he's in first, and also he's winning a lot. Yeah, that'll do it. I don't understand why sometimes attacks by Mario or by Gino or by whoever do less damage. Is it just like some enemies are like less vulnerable to their attacks, or is it just like a weird math thing where like attack defense all works out to make them do like next to no damage? I just don't get it. Hey, look at that! We just barely got to the star. Perfect. Are we in first or are we in second? I think we're in second now. Yeah, Boo is just barely ahead of us. Very nice. I will say of Mario RPG, I am finding to be quite brisk. Each of the, you know, each, like, star has come extremely fast. Each star has come extremely fast in Mario RPG. And that at least has been quite nice, you know? I haven't really had to get too bogged down, like, grinding or, like, you know, doing a million things in each area. They're all pretty fast-paced, and it's kind of easy to just, like, do a quick... Wow. To do a quick, like, area and, you know, move on, right? Only rolls ones. Sophist, unlucky. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Bullies every single I'll say I haven't seen these YouTubers, so I really can't speak to them. I'm sure their content is very nice. I'm the right flipper. I think my strategy will just be to hit fire the ball randomly. I think that seems like a winning strategy. You know, we don't want to lose the ball. That'd be the worst. Damn it, Toad! We're not winning. We're behind by like, by half. Oh, geez, they got multi-ball. Yeah, we're boned. We're hosed. I don't think we can recover. And it's a new record, too. Admittedly, this file, you know... Well, I guess it's not a new record if it's just computer players doing it, Slot A saving. The, Bowser Jr. Someone has, like, a mushroom, don't they? No, I guess that was last turn. I don't see one right now. You see Nick does all this stuff as well. Gotcha. I don't really know, like, what my Mario type is. If that's, like, a thing. I guess I just, do reasonably good, and I try to win. I will steal stars, of course. I play to win. Usually from the person in second place, or in first place, you know? Whichever is not me. Pretty straightforward. Nothing really to say there. How about another card? Y'all play A Space for the Unbound. Wanted to spend some time this stream talking about some of my, like, down list, Game of the Year type, considerations. Weird way to phrase it, but there are some games that I'm pretty sure are going to be on my Game of the Year list that I don't see that many people talking about. Well, I guess actually A Space for the Unknown is the only really obscure one that no one's heard of, maybe. But, let me say, it's pretty damn cool. You move and jump, simple enough for this one. A Space for the Unbound is like an adventure game. It's like set in like you know, what's the word? South Asia. It's like set in South Asia, and it's basically a it's basically the story of a like loner kid and another loner kid who's like a smaller kid, and they like there's like weird metaphysical adventures, and also it goes some pretty great places. There's some time business, and it all works out really to be really cool and fun and well written. Definitely one of those sorts of just like one of those indie adventure games that's just like has a little bit of a whiff of prestige to it, you know? Like, ooh, goddamn, that's some interesting like writing, you know, that sort of thing. Sort of Pentiment adjacent, you know, that sort of deal. I guess Pentiment is an indie, but you know, is like the next best thing to it. Anyway, I remember being like really impressed with it at the time, and really just like drawn into its world and its characters and how like, you know, you basically can do like almost Psychonauts type things, go into people's minds, and then you can go into people's minds and then like work out what's ailing them, and otherwise manipulate them to solve adventure game puzzles, which is pretty cool. And of course, you know, do I know the skiing minigame? Maybe? It rings a bell. I don't remember the specifics. Is that the one where you have to like jump at the right time or something? I think there's one that involves like certain buttons coming out, and you either have to hit them rapidly or you have to hit them with good timing. I'm not sure. Or it's like you're doing a flip or something, and you have to like hit them in a circle. Is that it? It's been a while. You have to hit the buttons in order. Got it. Yeah, it's like you're doing a flip. Yeah, I think I know that one. It's been maybe a while since I played it. That might be in one of the later Mario Party games. You know, like Mario Party, is that in Superstars or Super? I forget. I think it might be. Brent got the first perfect score yet. Again, I don't know these fellas, but that's cool. Good for them. Oh, dang. He's getting another star. We're about a half hour into this Mario Party. How about a turn check? That'll be a good idea. What are we on? Turn 8? 10? maybe 10, maybe 12, maybe more. 10, okay, craft. Also, I need to set the thing to fast, messages to fast, and we can skip computer player minigames. Every turn on. Make sure that everyone's set correctly, yes. Again, we will sponsor, if someone sponsors one of these fellows, they go up to hard. Anyway, a space for the Unbound. It's been a bit, so I don't quite remember all the places it goes and why it so impressed me that I think it's going to be like in the top 6 of my game of the year, assuming that nothing else like jumps up to take its to like get onto the list above it. You know, I think it's probably number 6 if I'm being honest. But definitely we'll have to revisit it before the end of the year to refresh on it. One thing I like to do before the end of the year is, yeah, do that. Oh, you play Super Mario Maker 2. Yes, that's right. Every Friday, I do a viewer level stream. I do a viewer level stream every Friday. And that's a bit of fun. That's sort of my main thing on this channel is viewer levels. I say it's my main thing, you know, I guess I don't do it. I don't do it, like, more often than anything else I do, but, yeah. You hate levels? Don't understand how... That's a bit weird to me, the idea that you can hate levels in particular. What does that mean? Maybe you like boss fights, and you consider those to be separate from levels? Not really a big baseball head. Hitting buttons with good timing. Not a strong suit, but I seem to have won anyhow. You hate levels, not levels, lowercase l. I don't understand what you mean. Upper... You have levels! Oh, crap. Oh, I didn't read... I read that wrong. Again, Friday, 6 p.m. Central is when we do viewer levels. Same time every week. Sometimes we might do them on different days, but those are like rare exceptions, you know, like if I have plans on Friday, or if I'm going on a trip, that sort of thing, that like, that prevents me from doing Friday, you know. That'd be the only case where we wouldn't do it on the day. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I have enough coins to get 2 stars, so if I roll big, I could have 2 stars right here. Roll big. Ooh. That's fine. Ah! That's gotta get me at least 1 star, right? Let me look at the map. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, there we go. Easy enough. Sorry if I ever misread chat. Sometimes, you know, my preview monitor... I'm on the couch, as you see. My preview monitor can be a little far away. You know, it's like maybe 6 feet from where I'm sitting, which can be a little bit far to read some small text. At least to be able to tell some characters apart. Wait, does this work? Yes, I believe it will. But it won't get me there, not quite yet. Gonna have to get it next turn if I am so lucky. What is that? What is doing? A lot of high rolls this game. A lot of high rolling. Yeah, come back on Friday if you want to submit those levels. Landed on his own thing. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Capsule shuffling. Well, I don't know what I had, so I'll take whatever is given to me. I don't know if I was hosed or, you know, it was a good thing. I just got a 10. More games that I have played throughout the year that I want to talk about real fast. Vemba, another game. It's on Game Pass, and it's a cooking game where basically you cook like Indian dishes, and it's very story heavy, you know, story based, and just like a bunch of cute little sequences where you like have a recipe, but there's some missing blanks. There's some missing stuff, right? Either the recipe has torn, or like maybe your character doesn't understand quite what something in Indian means, you know, or in I believe in Tamil. I believe Tamil is the language that that game deals with. Maybe they don't have the context, whatever. Long story short, you have to puzzle out like what the recipe is calling for, despite the damage to the recipe, which is a neat little thing, and it's also a really well done story. If y'all have Game Pass, I'll say it's like a 2-hour long game, easily worth a look if it's free for you. And I'll say I think it's gonna make my my top 10 list. And you know, as far as like games that you can play to like what the hell for like as far as games to play to prep for like Game of the Year season, all that, you know, the stuff that'll come up in various you know, deliberations, whatever. Games that could easily make your list if you gave them the time of day. Vemba's a pretty good one, on account of how short it is. It's short, it's sweet, it's very well done. The hell of a thing. I think we're in first. I think we got this.
Finish!
Hell yeah.
New record!
Yeah, Waluigi is the winner. Anyway, I'd highly recommend Vemba, and I think it's gonna make my list. I think actually Space for the Unbound might be above Vemba. I have to think about those games and put them back to back. One thing I like to do in the Game of the Year season is, like, before I make my top 10 list, play a little bit of all those games, and you know, what is doing? What is this? Everyone loses 5 coins? Okay, that's not enough to prevent us from getting a star. We're still golden here. I like to play a little bit of all the games that I'm considering for my top 10 list, like back-to-back, over the course of a month, sometimes. And, you know, put them in perspective, you know, put them all back-to-back, and, you know, try to eliminate some of the recency bias that builds up over the year, considering that, you know, you play some games, like, at the start of the year, some games towards the end. I'm gonna put it right on that block, fuck it. Toad can't get it because Toad's already past it. I think that's funny to me. I'm not sure if 6 is gonna get us that star, but I'm also not sure anyone else is really in the neighborhood. I think everyone else is just a mite bit short. Okay, we just need a roll of 2 next turn, and we can get it. I don't know why he's making his roll shorter. Is that the shorter, or is that like a backwards mushroom? Oh, I think maybe it's a backwards... Wait, no. What did he do? What did that do? Did that, like, make it limit of 5 or something? Confusing move, but whatever. Since you have to pay for items, I feel like when you use them, I feel like you have to have a goddamn good reason to actually... What the... Oh, 3 people pass it and it blows up. I see what it is. That, makes sense. I'll say the orb system is a lot better than the mini mega mushroom system. But, I do think I like the, I just have to mash A here. I like it in the first game. I like the item system in 3 better.
Start!
Ah! I think I'm winning.
Finish!
Yeah. Yeah, winning. Waluigi is the winner. It's me. Another card. Did you all play Sea of Stars? Another game that's going to be pretty high on my list. Sea of Stars. You might have heard of it just insofar as it being a Chrono Trigger type game with a little bit of Paper Mario mixed in. And I'll say I think it's more than that. You know, it's not just those things, but also it has a lot of original ideas as well as far as how the combat and how the battles play out. It is definitely my favorite RPG of the year. It's just, you know, a real damn fun thing. I'm gonna put this, like, here at the place where the paths come together. That seems like a fun place to place it. There we go. Another star for us. Beautiful. Sea of Stars has, like, some really interesting, like, mechanics as far as, like, whenever enemies are about to cast a spell, you know, basically a really powerful attack, little locks will appear above their heads, basically telling you, A, when and how many turns they're going to do their attack, and B, like, a bunch of element types. And if you hit them with those element types, basically, before they do their move, you can cancel their move out, which adds, like, a really interesting tactical layer to the combat, where you always have, like, little decisions to make every turn that can mitigate the damage that they're doing, and the options that they have as enemies, which I think is pretty damn cool. Pretty damn awesome. There's also systems where, like, every time you attack with your basic attack, you gain MB, you gain mana back, and also you, like, release spirits into the world that can be used to power up your attacks, which, you know, sort of plays into the other systems at play and makes it so that you are makes it so that you can, like, hit enemies with those certain elements, and you hit enemies with those certain elements, and you know, get their locks down. It's all really neat. It's all really well done, and I think that it is a compelling adventure with some pretty neat places and writing and charming business. I think it's just a really good. What is this? I don't know. I can't tell what this is. I think it's really fucking great. Oh, I see. I know this one. We ate a fire and we try to hit each other. Simple enough. Anyway, I think Sea of Stars as probably, to me, like, the best RPG combat system that has been devised. Like, I just think it's damn cool, damn impressive, and really goddamn cool. I think for me, that means a lot, you know? Hard to aim diagonally in this. One more hit, and it's done. Whoa, good dodge. Good shit. Got him. I think it has the best RPG combat system that's ever been devised, I would have to say. And, you know, it's just fun. It has, like, Paper Mario event timings, you know? And that is also just fun. I don't think it quite has the same impact in a lot of its big moments as, like, say, Chrono Trigger does, but, you know, Chrono Trigger is one of the best. One of the best that there's ever been, so, yeah. Here's another card. Did you play Nintendo's killer lineup this year? Tears of the Kingdom, Pikmin, and Wonder. You probably did. I feel like. Let's just throw the capsule. Not even gonna worry about using it. You probably did. Those games were very popular, and you know, they kick ass. Everyone knows it. Where's the star? Is it up here? Yeah, and there's 2 people that are about to get it. Do those 2 have enough? They do not. They do not. Okay, I'm going up there. Going up there, I'm gonna get the star. Oh crap, I'm gonna get the question mark block. Well, still, that's better than, it's gonna return me to a place where I can get the star next turn. Or soon enough. And these 2 can't get the star, so, you know, there you go. Unless they were to win the next minigame. In which case, yeah, I probably would, you know, not go after it. Anyway, those 3 games, I'll say, for as much as I really loved all the other games that I mentioned, the last 3 games that I mentioned, I think Mario Wonder, Pikmin 4, and Tears of the Kingdom are gonna be like my top games this year. You know, I think that is going to be pretty hard to contest, and none of the games that I've played in the last week or 2 are really standing to compete with that top tier. Anyway, I might have one more card here related to things. Follow up on top 5 moments or sequences in games. Yeah, so I was thinking about this. This came up last stream. I see here we ground pound the fuse. Very good. Came up last stream. The idea of, like, best gaming moments all time. And I had to think about this since the last stream. Trying to think of, like, what moments would really qualify. I see it keeps on relighting. And I came up with a couple, which I think are pretty good for winning. Hard to say. There we go. The other bomb blew up. There, we definitely won. Here's the 5 that I came up with after thinking about it. 1. Chrono Trigger, Antiquity. I think that the moment you get to Antiquity, and you go, like, you know, in Chrono Trigger, and you go to the place that's in Antiquity, and you just go like, holy shit, all this existed in the ancient past, like, before recorded history? Oh my god. It is just, like, so cool, so rad, and just incredible. Just amazing shit. And I fucking loved to death when that happened in, I'm not getting this star. Also, this was totally a steal your coins thing, wasn't it? Damn it! I placed this here. Not good. That's just like a top 5 moment for me. The next one I would say would be Higurashi Staff Room 3 specifically. That is the staff room that sort of talks about Higurashi is a visual novel, and the staff rooms are sort of like after the chapter discussions that sort of discuss like the theme with a direct from the developer, like diatribe. The first one sort of talks about like the first one literally starts like, do you think murder could be justified depending on the motive? Hello, this is the guy what made the game. How are you? Thank you for playing the game. You know, this is a series about murder, so you know, I do want to explore like whether someone could sympathize with a murderer and how you feel about them. You know, obviously murder is never the answer in real life, but you know, what's up? The third one in particular is the one at the end of Chapter 7. And Chapter 7 is the one that's, This is rock, paper, scissors. This is just random. I don't think there's any predicting what they're gonna throw. I'm not even gonna worry what the buttons do. I'm just gonna hit, like, A button. Did I win? A button again. What? It's a... If you do the same one, it... Wait, we're knocked out because we did the same? I guess it's not rock, paper, scissors. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Rock, paper, scissors or not. I guess it's better if it's not rock, paper, scissors because then you don't have to know the triangle. You have to just know that same and same is bad. The third writer's room in Higurashi is is after the 7th chapter, where it sort of gives away the game and explains what the mystery is, and sort of tells you, like, in no uncertain terms, like, what has to be done to resolve things. And the writer's room in that basically discusses it, saying, like, you know, hey, I was kind of hesitant to put out this chapter because it's sort of like the answers page at the back of a book of riddles. But, and a mystery is only good while it's a mystery. That said, if there's no answer, then a mystery is bullshit, you know? You have to have answers to compare against at the end of the day. And, quote, a book of riddles without a answers page is a really sad thing, is worthless, you know? You need to be able to check your answer. All that is just very, very interesting to me. Okay, it's through here. Need to go this way. I think we can get this. All that is, like, extremely interesting and probably the best message, the best, like, content any of those writer rooms ever have. I definitely think about the metaphor of the answers page at the end of a riddles book, like, a lot. And that, for me, is why that puts that in the top 5. I think in Tears of the Kingdom, the moment where you go down to the place in Tears of the Kingdom, you know what I mean? Like the place that you go to in Tears of the Kingdom, I think that, for me, constitutes a top 5. I had a pretty amazing first time in that place. I guess I'll say, you know, hey, mute for a second. Mute for a second if you don't want to hear about Tears of the Kingdom spoilers. You know when you go down to the depths? Yeah, I didn't realize that you could do light stuff for a while, or that light blooms were a thing. So I was just, like, doing the... side quest where you do the eyes for the guy. I was doing that in pitch darkness, and just, like, sort of stumbling my way through using the minecarts to get to the central hub and get to the boss fight at the middle area, and it was just spectacular. It was just so damn cool. It was just, god damn, that was a hell of a thing. You know what I mean? Hell of a thing. As for the other moments, I think the final climb in Celeste is pretty amazing. You know, it comes after a lot of emotional business, and then, like, going from the bottom to the top in one single go. It's just really climactic and great. I think that stands out there. And I'll say I think Yakuza Zero's cabaret scene that introduced Majima, where the customer comes up and is rude, and Majima does some really, really cool dude stuff, while also being, like, the perfect, like, service man. If you don't know that scene, basically a guy is being rude, being handsy with the girls. You know, it's a cabaret club. It's sort of like a hostess club, but different, slightly. And Majima comes up and says, well, the customer is always right, but you know, let's resolve this situation. And the customer tries to hit him, and he just dodges every one of his attacks, and then pulls out of his wallet, like, a ID card saying that he's, like, from a big major company. And then he basically kind of blackmails him into God damn it, dude. He blackmails them into paying for all the drinks at the club that night, which is a pretty fucking cool dude thing to do. What are you doing? Go the other way! Can you not go this way? Maybe you have to go this way. No, you can absolutely go this way. Why are we going? This seems like the long path.
Finish.
Fuck. Damn it. Anyway, that scene, I think, constitutes top 5. If I were to name 5 moments, those are maybe the 5 that I would come to with some time to look at my favorite games of all time and maybe come up with a list. Obviously, this favors, like, story-based things rather than, like, you know, part of a level that's cool. But I think that's only fair, you know. With a story with, like, scripted moments, you can probably have more impact than you know, otherwise. God damn. Guy's getting coins. We're like an hour in. I think it is time to do something. I'm going to do now the anime hour. Now, we did this last time, so, you know, I've already talked to, like, all the animes I've been watching recently. But I have, for tonight, another conversation that's like anime adjacent, which is, or not anime adjacent, anime based, which is, I want to talk about all my favorite anime of the year. I want to sort of go back and have a thorough look at everything what's come out that I've been, like, really goddamn into. And it's a pretty goddamn long list, honestly, so I'll say. Like, we might not have time for the ones from this season, which is fine. We talked about those ones last time, so if we don't have time for that, that's fine. Let us start the anime hour now. Here we go. Y'all watch My Hero Academia's 6th season. Aired last winter and also the fall before that. They're gonna go in chronological order, by order of when they started, by the way. I'll say, I think the last season of My Hero Academia was really goddamn strong, one of the strongest in a while. I really appreciate, like, how fast, after the first part, how fast, like, powers and stuff started coming online. It was really amazing, especially given, like, you know, how much it seems to be like going into endgame. I can fire a beam and hold the dash. I really don't. What are we doing here? Do you have a damage meter or what's going on? Okay, we have health meters. Maybe the game is just survival here. Somehow I feel like we also have to, like... whatever. Anyway, that season of My Hero Academia was really goddamn good. Really goddamn impressive. And I'll say I came out really strong on it. I don't think it's going to be, like, anywhere near my top 10 of the year, to be clear. But I will say for that series, it hasn't been, like, quite this good in a while. And I'm looking forward to seeing, like, as it gets into Endgame, what's up with that. I don't think the manga has ended yet, so I guess, like, there's probably multiple seasons of, like, Endgame business and confrontation stuff before we get to the end. I think there's, like, one major quirk reveal left, I think. I won't go into that many specifics because maybe people are really behind on it and don't know what's going on with, you know, a certain character's quirk. But, yeah. Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister, aired last winter, and I'll say, this one is a tough one to talk about in that it has maybe one of the squickier concepts of shows this year, which is basically that the main character is like a middle-aged, like burnout, and with the power of science, his sister transforms him into a prepubescent girl, which is a very weird concept, and it goes weird places with it. It's a little bit sketch in that way. However, there's sort of like a metaphor that it's going with here. You know, basically around the time it started up, I was sort of looking at seeing what people were to make of it, and people were saying like the manga basically reads as, you know, a second puberty as a metaphor for transition, you know, for like being trans. And I do get those vibes from the show as well, even if it is like at times weirdly horned, you know, weirdly like direct with its with the you know, inappropriate elements, you know. And I'll also say, as that show goes on, it becomes a lot more tame, a lot more reserved, and you know, deals with the body of the main character a lot less, you know, a lot less, doesn't, like, go into the details that are not, you don't need to know, you know? Anyway, I'll say it's probably one of the best shows of the year, Onimai. It is, really funny. The characters are great. It looks great. The themes and the ideas that it's playing with do somehow work in spite of the squickiness of the concept. I'll say I am glad that better shows than it have come out since the winter season. It is no longer like gonna be like anime of the year or, you know, even runner-up or top 3, but it probably will be top 5, I reckon. Maybe like number 6 at lowest. What? What are we doing? We're like fighting the guys? Hey, Lord Bowser, how's it going? We're in the anime hour, so I'm talking about some anime that I've been watching. The best animes of the year, basically. I have more than anyone else, so I should just avoid confrontation. I should just run up here and just hide. That's a winning strategy. Did y'all watch Farming Life in Another World?
Finish.
Now, this is a good one, though. This is pure, this is innocent. There's nothing wrong with this one. Just the basic concept is it's an isekai. The main character gets reincarnated into a evil forest with a tool that he can use to farm good. And what it ends up being basically is like a Stardew Isekai, where the guy is just like mostly focused on building up his farm, and you know, over the time, just like more and more people show up at the farm. It gets pretty like you know, it becomes more and more of a town builder as the show goes on, which I think is just some real nice, lovely fun. You know, I thought that show was just real smooth going down, just real lovely, real fun, and also just had some of the best vibes in any show. That's Farming Isekai, Farming Life in Another World. Top notch, really loved it. Had some really good, like, animation in its ED, too. Really thoroughly enjoyed that show. Would highly recommend it. Definitely one of the top things this season. I don't know if it's, or this year, that season. I don't know if it's gonna make the top 10, but it could. It could make the top 10, I'll say. Handyman Saito in Another World, also last winter. Basic premise of that is that a handyman gets reincarnated in another world, and, you know, he wanders around and does things. And it's kind of fun, insofar as, like, oh, it turns out being a handyman, like being able to pick locks and make little devices, is actually a pretty good set of skills to, you know, have in another world. But also, it's more than that. It's also just all the characters are creative and cool in ways. Like, there's a wizard who cannot remember his incantations, you know. He's elderly, he's a little bit Alzheimer's. There's a mercurial fairy who always requires payment for any of her services. There's like, there's a weird mage who only uses like, there's like a dwarven mage who only uses like AoE, who only uses like close range magic, so he's kind of like a melee wizard. There's some really cool characters, and it sort of bounces around, like telling one little story and then another little story, until such time as all the stories kind of come together in a big climax or two, and it's all really goddamn good. I would say, yeah. Handyman, Saito, Isekai, Handyman, Isekai is a high quality thing. Really thoroughly enjoyed that as well. Campfire Cooking, Another World, With My Absurd Skill, aired last winter. That's another isekai. Basically, the premise of that one is that the... God damn it. I bet it's really fun to play the one here. Take out the other players. The premise of that one is that the main character has like a online shopping power. He can order anything using money from Japan and use it to cook really good stuff. In the first episode, he like it kind of has like a really neat mix of like, the main character's really good. He has like a real neat mix of like pragmatism and also like intelligence, I guess, like cooking skill. It's like pragmatic isekaiing, where like the first thing he does once he gets to the other world is he says like, okay, I want to get the fuck out of here. This country seems like it's going to war, and I don't want to be anywhere near that. So he leaves the country, and it turns out like, yeah, absolutely. He was absolutely right to leave the country, because they were about to close the borders when he left. So good on him. There's a lot of like really smart stuff from him, which is fun to watch him like do, you know. It's fun to watch him like navigate the world and figure out like how the best way to that's fine. How the best way to like manage and get by in this fantasy world with his ability. He also picks up a dog and another pet, like a big giant fell beast, who's like a big like, you know, 10-foot tall wolf, who is like super intelligent and sort of, you know, becomes his familiar because he really likes his cooking. The dog loves his cooking, and it's pretty cool. I love the mix of pragmatic isekai stuff and just like some good cooking anime bullshit, where like the main character is like, you know, cooking something that looks delicious, and it's kind of laid back and chill during those moments, you know. It kind of reminds me of like Laid Back Camp, if Laid Back Camp also was like an adventuring anime. It's just a really great combination of sublime, cozy, eating around a campfire, and like some pretty fun like fantasy world adventuring. Top fucking notch. Let me pull another card so we can, you know, we gotta get this done within the hour. That's the anime hour. That's the whole premise of this here segment. Did y'all watch Ippon again last winter? I almost didn't watch this show because I thought, Ippon again, I didn't see the first Ippon. But it turns out Ippon again is the first season. It's a show about judo, I think. Judo, you know, like the fighting type. Is it judo or is it like something else? Anyway, Ippon basically is what they say when they get like a pin in judo or whatever the sport is. I think it's judo. It's been a while since I watched. And Ippon again, basically, what it means is, you know, to win again, to get an Ippon. That is what they're looking for. And also, it's a cute slice of life at the same time. You know, all the characters are like, you know, cute girls, and they are likable, and you want to see them succeed. Also, it has like some pretty good like writing. It's one of those sports animes that's also part slice of life. You know, it's basically one of those, and it's an extremely good one of those. And when it does the action, when it does the fighting, you know, the fights, it is all extremely well animated. which I think helps to, like, you know, sell it. You know, the fights are they look good. And when you see them, you go, God damn, that was a great fight. God damn. And having both those things, both, like, you know, coming in at, like, full throttle, whatever, I think works fantastically. Works fantastically. That show is great. I think that's one of my favorites of that season. I don't know if it's like could make the top 10 of the year. I'd have to think. But it's probably my favorite sports anime of the year. I mean, I can't think of another one that really, like, compares right now to Ippon again. That has that good combination of slice of life goodness, likable characters, and compelling action that is easy to follow and easy to understand, despite it involving a bunch of, like, really technical moves and techniques and stuff. I think I got this. We just jump, and we jump while moving to the side if it's one way. Did y'all watch Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible? This show originally started during winter. However, due to production issues, it ended up being delayed to the fall, or not the fall, to the season after, the summer. The spring, I mean. Basically, the concept is it's a cute slice of life type thing that also has, like, a pretty clear romantic angle to it. The main character is, like, invisible. He's, like, has very low presence, you see. And the other main character, Kubo, always is able to find him, always able to spot him. And it's kind of cute. And I'll say Kubo herself has, like, some of the cutest chibi little drawings ever. And it's great. It's just really chill, really comfy, and just very cute. And it has some really nice little comic asides, comic little moments, you know? The silliness of his basic invisibility, where no one will notice him, is pretty ridiculous, you know? But basically, like, his teacher always being like, you know, not being able to find him at roll call, or, like, people not knowing he was there at class, thinking he, like, was sick or something, while he was there the whole time, that sort of thing. And it gets to some ridiculous extents, like, oh, it's always hard for him to get someone to, like, do customer service for him, because, you know, the person at the counter doesn't see that he's there. You know? When he's at the convenience store, he has to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm here. It's a good show. I really like all the characters, and just probably the cutest thing of the year. Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible. And I think for that, it has a good chance of maybe being on the top 10, but, you know, I'll have to think about it. It's not a shoe-in, you know? Ooh, that's like, I feel like that's doable in 2 rolls. Did y'all watch Kaguya-sama, Love is War, The First Kiss That Never Ends? It was in US theaters last winter. It counts for this year. Kaguya-sama is a very fun show about two characters who are clearly in love, but also clearly much too proud to like admit to each other they're in love and form a proper relation. But also, spoilers, the first kiss that never ends comes after that all ends. The first kiss that never ends is after they kiss and confess and they enter an actual goddamn relationship, and it just goes to show, like, even after the concept, even after the premise is, like, gone, it still is fucking really cool, and has some of the best, like, comedy antics out there, and I think it is for sure one of the best anime movie of the year, for sure. You're fixing the Super World right now? That's great. Well, good luck with that. So I guess you had, like, still some things you want to sort out. I guess I'll have to start again next time we do viewer levels, huh? Alright, I got one thing. Oh, Boo got 7s. Now that's gonna be the winner. Yeah, it's Boo. Toad also got 7s. Dang! All my fucking coins. I should not have picked that one. That one was all luck. That was a bad one to vote on. I didn't know what I was voting on. Oh no. Feel like that could give him the coin star. God damn it. Another card. Plug the charity. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that one during the whole the anime hour, but I forgot. Extra Life, it's for the children. It supports my local children's hospital and gives them, you know, funds and stuff. It's a good cause, and yeah, hell of a charity. Shit, I should have done that one earlier. Hell's Paradise, last spring. We are now on to last spring. Basic premise of Hell's Paradise is pretty cool. It starts off with a guy who cannot die. He, like, you know, they're trying to execute him, and he keeps on, like, breaking out of, like, nooses. You know, bulls hit him, and they just are completely ineffective. It's some pretty goddamn cool dude shit. And then it turns out he has to go on a suicide mission to, like, a haunted island with a bunch of weirdo stuff going on. And, it's all goddamn really cool. The action is good. Ooh, nice, 10 coins. The action is really goddamn good. And the mysterious island that is deadly beautiful and just out of control is pretty damn cool. I would give it full marks. I think Hell's Paradise is one of the best things on that season. I don't know if it's gonna make the top 10 of the year, but it could, if I think about it. I especially like how he's not the only one going on the suicide mission. Also, a bunch of other various criminals and like samurai justice people are as well, and they all are also very cool and powerful in their own ways. That's all I think you know, makes it really damn compelling to see, like, them fight each other, them fight the island, them fight with each other. Whoever they're fighting and however they're fighting, it's all really good and compelling, and it's one of those shows where you can never quite know where it's going next, you know? Did y'all watch My Love Story with Yamada-kun at level 999? Aired last spring. Yamada-kun is about a Yamada-kun is a gamer. It's sort of a MMO It's sort of an MMO show where the main characters are all playing an MMO and also sort of like get to know each other within the MMO. That makes sense. I want the reds, right? Wait, oh, doesn't matter who I deliver to, so long as I'm delivering it to the right parent.
Finish!
Yeah, didn't get it. Anyway, it's a really good show. The main character has basically like struck out with love and is just like it's like the most cute I have ever seen someone who is just going through a hard time emotionally. Going like she has some very over the top reactions and expressions that are all like super fun and cute despite the fact she is crying so hard during these first scenes, and then she meets this cute tall gamer boy, and there's just some good antics and some like solid romance going on, which I think all works really well. Hang on, I think I can trade with someone. I'm hoping there are two guys that have more coins than I do. I'm hoping to get Boo. Oh! Yeah, I timed that right. Fuck you, give me my coins back. Eat shit! Boo! Oh, that's great. I don't think this is quite enough to get to the star, but... yeah, just short. Ooh. Yeah, give me booze, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what this does. Okay, go figure. Anyway, in Mata-kun, it's all really good. It reminds me of, like, Run Down the Hall. The main character, she reminds me of, like, powerful woman characters, like in, like, Dress Up Darlin', or, you know, or like, Face Down the Runway, Walk Down the Runway. I forget what that one is called. It has sort of those, same... it's like in that ballpark, I think. Which is all pretty good. I would highly recommend it. I think that was definitely one of my favorites of that season. Did y'all watch The Dangers in My Heart? Aired last spring. Basic concept of that is there's a short misanthropic boy who is kind of like a, you know, an edgy tryhard, and he loves a big tall goofball who is just like big and tall and, you know, for middle schoolers, beautiful. And they have sort of a fun, dorky relationship. Hello, OG Glaive Dominus. They have sort of a cute... I do pick Waluigi, yes. They sort of have a cute relationship, you know, with her basically being a big dork who is just like always eating candy in the library, and him just being like a sort of a little bit of an edgelord, but also sort of not an edgelord, you know. He's actually just secretly a really nice boy, which I think is quite nice. It's a great show, The Dangers in My Heart. It does have a couple characters that I don't like. Weird pervert characters, but that's fine. I'm okay with them given like how strong the main pair are, and like how good it is to see them like slowly get closer throughout the season. And you know, it's funny, it's charming, and it's kind of nice and sweet. That's how I would describe The Dangers in Your Heart. The main character, he's a funny little guy. You know, he's an edgelord, he's a tryhard, but he's just a little kid at heart. And, you know, being that he is literally a little kid, that's fine, you know. Little kids are allowed to be immature. And I think that's the same way about the other main character, you know. She's allowed to be an immature little goofball, even if she's a tall, like, early bloomer. I think that is, that's actually some real nice characterization, you know. I'm in the anime hour, by the way. I have to talk, I can only talk about anime for the next, hour until the timer runs out, so I am talking about my favorites anime of the year. One of which is currently airing, but also started last spring, Dr. Stone New World, which has been pretty goddamn good. I will say, during this season of Dr. Stone, they have sort of stepped away from, the way it started. At the start of the season of Dr. Stone, they were sort of like in a no-war situation, and we're just sort of doing technological progress without limit because, you know, they had recently finished the Stone Wars, and we're on to some less violent, like, invention and other such business. But now they're back into a conflict, and it's a pretty cool conflict, so I can't complain, you know? I kind of wish they had spent more time, like, just exploring and, like, doing tech tree stuff. I feel like that's the best stuff in Dr. Stone, which is basically, by the way, if you don't know Dr. Stone, it's a shonen show where the concept is that everyone was turned to stone for 10,000 years, and then when some people woke up from stone, they had to reinvent the world, you know, from scratch, from zero. However, the main character is a super genius, so he knows, like, how to build a car, how to build electricity, how to do a bunch of stuff with chemicals and all that, and, basically he just, like, reinvents things as they need to in order to, like, you know, go further and further down the tech tree, and they're pretty damn far now, which is all really goddamn good. I do think the special from last year was better than this whole this whole two-part season. And, you know, I'll say that special made my top 10 last year. But I don't know that this season, you know, the combination of these two parts will. But it's still pretty damn good. It's still pretty damn good. And still, I think, one of the best things on. Let me do another card. Pause and do another card. Mashley, Magic and Muscles, aired last spring. Goddamn, I want to talk about Mashley, Magic and Muscles. Now, Mashley, Magic and Muscles, now that's a hell of a show. The premise of Mashley, Magic and Muscles is pretty amazing. The main character, he is like a big, muscly motherfucker, and he has no magic, but he has to attend magic school and sort of like fool everyone into thinking he has magic by like performing feats of strength that are just ridiculous. Like, you know, let's say he has to fly on a broomstick. Well, he can't actually use the broomstick, but he can, like, kick his legs so hard that he flies through the air, which is an option, apparently, for him, because he is just super, super ridiculously strong. It is ridiculous, that show. It's so over the top. It's amazing. I kind of love it. I kind of love it. I do think it has issues. Fuck me, Toad's about to get my star. God damn it. One move away. If I had rolled a 2 last turn, I would have had that star. Can't believe that. Anyway, so Mashley, you know, it's just ridiculous, Mashley is. I'll say, like, sometimes it gets away from the main concept and instead focuses on, like, you know, Mashley's friends who are just, not as funny comic stereotypes, you know? They're not as funny tropes, turns out, in those cases, which is kind of a shame, but, whatever. I still think, like, Mashley himself is so good, and I love to see every time he just, like, effortly beats up someone, effortly, like, wins over, or, like, passes as a magic user by just doing some feat of strength. Also, it is, like, the most absurd and, like, good, in a good way, like, Harry Potter parody. Where, like, one example that I really love is that there's not a sorting hat. There's a sorting, a skeleton. And when you touch the skeleton, he can read your mind. And when Mashley touches the skeleton, all the skeleton can hear is like, cream puffs, cream puffs, cream puffs, cream puffs. I love cream puffs. And the skeleton doesn't know what the fuck to do. Cream puff lovers go to Adler, is what it declares in the end. And goddamn, it's just dumb. Just really incredibly, beautifully dumb in a way that I think is just remarkable. I do think the part where it occasionally becomes just a regular shonen anime and they just fight good holds it back a bit. I think we're just betting here, so fucking who knows. We'll see what happens. Yeah, we gotta get lucky. Otaku Elf. Last show of last spring, I think. We don't really get much of a choice here, do we? Nothing's right. I'm gonna pick Nothing's Right. Fuck it. Otaku Elf is about a immortal elf who has sort of a like damn it. What place did we get? Did we get third? Well, that kind of sucked. I mean, I guess it makes no difference. It's probably equal chance anyway. But god damn it. Anyway, so it's a pretty cute slice of life type thing. The main character is an immortal elf, and she has a shrine maiden who is like her attendant, and is sort of like really firm with her, and you know, in a way that makes for a fun little dynamic of the otaku elf trying to, like, you know, get away with skirting her job or whatever, and you know, the shrine maiden being like, come on now, you gotta do the thing. Oh, I'm gonna make you do the thing. You gotta be responsible today. You gotta get up in the morning and you know, attend to the parishioners. But also, it's clear that, like, all the parishioners just love her unconditionally, and you know, they don't really mind that she has her quirks. You know, she's had those same quirks for like thousands of, for like hundreds of years. So, you know, people just appreciate her constancy, you know, her consistency, and how she's been like basically the same for ever and ever, which I think is just really nice and sweet. It's cute, it's fun, it's funny, and the characters are really goddamn likable. Really thoroughly enjoyed Otaku Elf. I'll also say the OP is really goddamn good. Really love the opening theme of Otaku Elf. We need to go this way. And also, I don't think we're gonna make it in time. Unless this gives us a big mushroom. Ooh, we could make it. We could make it. It's possible. It's possible. Oh, there was also the Demon Slayer Swordsmith arc in last spring. Demon Slayer, very good show. It's a shonen, you know. You might have heard of it. And I'll say, the last season of it was very, very good. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Good action. The Swordsmith Village was a fun setting. And I like the Hashiras that played a role this time. That seems to be the thing with that show. Go to a neat place now. Like 1 or 2 Hashiras show up and play a role, and also like some really strong demons attack, like from the upper ranks of demons, and it's all pretty good action. It's all like dramatic, and in the end you get to see some pretty cool heroism as they, pretty cool, well animated heroism as they pull it off and save the day in a pretty dramatic fashion. Oh, not with me, not with me. Perfect, Toad, that works. Anyway, full marks there. Next up to talk about is Dead Mount Deathplay. I guess there were a lot of spring shows, huh? Dead Mount Deathplay is aired last spring, and it also is airing now. Part 2 is. It is a very endlessly creative show. It's a reverse isekai where, like, a Lich Lord gets reincarnated into our world. What are we doing? Oh, we're grabbing fishing poles as they get bites. Okay, I got it. A Lich Lord is reincarnated into our world. And he sort of like sets up a nice little practice for him. You know, he kind of wants to have a mellow life. He doesn't really want to have like a war riddle life or whatever, but you know, he sort of gets embroiled in the paranormal scene in Japan, which turns out is full of all sorts of interesting characters who, you know, are like creative and fun and good, and the action is solid, and it's cool to see this like reincarnated Lich Lord take on like an unassuming life and just be pretty chill as he goes about like, you know, carving out a niche for him and the characters who fall into his orbit, who he likes, you know, he takes a liking to. He sort of gets wrapped up in like the underworld, you know, like criminal organizations and all, which is pretty cool, I think, that happens. Okay, let's see if we can do that. And again, it just has like tons of characters who are all so creative. Oh god, that's a high roll. We're getting the star this turn, folks. Definitely one of my favorite shows of the year. I think it's just a shoe-in for my top 10 of the year. Maybe towards the bottom of the list, honestly. I don't know if Season 2 is quite hitting me as strong, but it's goddamn good. And definitely a show to watch at night if you ever, you know, if you watch anime at specific times. Like, it is a spooky show, and it has, like, the vibes of what a show you would watch at night would be. That makes sense of a thing to say. Insomniacs After School. Ah, yes, this is also spring. Insomniacs After School is wonderful. It's sweet. It's earnest. The main characters are insomniacs. You know, they stay up all night, which You know, I also tend to go late at night myself, so I feel a certain kinship there. They are cute, and there's just like a really good romance between them that slowly and very clearly like ramps up, you know, as they meet and realize they both have the same problem, you know, being sleepy during the day and needing naps. And it just starts with them like, you know, finding a place to sneak away and take a nap together, and winds up with them like, you know, getting into this like this photography club, this astrology club, and getting into like astral photography, which, you know, takes advantage of the fact they stay up all night, and also almost gets into some like laid back camp type territory where they're going like really cool scenic places and like staying up all night, getting a really good picture of the night sky. It's just sublime. It's just so good, and the romance is sweet and earnest, and I definitely think it's one of my favorite things of the year. A shoo-in for the top 10, higher than Dead Mount Death Play. I loved it. I loved it to death. Insomniacs After School, one of the best things. And again, another show you should watch at night, considering it is about Insomniacs. It has such sweet such sweet feels and such. Turn check. 29, okay. Oshi no Ko aired last spring. Shit, speaking of like top shows of the year, Oshi no Ko, goddamn. Oshi no Ko is incredible. And to the point where it's hard to talk about the basic premise without spoiling it. It starts with a hour-and-a-half special, which is basically one of the best anime movies you've ever seen, if it was an anime movie and not a self-contained prologue to the actual show, which is basically about... It starts off with an idol who is pregnant, and idols are not supposed to become pregnant, so jot that down, but she is just like so gung-ho and just so strong, you know, and basically it's like, look, I am an idol, and my job is to make the impossible possible, to like sell a dream. Absolutely, I believe I can hide these two children from the media. Like, because that is what I do. I sell a lie. That is the job. And when she says shit like that, you're just like, God damn, I believe her. She's just like as strong as a pregnant woman has been since like, you know, or a mother, that sort of thing has been since like Terminator to me, ever since. I would compare her strength as a character to like Terminator's Sarah Connor. Right? Just goddamn, she is badass while being like, you know, a idol who got pregnant when idols really shouldn't do that. You know, she's strong and remarkable, and like her strength is what makes that special really good. And then from that special start really good, and then from there, there's like a really that special is like really emotional, has like tons of incredible turns. You know what? Why don't I just throw up some spoilers, and I'll just say them. Spoilers, you should watch it, rather than listening to me here. It turns out the doctor, who is like the main character first, he gets murdered, and he gets reincarnated as the child of this idol. And then, like, as he grows up, he sort of gets into the entertainment industry too. And then, towards the end of the first episode, the special, his mother, the strong character that I mentioned, she gets she gets murdered. And it's a whole fucking thing because he was a doctor, man. He's like looking at her going like, oh my god. He's like 8 at this point. And he's going like, oh my god, the cut, it's bad. They hit an artery. Fuck. And it's just one of the saddest things in an anime I've seen. And then it jumps to him like a few years later, like as an adult, and he's like, fucking, I'm gonna go get, I figured out that the murderer, whoever did this, whoever arranged this shit, whoever leaked my idol's address to this murderer guy, this stalker guy, he gotta be a guy in media, so I'm gonna get big, I'm gonna get famous, I'm gonna enter the media industry, I'm gonna find out who this fucker is, and I'm gonna murder him. I'm gonna go get my revenge. So it's a big revenge tale, in addition to like getting into the media industry, which turns out to be a dangerous place that is full of drama and like fucked up situations that the main character will just like will just like cut his way through, you know, as you would cut through a Gordian's knot, you know. He'll find his way through. He will beat all that stands in his way, and he will figure out who done it. And also, he has a sister who is cute and joining an idol group. It's a whole thing. His sister is also reincarnated. As babies, there's a whole part where they're like, where they're basically like talking to each other, and they realize like, oh shit, you're also reincarnated, huh? Okay, cool. We probably didn't know each other, but actually they totally knew each other. They just don't know it. Anyway, Oshi no Ko is fucking really good, and I'll say for a while this year, Oshi no Ko was my favorite for anime of the year. And I thought it would be hard to beat, and I do maintain it's hard to beat. But I kind of think one has done it. Whoopsie daisy. Did y'all watch Horimiya, The Missing Pieces? Aired last summer. We're only on to summer now. Horimiya, The Missing Pieces, it's a sequel to Horimiya, sort of like filling in the gaps. Horimiya is a lovely show about a boy and a girl who both are like more deep than they first realize, and they sort of develop a really cozy relationship, which is sweet and fun and good. This sort of fills in the gaps that they didn't adapt the first time, and they're all good gaps. They're all good scenes. It comes off a little bit cobbled together sometimes because, you know, they're sort of taking things from here, sort of like trying to weave the scraps into like coherent episodes, but mostly I think it works. And I think they did a good job. Horimiya, still fucking good. Did y'all watch Reborn as a Vending Machine? I Now Wander the Dungeon. Vending Machine Isekai. Surprisingly good, surprisingly coherent, surprisingly works. The main character cannot talk regularly. He can only respond in like pre-programmed quips. He cannot talk, and yet he somehow manages to like form intricate bonds, and also like it sort of plays off as a like as like an RPG type isekai, right? Where basically for him, people spending money on his goods and services are like experience points, and he uses that to unlock like new features, you know, new moves. Basically, it's like Spider isekai, except instead of like instead of investing in like Fireball, oh my god, that's close. I think I can get that this turn even. Instead of investing in like Fireball, he invests in like hot ramen, and now he can sell hot ramen and make a profit, or like other forms of vending machines that exist, like, oh, I can now pump gasoline. And it turns out sometimes in a fantasy world, having an explosive material that you can just pump is pretty goddamn good. I will say that show tends to get more into action stuff as it goes on, more dungeon stuff, less just like, you know, being a shopkeeper, basically. At first, it's a lot of him just like hanging around town, sort of like servicing the town and selling them all sorts of goods. And it sort of plays out like a shopkeeper, you know, sort of like, oh, you know, they don't really personally interact with him, they just buy his stuff and that's that, but it's kind of fun seeing that all like go through the paces, you know? God damn, that's a lot of money. I think it works. It's goddamn good. We only have like 14 minutes. Let's jam through this. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Started in summer, still going. I'll say the strongest part of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 was the first arc. Sort of a mini self-contained arc that contained all new characters that was pretty fascinating and exciting. And I've been kind of let down by like how much one single arc the second arc has been. You know, it's been a good arc with a lot of amazingly animated action, just I don't know. I like the first arc more, where things were just unexpected and like there were different characters rather than the original characters, and it seems like things could go in any direction, you know. Feel like that was the most compelling stuff, and you know the stuff that I actually loved. I'm not sure if this season will be like in my top tier this season, like this current season, but It's still goddamn good, regardless. Probably won't make my top list. Undead Murder Force aired last summer. Ridiculous show. Basically, it sort of plays out as a supernatural whodunit, a supernatural mystery show where like the main character is like a headless a head in a bird cage who is like a master detective, and they run around like the world solving paranormal crimes. And also the other main character is like a onin. It's like an oni that has like, he was like half human or something. He's like super strong, and he has sort of like a Joker vibe to him. Like he does not give a single shit or fuck and just like chews the scenery every chance he gets, which is just really very fun that he does that shit. I think that show is very, 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 very fun. Good action, and, you know, just gets up to some ridiculous stuff. Later on, it's like a period piece as well. It's sort of set in like Sherlock Holmes times, and also Sherlock Holmes and Lupin the Third show up because, you know, they're public domain. Why shouldn't they show up? That's absolutely something that there's no reason not to have them show up, I guess. I'm gonna replace this one with that. Better version of that anyway, because it'll give the coins to me. Unless, does it steal from someone who lands on that? Or does someone who lands on that have a chance to steal? Oh, I didn't think which way it would be. It might be not the way I think. Anyway, Undead Murder Farce is a hell of a good time. Definitely think it's one of the best things of the year. I don't know if it's like quite the top tier, but it's close. It's pretty goddamn close, I think. Dang, I got eaten. Reign of the Seven Spellblades. Now, this one is sort of another, like, Harry Potter take, where it's sort of a Harry Potter-esque world, except everything is a lot cooler. The school, the castle, it turns into a dungeon at night, and it's like a dangerous dungeon where people can get murdered, people can get got. Also true is that everyone, in addition to like a wand, they carry like a sword. At first I was worried about this show because it's sort of like, it's very clear with its inspirations as far as being like Harry Potter-like. You know, there's literally like some magical beast politics similar to Harry Potter, but then, you know, it had some stuff that makes it clear like, hey, you know, hey, listen, we're cool. We're actually cool here, because in this world, trans people exist. There's gender fluidity. We're not J.K. Rowling here, which is kind of a nice thing just to go like, okay, good, okay. This show realizes that J.K. Rowling sucks just as much as I realize she sucks, which is nice. What are we doing here? Looks like I'm throwing balls. Oh, I see. Who's my partner? Red. That would be the Boo. I think I am... The Boo is not in the right spot for a lot of these. Yeah, I fucked up bad. That's a hard one. Anyway, that one's a fantastic show. Really, really love it. It turned out really good. It had a lot of really exciting arcs, and there's even a twist where it gets a little bit dark. The thing that this show is named after is the Seven Spellblades, which are basically like moves which cannot be blocked if used at a certain range. And in the world, they say there's 6 of them, but the name of the show says there's 7 of them, so, you know, get ready. You're gonna see, like, one that's never been seen before, and also one that is, like, an existing one, or maybe another one. I forget how many Spellblades you see, but I bet if there's a season 2, we'll see even more Spellblades, and it'll be cool. Cool action when it does action. Cool drama when there's drama, and the characters are just really likable. You know, it's a good group. They got good chemistry. They're like friend group. you know, which I think is very lovely. One of them is like a samurai, and one of them is, and the rest of them are just, you know, are just like British type characters, you know. You know, just like regular people who go to magic school, who are cool and have their own strengths and weaknesses. And also the main character who has a little bit more going on, which is totally a spoiler. Rent-A-Girlfriend Season 3 aired last summer. Best season of Rent-A-Girlfriend, harem show, wherein escort services are like a big focus. Anyway, the drama it all focuses that season on like one big arc. That big arc is very good. Also, it introduces a new character who is the best. She is like a Zoomer character. She's just like a TikToker, like internet-brained cosplayer. Amazing character. Really loved her. She really really made for some really good humor, drama, etc. She was also the sort of character who like very quickly notices like, what the hell? You two are in love. You two should just get together already. And having a character like that in a romance just really helps to get things moving, you know? Like, I am going to try to set you two up because you clearly love each other. It's time, man. You gotta do the thing. And that causes stuff to happen in a way that is just lovely. Did you watch The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again Today? This is a Gohan show, which means it had some weird animation in a couple spots, but never mind that. It was only a couple spots, and mostly it was a normal, very good-looking show wherein there is a big cat and a small lady, like a small office worker later. Not small, really, but she's like normal-sized. She's like normal-sized office lady, and whenever she gets home, they basically like reverse the pet owner dynamic, where he is just a big massive cat who is like responsible, cooks dinner and cleans the house, where she is just so wiped after a day of work, she just loves to just flop down and assume the pet role in the relationship. It is just role reversal at its finest. It is fun. It is very clear what they're going for, and it all just works really, really well. I think The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again Today is one of the best shows of the year. For sure, for sure. Whoopsie daisy. Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead. Aired last summer, except for like a couple episodes. They sort of got delayed. It is finishing like this Xmas Day. They're airing the last couple episodes. Zom 100 is a beautiful zombie show. Basically, the premise is the main character is a office worker and he hates his job. The first episode sort of focuses on like the direness of office life, of being a wage slave. And then when the zombie apocalypse happens, it's just like so glorious and freeing and happy and colorful. And he's just like, oh my god, I don't have to work anymore. I can set my own hours and do whatever the fuck I want. It's great. It's beautiful. He loves it. And it's just like a so like good vibes show, happy-go-lucky, and it has such good energy. Oh my god, it's just delightful. It's just amazing. I didn't know that a zombie show could be that positive, that fun, that happy-go-lucky. Sublime. It's a shame that it ran into so many production issues and had to be delayed because I think it is definitely one of the top 5 shows of the year. I think it's going to make my top 5 of the year. It could have been anime of the year even. It is that good. I love it to death, and I'm looking forward to seeing it end. On Christmas Day. Tony Kawa, Over the Moon for You, ONA, High School Gaze. That is a ONA, a net original animation of Tony Kawa. Season 2 also happened this year, but I wasn't as into it. But anyway, the basic premise of the ONA, which, you know, I'll say it has more of a premise than Season 2 did. The basic premise is that the main character gets roped into teaching at a high school, which basically gets them the opportunity to introduce a bunch of cute new characters who are all very nice, likable, and fun, which is like a shot in the arm for that show in a way that show hasn't had since the very beginning. It's fun and good and a hell of a good time. I think now we have gotten through summer, which means there's just fall, which I already talked about at length last week, or like on Tuesday, so let's just jam through these cards. Free Ren is one of the best shows of the year. It probably is like in my top 3, maybe top 4. It's about a immortal elf who is dealing with mortality for the first time. It's lovely. It's going to continue. 16-bit Sensation, another layer, another favorite from this season, is about a time traveler who goes back in time to develop eroge art visual novels, which is a very specific concept, and it's just very fun to watch a Zoomer hang around in the 90s and say things like Pog and other things that are out of date. That's just supremely good. Girlfriend has been remarkable. It's back this season, and it's very fun. It's a harem anime wherein the main character has 2 girlfriends. He's a big wife guy, and this season, the 3rd character and the 4th character, the 3rd and 4th girl, are getting more of an active role, which is very nice. I love to see the 4th girl, especially, come into play and really get into the whole thing. Tear Moon Empire, that is a show about a evil princess gets her head cut off and then goes back in time, sort of a Sekai style, and she has to do it all over again, and it's just pretty damn good the way it all works out. About how she's like finding ways to get around the revolution, prevent the revolution, not be executed. It's brilliant, and I think it's a really cool concept for a show. Very fun, a lot of good moments. She is still an evil princess, but now she is trying to prevent her evil fate. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You is phenomenal. It's probably, I'll say it's probably top 3. It might be my anime of the year. It just introduces characters at amazing clips. At an amazing clip, and it's all very sweet. It has romantic chops, and it's also just extremely funny. Kind of eats girlfriend's lunch. Also, it's not a competition in girlfriend. It's just, God accidentally gave this main character 100 soulmates, and as he meets them, he has to just add them to the polycule. It's fun. It's good. It's the best hit. Stardust Telepath is a slice of life about a girl who can read minds when they touch heads. Girls touch heads, they read minds. It's good. It's slice of life. They do bottle rocket stuff. I like it a lot. It's cute. It's fun. Hell yeah. Apothecary Diaries is the last thing that aired new, and it is about an apothecary. She's a poisons nerd. It's really fucking good. Time. These are other shows that can make the grade. Detroit Naval Lady, Unuma Musume, Spy X Family. Sort of undecided about these ones. Stop the clock. Okay, shit, that was sort of borderline there. We just barely got in enough time to go over all those cards. Had to rush through the ones from this season, but I already gave them more time last week. Did we just pull a fucking rope? Oh my god. Right rope. I win! How much was wagered? I didn't see how much was wagered there. Is it random now and not presets? And not Oh, a star! Oh my god! God damn. We're not gonna lose, folks. We are dominant this game. Jeez, even if one of the players were to get all the bonus stars, we would still win. What turn is it, by the way? We're out of the anime hour now. We're back to normal business. I will say, I accidentally did a card from the regular non-anime hour stuff during that. I'll just go ahead and let me just correct that real fast. There we go. That is now corrected. Oh yeah, I know this one. Absolutely. I think we're making... I think we're making good time. I guess I should have a look at what turn it is before I declare we're making good time here. So long as we're doing each game under 3 hours, we can probably reliably do all of them tonight, I'll say. And let me see what turn we're on. I'm expecting like 40. Turn 40. 40... 35! Jeez, okay, shit. I was a little optimistic, I guess. Well, we'll see what happens. Alright. I can do that card again, now that we're out of the anime hour. Did some Thanksgiving festivities. This whole, week. Basically some stuff on Wednesday and then again on Thursday. Hung out with the folks, saw my, my immediate family, Did some Jackbox, some stuff like that. Had some delicious, food, It's good. Thanksgiving's a good holiday. It's not the best holiday, obviously. That would be, Christmas. But it's pretty damn good. I would put it up there as far as holidays go, as ones I like to do. I'm tired. I am ready for the next one. I would absolutely put it up there on, like, a big list of holidays. It was nice, I remember, like, ages ago, we used to have, like, more people back when, there was a grandma who was alive. My grandparents from this side of the family have been, well, one of them died, like, when I was a kid, and the other one died a couple years ago, so, now we don't do, like, a big unified Thanksgiving anymore. It's just immediate family, no cousins, no nothing. But it's nice. I don't dislike it. Probably a good idea to just pay a couple coins to open a coin block. It's free coins, that's free money. I feel like there's been a lot of high rolls this game. Almost like it's sort of weighted in favor of high rolls now. Curious. Alright. There we go. Everyone exchange stuff. And let's do it. Lovely. 15 turns. I would say that maybe could be like upwards, that could be as low as a half hour. Minigame is about a minute. Turn probably takes around a minute as well. Say 30 minutes. Let's hope. Whoa, why did I do that? That was a silly thing to do. I want to win these. What am I doing? Shout out to stuffing. Stuffing is amazing. I don't know why we don't eat stuffing more often. Really love stuffing. I'll say my grandma's stuffing when she was alive and, able to cook. She was, that was the best. My ma's stuffing, though, I think it's nearly gotten there, I like it. I like it nearly as much now. Though I guess, it has been maybe like 5-10 years since my grandma has been capable of stuffing. And my ma, when she cooks, she gets better as, the more she cooks stuff, she gets better at it. So, she's gotten pretty good at stuffing now, as she's been on it for a while. I'll say my ma is a fantastic cook in general, to be clear. Like, stuffing was the one thing that I think my grandma had on her, as far as cooking goes. But anyway, it's goddamn good. I love stuffing, and, it's always nice that after Thanksgiving, just to have a bunch of meals that all have stuffing as, like, a key component, To have that to fall back on for, like, a whole week or so. A lot of leftovers every year, Thanksgiving, just in general, which is, part of the deal. And I think it's a very good thing. How about another card? I also played Jackbox Party Pack 10. Some pretty good minigames this time. There's Fixie Text, which is like a weird texting game. I feel like we had some fun with that, even if my dad didn't get it. He just thought it was weird. He just thought it was a bad game. I thought it was a fun game, though. I really enjoyed just, like, putting together random words and just hoping for, like, people to vote on them or whatever. It's kind of fun just seeing ridiculous stuff come onto screen. A very good game, that one is. I also thought that the trivia game, which is, like, date-based this time, you sort of have to guess what date certain events happened on. I thought that was really well done and really cool. Gotta roll, like, at least a 5 to get the star next turn. Assuming no one else is nearby. How does this work? Damn it. I thought this Jackbox was plenty good. Between the date game, which is a pretty good trivia game, and also I did really like the, I think the new TKO has a lot of potential as far as, like, adding extra pieces of clothing, font choices, different colors, I think. It's kind of what you would want in a sequel to that game. That said, I'll say, like, in our playing with it, no one had any ideas for, like, drawings, and that's sort of the problem with TKO. You need to be a little inspired to come up with something good to draw. It's no fun if everyone picks the same thing, It's no fun if, like, if it's, like, default images or something. I have no idea which is Chop. It's B. I figure maybe I'll follow him. Maybe I'll just do whatever he does. Like, one step after. He just kicked, I'm gonna kick. He just chopped, I'm gonna chop. He just punched, I'm gonna punch. Alright, that worked. Apparently there is some strategy you can use here. At least against CPUs, anyway. They don't seem to do the same twice in a row. Or catch on to the fact you're just imitating them one turn delayed. A human probably would. Human probably would. Anyway, good Jackbox. Probably not the best. I think it's been a while since they had one that was, like, indispensable, but, a sequel. So long as each of these Jackboxes has, like, a sequel to one of their best games, I feel like you can't go wrong with saying, like, yeah, it's a good one, pick it up. It has a sequel to one of their best games. Is that not good enough? Okay, so this dice only goes up to 5. That's not going to be good enough. It's not going to be good enough here to get that star. Bowser Jr. is going to get it unless he rolls really low. Koopa Kid. Yeah, that's a 10. That's going to get him. I also played WarioWare with my sister locally. I'll say I was a little disappointed by it, like, in a local sense. It seems like, the party mode isn't so much... I was kind of picturing it would be something like, WarioWare, for the GameCube, like the, as just like a party game, taking those games and making them into much more of a weird competition of, like, weird stuff, like an offbeat contest of, like, weird stuff going on and all that. But it's just sort of normal. It's just kind of unremarkable. I don't know that I'd, like, say it's anything special versus just like playing it alone. In fact, I might say it's probably better to just, if you want to show the game to someone, just hand them a controller and have them play alone for a bit. The only thing is I had to like explain like, okay, this is Choo Choo. And she said like, you know, hey, they show the position on screen. You can literally see what you're supposed to do. Which I guess you can, it's just that when you play it for the first time, they do the whole like, they give you like a minute for each position, go like, Choo Choo. When Choo Choo came up, go like this. Anyway, I still think that game is fantastic, and I'll tell you, it's gonna be like mine. I think it's like... I still think that game is fantastic, and I want it to be on my top 10 of the year. But, multiplayer-wise, didn't really impress me that much, sadly. Just going as fast as I can seems to be working, even if the computer player is like missing like a quarter of the jumps. Still getting the thing much higher than the other team. Yeah, we did it. 10, 10, 10, and 10. Turn check. What are we on? $38. Jesus, this is going slow. Was that just 3 turns? Over the last, like, 10 minutes? God. What's going on here? Ah, stealing 10 coins. Okay, that's fine. $7. Chain chomp. Let's go. Let's do it. Now, where is the star? I could also do a duel. You know what? This is going to be a switch around. I think going... Wait. I thought this was going to be a warp. Okay. It shunted me forward a bunch of squares. Okay. Didn't know that was how that worked, but whatever. That suits me just fine. I'm now the closest to the star, which is what I was going for. I don't think even Koopa Kid with this big of a roll can get up to it. Well, we'll see. No, I think he's going to be just short. That said, I do have to roll good or else he'll get it. Hell yeah. I guess with the addition of all these spaces that people can land on that all do stuff, that probably adds some time to each turn. Also, like, dealing with an orb each turn, you know, makes it so that each computer player is doing, every turn there's something for everyone to do, which adds some time onto the whole thing. Saturn has 146 moons. That sounds like a lot, but I believe it. I believe it. I know that, like, Jupiter and such has, like, dozens, if not, like, maybe it's hundreds, I don't know. I do, like, watch a lot of videos about, like, you know, I watch, like, PBS's Space-Time program at times. I guess now that I say that, I can't remember the last time I watched a Space-Time in particular, or been watching more of the Eons. Also, they don't really talk about, like, the number of moons, I think, so much directly as much as just, like, weird quirks of physics and that sort of thing. I think we can get through this. Oh, you can jump. I don't need to jump though to do. Jupiter has 95. Huh. You think Jupiter would have more since it's a bigger planet than Saturn is? I have more cards. Shout out to Fall Colors. Here's another card. Let me say what's on it. Fall Colors. I like it when, you know, all the trees and shit are, beautiful and red and just, like, full of beautiful shades of whatever the fuck. I always think that that is just lovely. Oh, Toad might get this star. Not sure. The largest star in the universe is a piece of dust next to the largest black hole. I think that might be true, but also I think that black holes are like gravitationally large, but like diameter-wise relatively small because of how like compact they are. You know, they're like as compact as can be. It's just a question of how big their radius is, their event horizon. Anyway, was driving a place, you know, the other day, and just enjoying how much how many trees are like orange and red and all that bullshit. It's beautiful out there right now. Really love when the trees are as such. What would happen if our sun was a black hole? Well, it depends on what you mean. It probably wouldn't give as much sunlight to, if our sun was a black hole, it wouldn't give as much sunlight to our planet. So that might be an issue. The other thing to know is that if it had the same mass, nothing would change because, you know, gravity would work the same regardless of whether the object was a sun or the, whether it was a sun or a black hole, because gravitationally, the equations don't care about, like, which is which. You know? I kind of hope the next game does away with orbs, because it's really kind of dragging things out. The whole orb system, I feel like. Orbs are the main culprit here behind the game lasting longer than some of the previous ones, but also, I guess, that could just be the trend of things, you know? Last time we got through 4 of these, 450 turns in like 11 hours. So the first one took 2 hours, but everyone after that took more like 3. So I guess maybe we're just more on track, honestly. All things being equal. This is an interesting coin game. No! That's a sack of money. The one sack of money that exists. Oh, well, it was pretty close. Pretty close there. Fall, I think, is my favorite season. Just everything is the right temperature. It's pretty chill. There's not really as much pollen as like in spring. I think that you cannot go wrong with, oh hey, a DK space for the first time in the game. Great. I hope it's just, maybe it's the second time, I don't know. But we didn't get a minigame last time. Okay, maybe we had one, but then I forgot because it was really fast. That's gonna be hard to beat. Yeah, nothing for you. Good. Jesus, that would be for a star? That was a small roll. Ah. Anyway. Fall's great. Did y'all buy anything? What with Black Friday? I'll say, as I said before, like last stream, I did buy a few things, including like new mice. I decided to buy a new mouse. It looked kind of nice. I had like it was just a regular mouse, except for the scroll ball. The scroll ball is more of a wheel, so it's a little more flatter and like more like a button like than most scroll wheels, which I think is nice. It's been a little bit of a process getting used to its like you know, DPI and all that, the scroll wheel and all that. You know, it's slightly different from the one I was using, which was the two I was using were fancier in ways, but I'll say like one of them was dying and I didn't know quite what to replace it with, and ordering two of these seemed like a good move, and I'll say so far I think I made the right move. I think this is gonna be my mouse going forward. This fella here. Weird. Anyway, I also bought some other stuff as well, I will say. Like I said, death in the family recently, as of like Friday, honestly, and needed to get a suit, so I did buy a suit the other day and a bunch of like other fancy clothes that goes with that, and I guess a lot of that was heavily discounted due to Black Friday sales, which I'll say even with those discounts, pretty penny to buy that shit, so, you know, whatever. I guess I'll say I'm happy that it was less money than it would have been otherwise, but still not really very happy I had to buy that, but whatever. It has been suggested that maybe for interviews and stuff, a suit is good. I don't know. I feel like as an engineer, you know, just exude confidence and just dress normal and you'll be fine. You know, dress like maybe like business casual. You know, how many places really want to go like full out business? Practically none that I know. And if there are not any, I don't think I would really want to work for them because I want to wear like I'm okay with a polo, but like I'd prefer just someplace that was just cool and was as casual as possible, you know, if I'm just talking my preferences. But anyway, that's about what I bought. I also bought a number of, like, twisty puzzles, like, you know, Rubik's Cubes, that sort of things. Not from the brand Rubik's, because their stuff tends to be junky. And I also have, like, everything that, like, is pretty standard in the space. Bought some more weirder things, like I bought, like, a do-it-yourself bandage cube set. Ooh, look at that. That star's perfect for us. I bought like a do-it-yourself bandage cube set, which is basically a 3x3, but you can like use little Lego piece type things to like stick the pieces together so as to do like any bandage cube setup that you like, which sounds pretty cool. Well, let me like mess around with that and try out like what various bandage cubes would be like. I also got like a couple puzzles that I hadn't had before, which I'm looking forward to getting. You know, receiving in the mail. Got them from thecubicle.com, website for twisty puzzles. Ice cream. That's about all I bought Black Friday, Cyber Monday wise. I don't see myself buying anything more, but, you know, who knows? What the fuck? I thought I was under that. Gotta really line it up with the cone. Damn it. I think I might have pulled it off.
Finish.
Well, tied for first. Look at that ice cream. It's good ice cream. I like ice cream. Not telling y'all anything y'all don't already know. People like ice cream. Good thing they're on the other side of that. Wow, they're both, like, just directly after it. That's some bad luck. Well, at least we had good luck, conversely. Unless they were to land on, like, a switch places thing. Which, again, Toad is the only one before us, so we're next. We're getting that star. Hell yeah, we're getting that star. I like how in this one, something I haven't mentioned, this whole like Mario Party 5 segments, that's a weird thing to say. During this whole Mario Party 3 game, that the Star Spirits are like major characters in this. They took the Star Spirits from Paper Mario, and they made them into, you know, the Millennium Star of this game. Which I think is very cool, considering I love Paper Mario. I don't know if people, like, care about that much, but, I don't know. I think it's great. I need more water. All out of water. I think I'll go run and get a refill after the next turn. When, after my move next turn, I'm gonna run and get water. Hopefully be back by the minigame. You know, we'll be quick about it. And then be able to, like, you know, drink water. It's important to have water throughout this entire thing. Revolving fire. Let's go. Alright, I know this one. I feel like I've rarely been the one in 1 versus 3s this game. Here's a card. Follow up on gift ideas for others. I mentioned last time I was trying to think about what would be good gift ideas for my loved ones, you know. And it occurred to me there's like obvious picks right now, insofar as like my sister is pregnant, so like any sort of like baby related gift, probably a good gift right now for her in particular and her husband. Like that actually makes it so that I have like some pretty good options, you know, and I don't have to think that hard because gifts for babies and for expectant mothers, that's like a whole broad category, you know. I don't have to like think about interests or hobbies or nothing, just like, oh, nope, baby's in a couple months here. Yeah. Or some sort of pregnancy related gift, I guess. That's also an option. I don't know. I feel like pregnancy stuff would just be like a massager or something, you know? Or like some sort of like support. Donkey Kong stopping the Bowser space from happening again. Yeah, that happened last time, and that's fine and all, but I'd rather it just happen. I'd rather just whatever happened, happen. And, you know, you don't have to make a whole scene out of it. Considering, oh, I got a duel thing. I could duel someone for a star if I liked. Okay, I'm gonna get water. Didn't get water. Be back by the next turn. Ooh. Perfect. Mario can. Mario can. What's going on here? Oh, this is the one where we open a can. I got it. I know. Damn it. Think we're winning? I think this case we're losing, but it's hard to tell. Our thing is definitely, yeah, no, we lost. Hard to tell in some of these. I feel like I did better this time than last time, but still lost. Yeah. It's all fine. Toad starts. Toad is going to use the Lakitu capsule. What does that do? What is Lakitu taking? Oh, my orb. I don't care. Go ahead. Take the capsule. Throw it at the ground. Who cares? You're probably going to throw it at the ground rather than using it. So, it's all fine by me. Alright, that's another star. This is a high star scoring game. Like, I don't think I've seen a game... I haven't seen. The previous 4 games did not... I don't think everyone got this many stars. I guess I say everyone, but actually Toad is the one who has been, like, keeping up with me. Earlier on I was saying Boo, but, that didn't end up working out. Boo has been struggling, I suppose. Has the least amount of stars. And that would be even true even if he hadn't given, like, one of his stars to me. I wish I could skip past this little scene. I feel like I'm beginning to see why, like, each game maybe is longer than the last. I'll say, by the way, I don't want the VOD to go too long, so if we need to have a third stream to do, like, the last Mario Party, we will. I don't want to go above 12 hours, is what I'm looking for. Each of these games is, like, more like 3. It could be tight. It could be tight. Kinda worried about that. Maybe one of them will be faster. Who knows? Who can say? Perhaps Mario Party 8, they decide, like, let's lighten it up. I reckon we'll probably be around the 9-hour mark when we get to Mario Party 8. I'll say this. If we need one final... I'll say this. If we need one final stream, we need one final stream. It is just as it is. I don't want to necessarily go too far over... too far over, like, 10 hours per. Just because, YouTube has a whole VOD situation with 12 hours, in that if you go over it, you have to split the VOD, which I think is awkward at best, and I would prefer not to do.
Finish!
We finished. Boo won. Oh. Last 5 turns? What turn is it? It has to be like 40... Okay, good. Yes, we're like 1 turn away from the last 5 turns. I'd say then we're on pace for like 3 hours a game. Good. Also good. Let me just do another card here. Listen to this year's Dit Till Death Do Us Blart. Death Blart. The eternal podcast that goes on forever. Death Blart is definitely one of my favorite. Definitely one of the podcasts that I listen to. Basically, the premise is that every year they watch Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, and they talk about it, and it's good and it's funny. It's the guys from Bib Bam, my brother and me, which I haven't watched in like 8 years, but you know, I've been listening to this podcast for like 10 years, so you know, it kind of makes sense that even after I fell off of Bib Bam, I kept this one around. Because only been like 8 episodes since then. It hasn't been that many. There's also 2 guys from the Worst Idea of All Time podcast, which is a thing I've never watched, but you know, is also pretty good, I think. I say, not having seen it. But basically, like, they are in the business. That podcast, the other podcast that those people do, those 2. The Australians on the cast of Death Blart, they do a lot of podcasts where they like watch bad shows or bad movies over and over again, like week by week, which sort of, you know, led very naturally into this one where they watch the bad movie every year. Anyway, it's very nice every American Thanksgiving getting a little bit of Paul Blart in my life. I like that a lot, and I'll say I quite enjoyed this episode, this installment, this podcast. Why the leaves are slower? I don't mean that as a statement. Like, why the leaves are slower? Or the leaves are faster. All right, I'm the only winner here. Fantastic, I like that. There'll only be one winner for a lot of these games because, you know, the tie isn't very fun, is it? Last 5 turns. Thank God. Wahaha. Waluigi, Toad, Koopa Kid, Koopa, Bowser. If it's that easy, it's not Mario Party. Okay, Boo. Spin the thing. What? Orbs? What? All spaces have capsule events on them. And duels are a thing as well, so, you know, it's not like before. The last time, dueling stopped being a thing when in the last couple turns. In 4, they made it so that it was just a random effect, and that random effect did not include dueling. Maybe it depends on the random effect. Maybe some of them do and some of them don't contain duels. Oh, this is gonna slow down the last 5 turns a bit. You know, not having any turns that end with just blue spaces being normal. Okay. Crap. The only thing about capsules is like having them stolen and having them used by others. Very limited, like, very limited, like, value because, like, yeah, I'm just gonna toss this off. Doesn't really matter to me, like, where it goes, what happens with it. I'm just going to go about my way and hope for the best here. Oh, cool. I guess that one is going to be like a power-up. Like a mushroom, except I steal people I run by as coins. That sounds pretty good to me. 15 is pretty far. See if he's able to get anything of note. The same person is going to be blown up by both bombs if they pass both bombs. Okay, there's the star just got yeeted. Twisted. Sorry. I'll say again, by the way, this is all for Extra Life. Extra Life is a very good charity. They support like children's hospitals. So you know your donations, they are for the kids, you know, for the sick kids, you know, the ones who need the medication and stuff, the medical attention. Good cause. This one in particular supports my local hospital, which is in Dallas. Though at least the one that's like participating in the Extra Life program. Okay, I think everyone gets 6 coins taken from them. Jesus. I think it's shit like this where like you could just have this be like one cutscene where like it just goes -20, -20, -20 on everyone else without necessarily shifting to everyone individually. But instead they just like have to go from one to the next to the next. Really slows shit down a lot. God, I hope capsules just go away. I feel like they're a thing to stay for a while. I think 8 might not have them. Just turn? Okay, I won. We're all winners here. And a thwomp. No losers to be found. Last 4 turns here. Last 4 turns. Also, it does take a second for the Booba Booba guy to spew out a thing, which can be annoying. Okay. Let's see what our duel is. I like in these games dueling because it's a good opportunity to just rob enemies of things. Find the one flick that will not inflict harm. Great, it's it's random chance. Kinda. Okay, I got it. Good. Hey.
Finish.
Random chance, but at the very least you can, you know, you can see which ones get checked and remember. So I think the computer player did check a few that they didn't need to check. So, hey, free star. I'll take it. I'd be pretty miffed if I had lost a star that way. But instead I gained a star, so I'll take it. Let's see what this does. Just one hit, and it's a 1, 2, 3. I don't even know what it did. Klepto is taking me to an opponent's space. Okay. Does that cause a duel or no? No duel. Okay, good. As much as I like duels, we got plans tonight, folks, you know. Let's keep things moving. Is it weird that podcast clips aren't more of a thing? I do wonder this from time to time. You know, podcast clips. You know, there's a lot of podcasts I listen to, and they have great, really memorable moments to them. But if they're not like the biggest podcast in the world, like literally the biggest gaming podcast in the world, like literally the Giant Bombcast in the heyday of Giant Bomb, You know, like maybe 10 years ago. Unless they're that, you don't see very many, like, just straight up, hey, here's a clip from the show, and isn't it funny? Even if it is very funny, you know? Is that the butterfly game? Twist and out. Okay. We're trying to stay in the center of a hurricane. That works. You know, I'll say it is interesting to note that, like, Overcast, the iOS app, tried to make clips more of a thing. Like, you know, with a clipping system, but I don't think anyone really used that. Anyone really, like, published clips of podcasts that way. Got it. It's weird how you get, like, invulnerability after you get hit. Like, if you do get hit, it almost comes as a buff, because unless you were in, like, the danger zone, you just got into an invulnerability state, which will let you, like, actually go and seek out that killing blow against enemies who really should be in the safe zone, considering they did not just get hit. That's a lot of coins. Hell yeah, I like that a lot. Last 3 turns here. Look at that, landing on an empty blue. That is a nice thing. That's really great. Where's the star, by the way? Let me just look real fast. Oh, it's like way over there. Well, there's literally nothing I can do about it from where I'm standing. Unless this were to be a twister. Okay, do Toad, yeah. Just go ahead and get that twister on the board. Again, this is just... I don't really know how useful this is, just because there was really something on the board for each of these spaces, so we're just replacing them with other random things. Kind of a lot of do about nothing. A lot of do about nothing? A lot to do about nothing. It's 4s. Glad didn't have to switch scenes to do that now. Like, oh, maybe show us the Star Spirit saying the thing. Hey, Pug Puppy Twitch. How you doing? This is Mario Party. We're late game Mario Party 3. There's like 2 turns after this one. This is like the third to last turn. We are here for Extra Life. I'll say, now is probably not a great time to sponsor a computer player, unless you want them to do really well in the last 3 turns. But I'll say, you can always sponsor a computer player for one of the next games. And I'll also say, if you do that for one of the upcoming games, you can also decide, like, what computer player they play as, like, what character I give them. The one thing is I got dibs on Waluigi. That's the one thing, but otherwise, I have everyone unlocked in Mario Party 6, Mario Party 7. I haven't touched Mario Party 8, so if there are unlockable characters in that, I don't got them. But otherwise, it's all a possibility. It's all on the table. How you doing, Pug Puppy Twitch? Hope you're doing well. That's cool. Hell yeah. I'm feeling a little bit of time pressure myself, just insofar as I did kind of want to do these all 4 Mario parties in like 12 hours. It kind of looks like it'll take slightly longer than that, considering how they're now taking slightly longer than X. Maybe I should, like, I don't know, man. I could, like, do a... I like to do local recordings, and I'll say I do have a local recording going. I'm not sure what I would do if I had to split that local recording into 2 recordings. Like, what the best way to do that is. I guess I could just I could just use a Twitch highlight to do that splitting. But that would, in theory, be like a lesser quality, so I don't know. Would prefer not to do that. Go Boo!
Finish!
That was not so hard, really. That's a good minigame. I like that minigame. It looks, by the way, I have a pretty commanding lead. Unless there were to be some sort of chance time, which I think at this point in the series, chance time is just gone, so I don't think that there can be that much of a reversal. At most, we could do a duel, and I could lose a star. And someone could gain a star, and that could make a difference. I don't think that's gonna happen. There's just 2 turns left. And all. What's your favorite Mario Party? I think 3, but I'll say I do remember like 6 and 7 being pretty good as well. But 3 is like the all-time classic. It has like, you know, it's sort of what I would describe as like you know, in like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, when they add the reverts, and that sort of completes the combo system. I think that Mario Party 3 completes the item system and made it like as polished and good as it ever was, you know? Being able to have 3 items and having the selection of items that they had in that game was just ideal, and they've never had it quite as good since then. You could maybe make an argument for like Super Mario Party or Mario Party Superstars, but I for one would definitely say that like 3 had it all the way best, and also it's just the best game to play. You know? Has all the best minigames, has all the best odds. The game guy stuff is pretty fun. Where are you going? Oh, he's going to go get the star. You know what? Coins. Computer player doesn't have enough coins now after paying the toll. Really should count the coins. Exchange all capsules. Okay. I feel like capsules are just okay. I guess I'll say that Mario Party 5 is better than Mario Party 4. I think this one is maybe a good 4 out of 5. Perfectly fine. The capsules mix it up a bit, but they are worse than items, just in general. At least items done perfectly. Okay, we're just mashing the A button here.
Start!
Ah! I shouldn't have started early! Just come on! Am I winning? I hope I'm winning! Yes! Oh. I feel like that was a close thing. There's just like 1 turn left. I think there's 1 or none turns left. Let's go. I think we're making decent time. You like Mario Party 9, but only for the boss fights? Well, I guess if we were to hit that goal, which at this point seems like a little bit of a impossible, I would see that for myself. I'll say I have watched Mario Party 9 before, and man, I have never seen... I feel like that is some of the most depressed I've seen people playing a video game, of just like them being entirely completely bored. And that's why I put that as like a thing, as like $1,000, but I'll say, like, hey, you know, maybe those boss fights are cool. Maybe we'll have at least something in there that'll be something that'll be, you know, worth seeing. My thought is just to have something that's like, you know, funny bad, you know, funny, like, boring. Yes, that's it, yeah. Okay, good. You do recognize that it's boring. Okay. Yeah, and that's why I have that at, like, basically twice the goal that I'm raising, you know? I'm looking... I put as the goal 500 because I like big round numbers. Oh my god. That's... Well, you know what? That's not gonna help Boo win. I don't think. If Boo gets the coin star because of this, I think that's fine. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, the car is, like, such a bad idea. Oh my god. Great, we have to watch him pull one coin from every person. You couldn't just do this on one screen. I feel like in every other case, in every other game, when coins were being pulled from every player, they just do it all in one go. All without shifting away from the character whose turn it is, you know? My understanding is that 9 is like the worst one, which is why I have that as the goal. I also have 3 as the goal because, as like the 500 goal, because it's my favorite one and I think that'd be fun to do. Well, that was pointless. That was a pointless little shuffle. It's the last turn. We're done. Ooh, it's a new one too. Curvy Curbs. Guide your one-wheeled cart and its trailer along the pathway. First one of the finish wins. Just steer. Just steer. You kind of feel 10 is worse? Well, 10 is just the same thing, right? But it has, like, you can play as Bowser in it. I don't know. Maybe there's a good argument to make for that one being worse. I feel like I've heard people say that the Bowser mode is kind of cool in that. And it almost makes it so that it's, like, not quite as rank. But maybe it is worse. I don't know. I haven't played, like, either of them. I'll say, for what it's worth, it's always possible that, like, you know... we lost. Okay, you know what? If Boo wins because of this, that's fine. Or at least gets a bonus star because of this, that's fine. He got, like, 2 regular stars, so, you know, he's not gonna win. I'll say, like... We're probably not gonna get to that goal here tonight, but with some of these, like... goals that I do for, like, you know, sub-goals or donation goals or whatever, I can always re-offer them at a later date, if I so please, you know? A good idea, like, playing a bad Mario Party for a whole long-ass stream probably is good enough where I could offer it again for, like, a sub-goal down the line. Hey, that's me. I'm winning. Bowser is just broken as fuck? Okay, well, if you're Bowser, that's probably fun, though. Okay, Boo got that one because he took my coins and then got a minigame win. And the happening star could be anyone. Probably not me. Koopa Kid. It's me. That was pretty commanding. That was, like, so commanding. Every other of the 4 before this has been much more borderline. Like, Jesus Christ, we won by such a margin that bonus stars could not have made a difference. As for minigames, yeah, we were like 100 ahead. The coin star, it was just that last thing that made the difference. Capsule spaces, yeah. I guess there's not that many different kinds of spaces in this one. Just red, blue, capsules, questions, and then Bowser and, Big. That's interesting. Alright, that will do it for, for Mario Party 5. Again, I really like how the Star Spirits are like the menu here. That's really good. Let's return to the save file screen and, like, you know, I'm gonna switch games real fast. Give me a second. Just going to go ahead and, yeah. Oh, also, on to 6. Change that thing. Is 6 microphone? Is 6 microphone? I got microphone. I'm not sure which is microphone, but I got it right here. So if 6 is the one with the microphone, we're good. If that's 7, we're also good. Let's go ahead and put in Mario Party 6. Beautiful. Mario Party 6. Got the case. Hell, you know, I was just taking the game out of it and all. This case, oh, there it goes. A little hard to close. How's the volume here? Is it louder than the last game? Let me adjust it down a bit. Take the switching systems down. Let's go. Let's start in on this. This one has a big nighttime, daytime gimmick. And also you see there I have an old file that I haven't touched since 2006. So that's fun. Welcome to the party. I think this one does have the microphone thing. Wasn't it the night and day one that had the microphone? Yeah, mic mode. There we go. Yes. Mic games are the gimmick. I will say, I don't think they're gonna work very well. Because this was before they had really gotten, I want to start a new game. I am okay with erasing the game from 2006. Okay, let's see. Where are we going? DK's running around with all the stars. Oh, that sounds kind of fun. Clockwork Castle. New to the game. Towers is the basic. You know, not different at all. Scientific side, Egad's Garage. Feeling lucky. There's the town square. Snowflake Lake has the chain chop riding mechanic. Castaway Bay, you explore. I think this one is going to be like, let's go with Clockwork Castle. I think that'll be good. Doing Battle Royale. 50 turns. All games with bonus. Let's go. And I'm going to choose the characters. Toadette is new, so Toadette will be one of them. We did these 3 last time, so let's get in Daisy for another... Or, did I say Daisy? Daisy's right. Yes, Daisy. And let's say... Let's say Luigi. Alright, let's go. Second Mario Party of the night. We are continuing. I'll say, if you don't know, last Tuesday, we did the first 4. So tonight, we are just doing the last 4. Maybe I should have changed some of the UI to, like, reflect that, but I didn't think of that before the stream. This is like part 2. Part 2. Well, you can read the title. You can read the title of the stream that reflects that. You know. I am second, so look at that. I don't even need to move my I'm Waluigi. It is still in the perfect spot. That's some good luck, I think. Also, by the way, I'll say this is a perfect time to jump in and sponsor a computer player. It's a great time to do that sort of thing. All donations go to Extra Life, which is a very good, you know, charity. Supports children's hospitals, specifically my local one here in DFW. You know, here in Dallas. It's the Dallas Children's Hospital, I believe. We need some more coins, so it's fine. How do I sponsor a CPU? Donate 25 bucks is how much to get a sponsor a CPU. And what happens when you sponsor a CPU? They get turned to hard, and also you get your name on screen. Like, you see how it says I'm Waluigi? It'll say Luigi's sponsor, Pug Puppy Twitch, or something like that, you know? So, go to the link, which in chat or in other places. Donate 25 bucks, and and you get your name on screen, and also the computer player gets turned to hard mode. Speaking of, let's just check these options real fast. Fast. Oh, turn these on. Yeah, turn these on for me, thank you. We can skip computer, games, view instructions. Very good. And you see here, if you were to donate, they would be turned to hard. There's a brutal. I didn't know about brutal in the later games. 35 for brutal. Let's say 35 for brutal. It does say hard on the thing, sponsor a computer player, but I'll do brutal for $10 extra, let's say. Does that sound fair? I think that sounds fair. I think it's kind of neat in this game how each of the levels, each of the maps has a different like way that the star works. I think that's really interesting. I don't even remember this one. I completely forgot that you could chase you could chase around Donkey Kong. That's just pretty cool. Damn it. Yeah, we fucked up pretty badly there. I think that one's pretty easy for the one because you can just hide behind the monkeys. Not good. We're now like well, actually no one can afford a star, so it doesn't really quite matter, but yeah, I don't know. Orbs are back as well, so that's fun. I forget if orbs are in 7 as well. I think they might be. I think orbs are a thing until 8. But hopefully the game will still go fast. I remember really liking 6 and 7. 6 and 7 I liked a lot more than 5. To the point where I would probably give them 5 out of 5 each. Just for making the boards more interesting, you know, and doing more with, more than just the same thing as before, right? Pushing the envelope just a bit, you know? In a good way. What is this? This is like a chance time? A single player. Okay, this is a chance time. But for only one lucky participant. Okay, so it's not quite chance time. Oh, actually, no, nope, yep, that's chance time. Am I the unlucky participant? We have the same amount of coins, pretty much, so... That's just a 1 coin trade. I get 1 extra coin. Okay, that's fine. How about another card? Looking forward to being an uncle. Like I said, my sister is, you know, gonna be a mother pretty soon here. You know, next year sometime. And, thank you for the $10 to, Extra Life. Who was that? Who was that? Thank you. Pug Puppy Twitch, hell yeah. You're lousy. Oh my god. Waluigi, no! No! Wait, what? I'm still mashing the button, but the voice stopped. They put in a limit for how much you can hit the button in this game? Oh wow, I didn't know that. Or maybe because we're doing like a whole cutscene thing, maybe. Let's skip. Yeah, I guess there's a limit. You're lousy. You're lousy. Waluigi's number one. I'll just make some noises for you, Pug Puppy Twitch. Thank you for the 10 bucks. I appreciate it. It's all for a good cause and crap. How's that? Does that do you? You like Waluigi noises? They really ought to just make it so you can keep on doing that. Didn't have 25 bucks, but wanted to know that. Hell yeah, dude. Every dollar counts. Hey, I appreciate it. Either way. Move the Pathfinder. Take a photo. UFOs or Shy Guys or extra points. Okay. So yeah, line it up and take the shot. I appreciate it, Pug Puppy Twitch. I think I gotta... Oh, it's just one shot. You get one shot and that's it. Shit. I thought it was gonna be like a, I thought it was just gonna be take as many shots as you can. Still somehow got 5, which didn't win but was close. Second place. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Anyway, gonna be weird being an uncle, I think, you know? Having like a little niece, like, or I think it's gonna be a nephew. Actually, I think they know it's a nephew. Like, you know, in the area, right? Like, relatively close where I am. I'm gonna be part of that little kid's life. Isn't that weird? I don't know. I don't know quite what to make of that yet, but... Warp pipes are now something or other? I thought it would skip if I hit start. Don't quite understand how these warp pipes work yet, but... Hey, you know, whatever. One step towards the happening star. I guess the way that it works in this map is during the day you can get stars from Donkey Kong, and during the night you get stolen from Bowser, and also the direction at which you go through the map reverses. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like how that works. Smart way for it to work, I suppose. You're gonna lurk because you gotta catch up on some schoolwork. Do what you gotta do, man. I know that people got stuff to do sometimes when they watch a stream. It's good to have you. Either way. And you know, hey, I got cards. I got things to talk about. You know, I'll be fine. Bowser's moving. Bowser moved the other way. I'm confused by the direction in which Bowser moves. How that works. A little bit odd, but it's fine. I think 7 was better than 6, I'll say. I remember 7 being better than 6 by like a healthy margin, but this daytime, nighttime stuff is cool. At the very least, this game, its maps have like a hook. Granted, it is a hook that the series has had before, right? Like, there's literal maps in Mario Party 2, and I think 3 as well, that have this exact mechanic. You know, a nighttime mode where everything is different. Jeez. Damn it. But I do appreciate that there's the nighttime and daytime people. And hey, I'll say, I do have as one of the emotes I have on this channel number emotes, and you can see that the nighttime moon from Mario Party, the Mario Party, this game, 6, is one of my emotes, one of my channel emotes. Of course, you know, we're in the middle of a charity stream, so now's not the best time to subscribe, but, you know, Twitch subscribe, but, you know, like, next stream, hey, perfect time. That'll be tomorrow. Doing a first StarCraft 2 stream of at least the second campaign, Heart of the Swarm. Meant to do that last week, but I had some issues with the game. It wasn't performing right until I, like, updated Windows, updated my graphics card, and updated, like, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. And since I did that, it's been working fine for what it's worth. That seems to have fixed it. So, you know, that's good. That is good. That'll be tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. I really wanted to do it, like, last week, but, you know, those technical issues, they're just, like, got in the way all majorly, you know? I'm really looking forward to getting into the heart of it, the meat of it, and, you know, getting some upgrades and stuff. I really remember in that game it being really cool whenever you, like, upgrade your units. You know, they would, like, evolve, and that shit was just really damn cool. The way that you could, like, evolve them one way or the other, and it was a meaningful choice, and they basically became a new unit after you did that. This guy going backwards around the board or something? Or, no, he's just on the right side now, going in up the middle. I think now he's gonna become Donkey Kong, because it's like, been a couple turns since it became nighttime. I guess with this one, we'll always be, like, kind of aware of the passage of time, which is nice. You want to be aware of the passage of time, you know? Hop in a hover ship and open fire on your opponents. Get 5 points to win. Tilt. Fire. Okay. Making noises with my controller. Can you hear? Yes, you can. I can tell because I can see on the thing. Alright, I got one hit. This is interesting insofar as it doesn't work like previous games of the sort is, where once you get... It's not like life-based, it's just strictly get as much points as you can based. There we go. We're well and ahead the number one there. Very good. I'll say again, by the way, for sponsor a CPU, since this game has a brutal difficulty, $10 more, $35 would be for brutal difficulty. That's how we'll do things for that. So, you know, enter a custom dono if you want that, and we'll absolutely do it. Also, if you were to donate like $25 and did like a second $10 donation, like from the same person, I would count that towards. I would like do that as an upgrade. You know, that would be a whole thing. How about another card? I don't think I'd have kids given the chance. I'll say, you know, I currently don't have any sort of, like, you know, I'm not really out there looking for that sort of thing, you know, love or whatever. But I think even if I were, I don't know I'd really want kids, you know, I feel like that'd be a whole to-do, you know? That'd take a lot of your time, and, I don't know, I feel like I'd rather just have, like, dogs or something, you know? Dogs, I like the sound of a lot, but kids, I just don't see myself having the time for like, that sort of thing in my life, you know? Confused. I feel like, wasn't Daisy going the other way? I'm confused about some of these, how these paths work. I just don't get it. Whatever, it's fine. I'll figure it out. Oh, you know what? Daisy was behind us, I guess. Yes? She is clearly going our direction. But whatever. Anyway, for me, I don't see that sort of thing. Though I have, you know... I do think it is interesting to think about such things as like, oh, what would you name such a thing? You know, how cool would your kid be or whatever. But, you know, you can name dogs. And, I think for me, that'd be good enough. Oh, it's a slow block. I thought it'd be a big block. Why'd you pick one? That was not the thing to pick. The hell. I'll say this map kind of adds an extra turn onto every turn, which might be making this go a bit longer. But so far, there's not been a ton of capsule stuff like every turn. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be quite as long. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He just... That's pretty cool, actually. We don't have to, like, actively pass it for him to work. He's just... So long as he passes us, we're good. Huh. That's neat. Neat how that works. This is a very neat conceit, though. Regardless of, like, it being slightly slower. One thing I am wondering. How do you feel about coarse language with kids? You know, I was doing Thanksgiving with the family recently, and okay, she's gonna tilt the thing. Oh God! This is a cool. I like the concept of this a lot. Actually, us being all shrunk down in the box, that's fun. My sister was saying like, "Oh, you need to avoid coarse language. We all need to avoid coarse language." And she said of her husband even like, yo, you sometimes curse at the supermarket when there's little kids around. And I'm kind of the opinion like, I don't know if that's really necessary anymore. I don't know. I feel like little kids, they have access to the internet. More than ever these days, kids know what the curse words are. Even in my day, right? You know, my family had HBO. We had HBO when I was a kid, and I watched Sopranos when I was like 10. You know... well, it was like season 3 when my parents started watching, so I must have started watching like soon after. So probably like, I was like 12 or something, right? But at any rate, they're not really secrets anymore, you know? Back when my parents were kids, you know, back like 2 generations ago, back then, like, yeah, you could conceivably not reveal to a kid what the curse words are, but now, it's all out there. You know, they know. Oh my God. Because he passed me and we're going left. I'm getting another star. What the hell? That's lucky. Even with a roll as bad as that. Of course, give me another star. Wow, goddamn. You've heard so many little kids call you a bitch? God, well, I'll say I don't see that many little kids, at least I don't yet. You know, but like, that is interesting to know. I'll pop in the pipe, whatever. I think I benefited. That was a good pipe. I think I want to go this way. Don't know that it makes a difference, really, though. I need to win the next minigame if I want to be able to afford a star. Yeah, I definitely feel like, you know, if I was saying personally, right, I would try to teach a kid, like, you know, if I were to teach a kid, you know, it's obviously none of my business as the uncle, but I would say, like, probably best practices right now would just be to be like, hey, you know, these are words, you can say them, you know, they are words for adults, but it's fine, kids say them all the time, it doesn't really matter. The thing is, just know that there are certain words that are like, you know, slurs, and you can't say those. You can't say the N-word, you can't say any sort of other racial epithets, all those are off the table. Just know that those ones are actually, like, hurtful to people. So, just avoid those and you're good. That's what I would teach a kid, right? Like, saying fucking shit like, no, those are on TV now. You can see that just on daytime TV. Use them if you get mad at COD. Yeah, they're good words to use when you're mad or if you fuck up, or if you're like, want to put emphasis on something. Maybe don't use them at kindergarten, Maybe don't use them in the class. I don't know if, like, teachers would get, like, all pissed off and shit, Probably, right? So, there's a time and place for them. And that is when there aren't authority figures around. And, I guess that's the thing about it, right? Is that when you're an adult, there is no such thing as an authority figure anymore. Except for your boss. Your boss is an authority figure. Don't say fucking shit around your boss. Unless your boss is really cool. In which case, fuck it. All things are good, But among your peers, like, fucking hell, they'll probably be saying it themselves, and, they'll probably be cooler for it. Camera here. A little bit weird. Still, we got a lot of coins. Less than the one player. Okay, shit. Anyway, just some food for thought. Of course, if my sister says don't say that shit, I'm not gonna say shit, but I feel like, eventually you gotta pull the band-aid off, and it's probably better policy to be like, hey, epithets, those are the problem words, These other ones, they're like, whatever. Everyone uses them, How about another, card? How would y'all name a kid? Best practices and stuff. My sister says she's picked out a name, but she's not revealed it to us, and I'll say, look, privacy and all, I feel like I would not reveal said name on air anyhow, but I will say, we have been, as a family, just, like, trying to guess it, like, as a joke and shit. Whenever it comes up. Names, children's names, how do you name? I feel like you probably do want something that's, like, real, like a real sounding name, but also one that's, like, unique enough where the kid can stand a chance of getting their, like, getting their gmail.com address. I guess, actually, these days, if you want a gmail.com address, you need something, like, entirely unique, Like, especially if you had, like, not common, but unique, yeah. That's probably the right way to go about it. For dogs, that's also the rule of thumb, I would say. I would jump in the pipe. At 9+ letters is too much. Yeah, you probably want, like, 2-3 syllables. My sister says that they're going for 2 syllables. I'd probably say, like, a longer name might be better. Then there's more room for, like, nicknames and such, You probably want to choose something that has, like, potential for nicknames, I would think, right? I don't know. I guess it's, up to the individual, of course. Of course. I feel like this game has been going very smoothly. So far. Yeah, you want a relatively short name. Not too weird. And, if it is a reference to something, you can probably make it a little bit subtle, like, I don't know, if you wanted a name after Gordon Freeman or something, Gordon's not a bad name, Alex isn't a bad name. I don't know if parents these days are, like, I feel like parents these days, like, most of them are, like, a little younger than me, so maybe we're getting to the point where, like, Half-Life 2 is less of a point of reference, And after Half-Life 2, Half-Life kind of died. Well, there was, like, Half-Life 2, and there was, like, Half-Life Episode 1 and Episode 2. And shit, the one I played was the orange box, so, I wasn't much of a PC gamer before that, so, yeah. We are getting an opportunity to buy a star so much. Thoughts on the FNAF movie, if you've seen it? I've not seen it, no. I haven't seen the movie. I also haven't really, I haven't played the game. That was sort of after my time. We were talking about times, but yeah, that's after mine. I felt like I was too old when that was out. Also, I'm not really a horror person. What are we doing? Are we matching? Jesus, duck. I think we're just ground pounding on things. Is red good? I think they're all good. I think any color is good. And they're checkerboard patterns, so, you know, it's not like random which one is red, which ones are yellow. I will say, though, I have heard on a podcast, I heard on the Shriekcast podcast, they were talking about it, and they were saying that it's really weird, the FNAF movie. Like, it's kind of not spooky, not really that scary, and also they said that they kind of went out of their way to make the evil robot guys not too scary. It's if they knew that, like, oh, this series is really for children, so we can't have it be scary. We can't have it be scary, and we can't make the very marketable main characters evil, so they're mostly gonna kill bad guys or something. It gets kind of funny in the middle. Well, that's good at least. You got something out of it. It sounded very weird, considering, like, I think that whole series is all about, like, you know, being killed by the animatronics, you know? Do you really want to, like, not have that? People are not using their orbs. You know what? I guess that's good, because there's not as many spots to, like, cause weird things to happen. Wait, can I throw this? Oh, some of them are just items now. That's kind of cool, actually. With some of them just being items, it means that there's less crap on the board and a few things. So a few deaths there are good. Well, that's good then. At least there's something there. I feel like now is a very bad time to take a mushroom because, yeah, you're just gonna go headlong into Bowser. You know, if there was any ability to, like, make an enemy use an item, right now would be a good time to make them, like, get a mushroom or an ultra mushroom because, yeah, the more you go around the board, the more your coins get stolen by Bowser. Meanwhile, if there's, like, a thing that, like, stops your turn flat, like a, like this paratrooper guy. Oh no, it doesn't stop you flat, it just moves you around. It might be a good idea to, like, go into it and, like, actually use it to delay your turn. There's some strategy here, actually, to this map. Besides the fact that we're just, like, getting stars left and right, so long as we have coins. You know? And are all the blue... Are these blue coins giving us more coins than before, actually? They might be giving us 5 now, rather than 3 in the previous games. Let me see. No, it's 3. I guess it's just the orb thing was giving extra. Go on, Bowser. We know it's you. You don't have to showboat. Here's a card. Do people now worry too much about their kids? You know, one thing that came up during that whole Thanksgiving conversation is that, like, yeah, you know, back in the day, parents were a lot more just relaxed about a lot of shit that these days people are more afraid of, you know? Like, there's the whole thing of, like, child-proofing a house, child-proofing a home. And, you know, back in the 70s and shit, they didn't do any of that crap. And, you know, seemed like most kids didn't die. Seems like it was mostly fine, actually. My dad was saying that, like, yeah, you know, he grew up in a house that had a gun. And it was just out there. And they would steal it, and they would occasionally, like, go and shoot cans. And that's just how they did. And they're mostly fine. You know, they're mostly well-adjusted people in the end. And I do like, you know, you hear things about like how back in the day they used to just run around with all their doors and such unlocked, right? Like their cars would be open, their doors would be unlocked, and it mostly wasn't a problem. You know, it turns out there's not a lot of people just randomly trying doors and going inside and casing the joint. You know, on the occasions where I've like, you know, realized like, oh shit, my front door is unlocked by mistake. I've then realized like, well, no one tried to get in, so I guess it was fine. I guess it was fine that like, I guess at middle of the night I must have forgotten to lock it back up. And, you know, in that time while I was asleep, no one tried the door. You feel like people don't pay much attention to their kids? I guess that's another way to think of it, like, as far as, like, discipline goes. Like, as far as, like, that side of things goes, like, you know, raising a kid to do right, etc. People don't think that much about them. But I'm pretty sure, like, as far as, like, you know, I think, as far as, like, being overprotective and stuff, they got that part down pat. You know, parents do. If not the part where, like, oh, jeez. Oh, my God. We're going right into his asshole. I can't, like, use it on myself, can I? No, I can't. Ah. That would be if this orb system worked like it did in the last game, now would be a great time to switch with someone. That's 20 coins, isn't it? Oh no, it's a star! Fuck! Well, I'm still in the lead, so I guess I can't complain. I'll say I think that right now our culture is very, like, you know, overly safe, I suppose, is the word, you know? Like, yeah, just as a people, we think crime is higher than it is, you know? Crime is kind of at an all-time low, but if you asked a person, they'd probably say it's at an all-time high, you know? You know, crime as general has gone down. And, well, maybe not since the pandemic. Maybe the pandemic was like the lowest crime went, and it's all uphill from here. But compared to, like, pre-pandemic levels, it's gone down, you know? And I think that that is, you know, always worth noting that, like, yeah, things are kind of better now than they ever have been, but we are more scared than we ever have been of strangers, of dangers, of things. You know? I definitely do think about when I was a kid, you know? That you know, I wasn't, like, super independent, obviously, because I grew up in the era of... in an era that was very, like, you know, I didn't go to stores by myself, you know, I didn't have a car, so I couldn't anyway. But, like, I definitely walked home from school every day. You know what I mean? I definitely, like... wow. That made him immune to that. I definitely, like, walked home, like, a whole mile or two every day, out in the open, no qualms about it. And, I don't know if that's a thing that kids are allowed to do anymore. I think I've heard recently that, like, oh, some parent tried to do that, and they got, like, you know, they had a day job, latchkey kid and all, and it's sometimes written up as, like, child abuse in some cases, where it's, like, saying, like, oh, you're not caring for your kid if you're making them walk home by themselves. And I don't think that's a problem at all. I think a kid that is anywhere from the age of, like, 5 on can manage to, like, get home by themselves, provided it's in the same suburb as they are, you know? Certainly I managed it. And I know that, like, you know, kids from eras even more bygone were even more independent. I saw some sort of, like, article talking about how, like, kids in... There's, like, some sort of Chinese or Japanese game show I think I heard about, where, like, it was about giving a kid, like, a bundle of money and seeing if they could just go do a chore by themselves. And it was kind of cute. Just seeing them, like, go to the convenience store and pick up some food or whatever with, like, a package of money. And it's like, yeah, kids used to do that. Kids used to go shopping by themselves. Kids used to go outside and play all day by themselves. Nowadays, that's just... It's not the thing anymore. I don't know. I guess what I always think about when it comes to stuff like that, you know, the culture changing over time, is that I kind of feel like I was born at just the right time, you know? I kind of like the way that I was raised, you know? And the level of safety that I had in my day, you know? I feel like, yeah, that was about right. Don't want to get any more safe than that. And I'm happy that I missed the whole, like, lockdown thing. Like, I'm here and now, you know, justifiably, obviously, since, like, I went to school, like, school shootings have been much more of an issue, which isn't necessarily a people being scared thing. It's just, like, a really sad truth of the world, you know? It's just a sad truth of the world that, you know, nowadays, you just gotta worry about that crap, you know? You gotta, you gotta worry about school shootings and all. I liked it better in the day where we just didn't think about that at all. And, you know, I was able to make it out of high school before that, that stuff was, like, implemented on, like, a grand scale. Not me. Okay, cool, it's Toadette. It's scary stuff. It's scary stuff, those, you know, those alertness things. And I think it's very sad the kids have to, like, deal with that as a day-to-day reality. Crap, I picked up my, my controller's back. Oh, here it is. And I think I dropped it. I should stop doing that, idly. Stop taking off the battery case. You feel fine in your school because you have the sheriff and he's a chill guy? He busted someone with weed? Gotcha. Yeah, if you have, like, decent security, that can help, you know, feel better about that stuff. I remember one of my high schools had, like, a whole metal detector situation. I bet a lot more of them do. Back then, when you know, I saw that, you know, it was sort of an unusual thing, like, god damn, they take security seriously here, you know? Worrying about, like, which doors lock, and, you know, which doors lock from the outside, and making sure that all the students are supposed to come in one door. It all seemed silly at the time, but, you know, I guess even at the time came, like, the first of the school shootings had happened. Metal detector? Never seen that at a school. I don't know of how serious they were about it, or if it was just like everyone walked by. It wasn't like, you know, if you're at, like, you're at a theme park, right? It's all very, like, specific, like, they just, like, you know, you put your bags into a box and it goes through separately from you. It wasn't like that. It was just, like, a bunch of metal detectors at the entrance that you walk through. And I don't think anyone really, like, gave you trouble, you know, as you were going through. I think they were just strictly looking for guns, you know? Things of that nature that were obvious to see on the scanner. It wasn't like the airport, where you have to take off your shoes. You know, it was fast. What the fuck? Is this just falling out now? Yes, it's just falling out now. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Well, crap. I guess my Waypird is very old. Maybe I should stop fucking with the plastic and hope that it holds. What's the up and down? Oh, C-stick. The last game didn't have anything like this. The whole C-stick, regular stick, like dual stuff. I guess that makes sense, you know, to take advantage of the GameCube's, you know, new controls. Very good. I'll say again, by the way, why don't I just plug the charity a little bit? Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm just looking at my list of cards that I got, just as, like, reference. The next one is plug the charity again. So I will do that. I will plug the charity. We are streaming here in support of Extra Life, my local children's hospital. You can, Basically, it supports my local participating children's hospital, which is in Dallas. Any amount is a good contribution. Any amount is for a good cause. And, you know, I got the following incentives. You can read down there. You can read down there. Like, I can make noises for you. Like that one. Repeatedly. And apparently in this game, there's a limit to how many of those I can do per turn. I'll just make regular Waluigi sounds for you with my mouth after those run out. But, that's a whole thing for 10 bucks. For 25 bucks, you can sponsor a computer player. I'll stop at the Warp Hut. I don't think I want any of that. Not for money. For 25, you can sponsor a computer player, which will upgrade them to hard difficulty, and also make it so that your name will go under them on the screen. Similar to how I'm Waluigi is there now. I would add your name under them. And it would say that you're their sponsor. Like, Luigi's sponsor, something of that nature. Also, I'll say this game has a brutal difficulty, which I didn't know about. I'll say that if you want that difficulty, 35. We'll do an extra 10 for that. And the final thing is a donor move, which I'm not really sure how useful that would be right now. I'm not sure that I can, like, actually decline a star if I pass by him and I have enough money. I guess, actually, you could tell me to jump in a pipe when I'm about to run into Bowser, run into the fella, though. You could do that. There are options, maybe, for the donor turn to be useful. Maybe most useful, though, in the earlier games where, there were more decisions to be made and more things that you could completely fuck up. Okay, yeah, you can decline a star here. So, you could make me decline a star as I pass by with the donor turn. Confirmed, confirmed. Anyway, that's the charity. That is plugged. Check it out. You know, links are below the stream on Twitch. Also in chat. They are on stream every now and then. The Nightbot is posting them every now and then, you know? And also, there is links in the description of the YouTube stream. And it'll be in the VOD as well. For those watching the VOD later on. It'll be in the VOD. I'll say, you know, once the VOD is up, obviously, it'll be too late to sponsor a Kong. Unless this ends up being just 3 games or something, if we end up moving on before. You know, if we have to have, like, a final stream, then it won't be too late. But I'll say, for the other incentives, the 500 and the 1,000, which seem like long shots right now, I'll say, seem like we're a little too far from them to make them within this marathon. But who knows? We still have like 6-7 hours left. We'll see how long this takes. We still have a lot of time left, so we'll see what happens, you know? I think we're making really good time. This Mario Party 6. I feel like we're making really good time, and I feel better about that. Mario Party 5 went a tad bit long. You know, if I want to get this all done within 12 hours total. I think we're on, what, turn 10? Okay, hit the button just as fast as possible. Soon as I see, soon as I hit. Have you ever played Binding of Isaac? I think I did. I think I have that. I didn't, like, get huge into it. I think that was, like, one of the first roguelikes that I played, and I don't know that I understood it. I don't know that I understood what the deal was with Binding of Isaac. But I enjoyed it well enough. You know, I think that game is alright, you know, the sort of, like, you know, moving around, shooting in directions. It's always a fun, like, that's a fun way to do that sort of game, you know? Top-down, sort of Zelda-like, but more of a projectile-based game. Fun. You bought it, and it's hard and fun? Yeah, that's what I heard about it, you know? I say heard about it. That's my understanding of it. And I'll say again, I played a good amount of it, just... It was like 10, 15 years ago. And also, I don't remember. How far am I from DK? Let's use a slow shrooming. Let's use this and make it do a 10. Or a 9. I think I might be able to catch up with him with that. Okay, good. And there's a lag, so hit it on 9. You get it on 10. It's interesting that these pipes are predetermined, so you always know where you're going off it. You don't necessarily have to take any chances here. I'll stop at the orb shop. I have cash. Yeah, I'll take the golden mushroom. You know what a good thing to do during this game in particular would be to make me use the golden mushroom at night. That would be a really bad donor turn that you could make me do. Just hit Bowser multiple times. God forbid that were to happen. Hopefully. I don't know. I'm trying to give you all ideas. I know that DK makes things so easy. It's going to be hard to find good uses for that incentive, but I believe that one is out there. I would love to see one of those by the end of the stream, I'll say. By the end of this whole thing. I guess a lot of people are just really nice and don't want to, you know, fuck me over. You know, hey, I guess that's good. I figured that, like, you know, it made sense for a premium thing to fuck me over. Ooh, we're on turn 12. That's actually a little farther than I was expecting, even. I don't know if it's really that good, though. Really, honestly. Options are open, and also I'll say you can always save your donor turn. You can do the dono, and then, like, hold it for a bit. Just let me know when you want to use it. Just say in chat, like, it's time. You know, that sort of thing. After you have, you know, done the big thing. What are we doing? Swimming out? We surviving? We're just surviving here. Oh, there's, like, stuff. And there's, like, arms. Okay. That's actually kind of hard. Anyway, I got more cards here. A whole bunch, you see. I spent a while this weekend, like, you know, trying to think of things to talk about. And making a whole bunch of cards to that effect. What with there being a 12-hour stream, like less than a week ago, 11-hour stream that also had a lot of cards, was sort of a little bit of a challenge, but I think I got enough stuff to, you know, tide myself over. Oh, cool. Hey, we're still, it's still us. Oh boy, she's dueling me, and she's dueling me for 5. Oh crap, that's just enough to make it so I can't buy a star. Wow, that's a devious move right there. I think I can win. Mass Meteor? Let's see. I'll do a card after this. Dodge the hurling asteroids and float to the goal. Just move. Okay. And avoid the asteroids. Okay. I can do this. I think this might be kind of an auto-scroller, so... Also, there's, like, a weird amount of latency here. Like after you hit the button, it's only a, like... I hit the button here. It's almost like you're... It's almost like you tap to accelerate. Like, tapping multiple times, like, accelerates you in a direction. Kind of slowly and surely. Kind of tricky, but I got it, and also the computer player is doing not nearly as good, which is good. I feel like normal might have been made less difficult in this one. I feel like normal might be a lot easier now. Maybe we should kick it up to hard as a rule. Especially that must be why they have brutal, is that they made it easier. Let's just check the map real fast. Donkey Kong is pretty far away. but I can use the green pipe to get most of the way there, and I'm going to use this gold mushroom, so let's go. This map is really easy to get around. It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. I like it when maps are, like, easy to traverse and not, like, so dependent on RNG, you know? That much is nice to me. Rather than cases where you're just, like, always struggling and always, like, at the mercy of like, random chance. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got it. Hell yeah. Where's DK gonna show up next? We got a chance time. This could be bad. I feel like now, you know, now that we're in, like, the state where the computer players are, like... I feel like any movement here could be just bad for us. Okay, not us, not us. Okay, good. Can it go either way? No, it can go one way, or it could go towards that player. Towards that player. Or it could go both ways. So actually, the first player is the one that you don't want to be. The second player is, like, fine unless you get an exchange and you have more than they do. Kind of thought it'd be backwards. I think it's the other way in some of the earlier games. Cards! Looking forward to 2024 broadly. I honestly don't know, like, much of what is coming out in 2024, you know? As far as, like, movies go, I can only think of one. Enter the Spider-Verse 2. Enter the Spider-Verse 3. Spider-Verse 2, Part 2. That's, I think, coming out next year, and that'll be pretty good. Is it coming out next year, or is it coming out later because of the strike? I don't know, but whenever that comes up, I think that'll be a nice one to watch. Other than that, I really have no expectations for, like, movies, games. I honestly can only think of a few. But I'm sure there'll be all sorts of good stuff. There always is. All sorts of killer games that'll, you know, be really impressive and fun. And, yeah, you know. There's not been a year so far where my game of the year was just a crap game that I played, you know. Every year has had something really good in it. And I'm looking forward to that being true of next year as well. For games I'm specifically looking forward to, Luigi's Mansion Dark Bug Puppy on Twitch says Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. Oh yeah, that is a game that's coming out. Yeah, not I'll say I didn't really love the first version on 3DS. I never finished that, so honestly, I probably should not just go out and buy it because, again, it didn't really finish it. I'm also not sure about that whole Princess Peach game. Side, that one. I'm not sure about that one either, but it could be fine. There's Little Nightmares 3. I've not heard of that. Is that the game where you're, like, running from big monsters and stuff? It's like a creepy game. Again, horror is not really my jam, so I've just not had that much exposure to it. Yeah, that's the one where you're like, where it's like you're little in a classroom. You're like in a classroom, and you're like a little guy, and there's big scary monsters like running in the classroom or something. Come on, Luigi. I see it. Finish. Hey, we did it. I'll say one game that's coming out that I'm really looking forward to, which is Rivals 2, sometime in 2024. That's the sequel to Rivals of Aether, and, you know, it's 3D now, and they added a bunch of Smash Brothers things that the previous game did not have. They're having a whole Kickstarter now. I contributed a bit, and I'm looking forward to, you know, them having a bunch of characters at launch because they're meeting their stretch goals. Apparently, they just met one that made it so that there's going to be 9 characters at launch, which, okay, I think that's a good number. I mean, I think that 12 would be the magic number, but it seems like they're gonna only go up to 10 for like pre-launch. I just say that because the whole gimmick of Rivals of Aether is they got this whole element system, and there's like 4 elements. So if they could do 12, they could be an even mix between the 4 elements. I guess the first Rivals of Aether has like 16 characters, or actually 18 characters, including 2 third-party neutral characters. Personally, I'm kind of hoping that they go easy on those. I don't think that Ori or what is this? What's going on? I don't think that Ori or Shovel Knight need to come back for Rivals of Aether 2. That said, they could have more characters, I guess, more third-party characters, or like something else that's like between the elements, otherwise not affiliated with one element, and have them in the middle of the character select. I guess that's how they could do it, in order to make it so that it was like balanced at launch and starting it. What is the one game that you want to have a sequel? Well, I think it's easy to say for me, insofar as my favorite game is like either Donkey Kong Country 2. It's like a tie for me. It's like Donkey Kong Country 2 and Mario Odyssey. Donkey Kong Country 2 already had a sequel. Mario Odyssey has not. Mario Odyssey would be a good one. Ooh, Metroid Dread would also be a good one. I'll say what I want for Metroid Dread 2. I think they should do a Dark World situation. They should do Metroid Prime 2 again. They should have it so that there's like the Ing are back, and you enter the Dark World, and there's like, 2 maps as a result. Like a light side and a dark side map. Follow the Shy Guy's route. Okay. Yeah, Mario Odyssey would be one hell of a good one. This is easy. I see the route. I say it's easy and then I fuck up like immediately. Like this. Yeah, that's what I want for Metroid Dread 2. I feel like, obviously don't call it Dread 2, call it something else. Metroid Incursion, Metroid, I don't know. Metroid Dismal. No, that's bad. That makes it sound like it's a bad game, if it's called Dismal. I don't know, they'll come up with something good for it, I'm sure. There's like a whole list of names, words they could use that basically mean, like, difficult or overwhelming, It might be daytime now. I like daytime more, so I'm happy if it's daytime. That's good. You know what'd be the worst way you could possibly play this game? The worst way that you could possibly play Mario Party, the worst way you could possibly play a Mario Party, 6 would be to play it like, one day at a time. Whenever it changed from night to day, you stopped playing until it was morning. And then, when it turns to day to night, you stopped playing until the sun went down. And then you did 50 turns of that. That would last, like, forever. That would be, like, so long. Holy shit. I don't know how you could beat Metroid Dread in 4 hours for the one screen thing. What, like, there's, like, a screen that it shows you if you do 10 hours? Or do you do 4 hours? People have it down. There's, like, routes and stuff for that. I know that speedruns are pretty amazing. Let me check the map, see where, yeah, jump in. I think we might be able to get another star this turn, fellas. Not sure which path is the shorter path, but I'm going this way. Ooh, just barely. Hell yeah. That is sick. That is tight. We are doing amazingly well here. boy howdy, as we get into these later games, they do become a little more flat insofar as like, yeah, this game, these later games, they screw you over less. You know, you'd really have to screw yourself over or screw over other players to manage to like you know, come from behind victory or something. You know, I guess I say that it's possible that like, you know, Luigi could be sitting on top of several bonus stars, and you know, maybe if he did that. He'd be able to do a thing. Ooh. Another game that I'm looking forward to in the next year or so, maybe, whatever. Being of the Hollower. Could be 2024, who knows. I think on the Kickstarter for that, they said that they were looking to do this year, like 2023. And as far as I know, they've made no announcement of doing it in the next month, so it's probably going to be 2024. At least, you know, they're aiming to do that, but, you know, we'll see what happens. It could be that they're well and far away from that, and if so, that's that, but I'm looking forward to that. Seems to be some sort of, like, 2D Zelda-type deal with, like, digging as a major component. That all sounds really cool. I love the Game Boy Color aesthetics that they've gone to. A or B to move forward. Metroid Prime 4? Yeah, that's been forever. I'll tell ya, I wouldn't count on it next year. Unless, you know, it might be a launch title for the new console. It might be a launch title for the Nintendo Switch too, so it's possible, but you know, look. They were developing that one, but they got into development hell. They had some major problems. They had some stuff to work through. It's hard to say if they have figured it out. Feel like they're making their new console from mid to late 2024. That seems like the safe bet. That seems like the safe bet. Hey, here's a card. Looking forward to more N64 Online and GBA Online games. With next year approaching, you know, and there being limited time in this year, you might think like, oh no, it's gonna be a while till we get the next game. But instead, think of it like this. Every month in 2024 could have, like, I don't know, a new game in it. You know, and maybe even ones we haven't seen yet, like Banjo-Tooie and such. Are there any N64 games coming to NSO? Yeah, Jet Force Gemini is coming right now. We already know about that, at least. But there could be more even beyond that are coming up. Who knows, you know, it's hard to say. Doesn't really matter which way we go. They're kind of the same. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, either way we land on a blue. I want to go a little farther. I'm really looking forward to Banjo-Tooie in particular, and, you know, there's a lot of other games on the N64 that I really loved, you know. And ones that I'm, like, not even the biggest fan of, but I'm more of a defender on than others. Like, if they manage to get Glover on N64 Online, I think that'd be really nice. Glover is good. It's like a good 3 out of 5 platformer. It's not great, but it's not that bad, honestly. Like, compared to, say, you know, some other platformers. I'd certainly put it above, like, Chameleon Twist myself, you know, as far as platformers that I have tried go. That was a bad move. You shouldn't have went that way, Luigi. As for GBA games... Oh, wait, no, that's actually really good because Donkey Kong is going to pass him and he's going to get a star. I'm forgetting about the whole way that this map works. And then he's going to be well-positioned to get a second star from him. Oh, except he's going to go up there and Luigi's not going to be able to follow. Okay, it's fine. Wait, no, Donkey Kong doesn't collapse the path. Thoughts on the 1,000-Year Door reboot? Oh, I am super excited about that. I probably should have had a card for that, but I totally forgot about it, actually, while I was making these cards. Yeah, that's actually, of like remakes go, that is the one that I have my eye on right now. I love Thousand Year Door. It's kind of like one of my top 5 favorite games of all time, and I am super excited to play it again. And assuming they don't ruin it, which it doesn't seem like they are, you know. Looks like the style is the same as before, you know. So it's not, they didn't like weird it up or something. They didn't like make it like Color Splash style or something. They kept it normal. And goddamn if that doesn't look good. These computer players, you know what I'm gonna say? I feel like we need to make an executive decision here. We now have a difficulty that's like harder than hard. We have brutal difficulty in this one. I think we should upgrade these guys to hard and make it so that brutal is on the $25 tier. Okay? So that's how we'll do things after this game, because these guys, they're not putting up much of a fight, honestly. I don't think they're putting up enough of a fight. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is normal. Just not putting in a single punch at all onto that rock. How is that normal? I would call that abnormal. Anyway, yeah, Thousand Year Door. I'm fucking excited, man. That's gonna be goddamn rad. I'm so glad that that is finally in a form that people can get on a modern console. I hope that everyone buys it and everyone enjoys the hell out of it. I already did a Thousand Year Door playthrough on the channel like a year ago, and it was all like archived and all. So I'm pretty sure it was all archived, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like I have any excuse to do another playthrough of it myself on stream, but I'll definitely play through it off stream, I'll tell you that. Hope the next Zelda game is in the same style of Breath of the Wild, but different Hyrule. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. I do feel like they could do like another round with this Hyrule. Like they seem to, that they really got a lot of mileage out of it this time, despite being in the same Hyrule. We are over 10 spaces away. We cannot get to there this turn, so I'm not going to use a sluggish shroom. I'm just going to hit it and go. Ooh. I'm going to take this and hope that no one does a donor turn that makes me use it during, like, during Bowser's nighttime time. You beat Tears of the Kingdom. You still play it to 100% it. It's been a while since I played it. I will say, I got all the shrines done, but I didn't get nearly all of that secondary resource. The sages, whatever the fucks, you know. Didn't get nearly all of those. Oh, bad news, Daisy. That is the worst place to land, like the right before it turns to night. Yikes. Safe Wheeze? Oh, wait a minute. No, which way is he going? Which way are you going, Donkey Kong? Are you going this way or that way? He's going away, okay. She doesn't get a star, but she is in the Bowser zone. Sage Wills, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I didn't get nearly all of those, though I did get enough to upgrade, like, 2 party members. Toolin. I upgraded Toolin, and, you know, the last one. Wink, wink. You know, if you played the game, you know. We've been long enough out from that game where it's probably okay to spoil it a little bit, but, you know, let's still be on the safe side. If anyone out there hasn't finished it. You know, who can say, you know. The last. I'm saying the last. You know what I mean. I know what I mean. We all know what we mean. That one is important to upgrade for reasons that make perfect sense. This is interesting. This one kind of makes sense to like clear a path ahead of time. Like just make a path for like letting it loose. That said, these here players aren't really like Yep. Well, I guess they are helping a bit. Dang it, that was close. That was close. I feel like that was 1 versus 1 there. Except one player just had one smaller ball to worry about. That's a good one. I think that's very well designed, actually. Though, play-wise, it does feel a little, loosey-goosey, I suppose. Okay, let's do a turn check. See where we are. We're at turn 18. Pretty happy with that. We've been at it for like an hour or so, and we're nearly halfway done. That seems like a pretty good pace to me. I'm gonna upgrade all these guys to hard, and if the sponsorship, we'll take them to brutal if people were to sponsor. Okay? Sounds good? Sounds good. I feel like these guys, they're too much of a pushover. I need a little more of a challenge from normal. I'm gonna use the sluggish room and just roll like a... Let me see, what should I roll? Bowser is like pretty far away. There's... Oh, we're going this way now. 1, 2, 3. Let's roll a 3 and get an event space. I'll stop in the orb hut. At this point, I feel like I don't have enough coins to make use of a golden shroom, a second golden shroom right now. So let's just stay with one, and also just try to survive through Bowser's nighttime festivities. Have I played BioShock? Oh yeah, I love BioShock. BioShock is one of the first Xbox games that I played. You know, back when I got an Xbox 360, I got it with it was like 2006, and I got it with, you know, I got it with, not Jet Force Gemini, Cameo, Elements of Power, Perfect Dark Zero. I think we got Call of Duty 2 with it, not Skyrim, Oblivion, and, I guess actually BioShock was like a year later, actually, come to think of it, so I didn't have that launch, but, you know, it was definitely one of the games that I remember from, like, the first year of Xbox 360 ownership. I guess I would still say it's one of the first. I don't know how fast I played games like on a year-by-year basis at that point, but certainly it's one of the ones I remember from those early days of like, you know, when I was a kid, I was just solely one console, you know? Like, being multi-platform is expensive when you're like 12, you know? But when you're 16, it becomes very feasible, you know, somehow you end up with like a Wii, a 360, and the whole 9, you know? Takes a while before you get a PlayStation, but, you know, eventually get one of those too. You jump and ground pound. What's your favorite? Favorite BioShock? I really loved Infinite at the time. That's probably the only one that's been a Game of the Year. I'm not sure how much it aged, though, BioShock Infinite. There are weird things about Infinite that, you know, people do raise very good points about, you know, about its politics and all that. And those are very good points. But it was amazing for its time. And I do love, like, the open area feel of just, like, exploring a small zone in each of the areas in BioShock. In all the BioShocks, really. Like, I think 2 is great. I think 1 is fantastic. Infinite's a hell of a game, too. And, of course, you cannot underestimate, like, at the time, all the big reveals in Infinite were just incredible. Were just amazing, you know? 2 was kind of boring because saving the little sisters was a little repetitive. I could see that, yeah. There was a lot about 2 that was, you know, a little bit underwhelming compared to, like, how new and exciting number 1 was, right? You know, I appreciate these computer players just passing over the orb hut with like, you know, with like, yeah, no, they got nothing for me, you know? They're not wrong. The orb hut seems a little bit shit. It seems to be a little bit shit, the orb hut. And, very often it's not gonna have anything good for you, but I appreciate it insofar as I think it's speeding things up just a little bit. You recently beat all 3 on the Switch Remastered, and they were pretty good. Oh right, they did put out that on, they put out that package of all 3 of them. That's nice that, that those versions were good then. I guess they are like Xbox 360 games, they all are, so that should be able to run on the Switch no problem. You know, in theory anyway. Considering that was like 2 generations ago. Open boxes that are scanned. Okay. Right. We have a... Money. Money. Good. Money. Money. Oh, that's a that's not good. That's a punching bag. I think this is money. I think this is a bomb. That's a punching bag. Punching bag. Bad. Nothing. Empty. Ooh, money. 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 Bad. Money. Bad. Money, money. These are all money. You can't wait for 4 and the Netflix movie? They haven't announced the 4th game yet, have they? I don't think they have. Have they announced the 4th BioShock? There is that game, Clockwork Revolution, that looks a lot like BioShock. Like, it's kind of uncanny how BioShock that game looks. But I don't think that's by, like, the same people. I think that's just, you know, people who are inspired by BioShock, you know? So it's a little different. They did announce a BioShock? Wait, also a Netflix movie of BioShock? I feel like I've heard about none of that. Okay, well, that's fun. I hope that movie is good. Hell. I hope both of those things are good. Again, really enjoyed my time with the last 3 games. It's just, you know, haven't really revisited in a while, so can't really speak to it. What would you call it, a BioShock movie? Oh, well, I guess you're saying that there's you're saying there's no name for the next game. You wouldn't call it the same thing you'd call a movie. Oh, I want Luigi to give like her a star. Yes, perfect. That's good. Couple of stars taken off Luigi, given to you know, 4th place. That's good. Good shit. Now I'm like even more definitively in the lead. I didn't know any of that stuff had been announced. Let me see. I'm curious. Let me Google real fast. BioShock 4? I don't know. Okay, it says BioShock 4, everything we know about the new BioShock Tech Raker 2 weeks ago. Oh shit. Announced 4 years ago, BioShock 4 is still shrouded in mystery. Wait, it was announced 4 years ago? Oh, you can post links, but, you know, so long as they're relevant. And I see that that's a Collider article about, Michael Green movie. Yeah. Let me see that real fast. Yeah, exciting about live-action adaptation. Move and jump. Okay, that seems easy enough. Blade Runner writer Michael Green is writing it. Okay, shit. That, you know, I think that makes sense as far as the casting goes. Or, like, it's not casting when it comes to, like, writing a movie. That's a good person to tap. How about that? Cloud Chamber is working on the 4th game. What is this dual game? Okay, you know what? We're in good shape here. I don't think I saw the stakes here, but whatever, was able to clinch it. I don't know, what else did Cloud Chamber work on? I haven't heard of Cloud Chamber before. I guess so long as they have Ken Levine, he's like the main guy. Wait a minute, what? Oh! Oh shit, wow. That was huge. That was money and stars? Oh, well, I guess you can gamble, you can wager a star against coins. Okay. God damn. We got a lot of cards left, so how about another one? Oh, that might be bad. I guess that was my star that I had wagered. That they had wagered on my behalf, so... this might not be good. 20 coins, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it! Sure, have 20 coins. I'd rather she have 20 coins than a goddamn star. Also, those coins were her coins, not that long ago. So, you know what? I'll take it. Net win there. Net win there. Here's another card. The Switch sequel. Yeah, I have a card about the new Switch, by the way. Seems pretty obvious. Next year is what everyone's saying the new Switch will be. And I think we're all looking forward to the day where the Switch hardware is powerful enough to play any game that's, you know, you try to run on it. But I might drop the microphone. But not in a cool way. Any game. Find the card that's different to the others and press the correct button. Okay, I see what to do. Really looking forward to that, you know. New Switch, new hardware, faster, better. I don't know if it's gonna have a higher definition display or what. But I bet it will be really exciting. Hope it's backwards compatible. Oh yeah, that's... If it's not, they fucked up. They can't have it not be backwards compatible. That's what I fully believe. It'd be very weird if it wasn't backwards compatible, and I think a big error on their part if they try to do something new. You know, look, after the Wii, it was wrong to be safe and just do the Wii U. But this time, the Switch is just like the pillar in the industry, you know, and they've done so much to build it up. They can't start over again. It was a good time to start over after the GameCube. It was a good time to start over after the Wii U, but now it's a bad time to start over, and I really hope they just stay the course. That is the one thing I want from them right now. Stay the course. Don't mix things up too much. Play it safe a little bit, you know, and put out a you know, a solid iteration on what came before. I'm hoping for a thing that's just like the Switch, but, you know, a little more powerful. I guess it would be cool if it could do, like, Wii U style stuff, you know what I mean? Like, if you could take it out of the dock and still have it be, like, projected onto the screen. That way, like, people who, you know, I'll say for my part, I never minded having to make on the controller, right? And I'll say, like, even to this day, like, when I'm off stream, I don't make using the touchscreen, right? That's just not how I operate. I always use the controller to do it, whether I'm on stream or off stream. But I know there are some people who really loved using the touchscreen for Mario Maker 1, and that's one of the reasons they didn't quite agree with Mario Maker 2 by comparison. You know, the fact that it was all... that wasn't an option to do that and stream at the same time, you know? I want a golden. I'll take a regular mushroom. Yeah, the Wii U was good. I'll say. I would agree that the Wii U was a good console. You know, it had like a lot of games, a lot of goddamn good games, really, all things considered. And also, you know, the concept of being able to play games on the gamepad from the couch was just like while watching like TV or something. Was just brilliant, and, you know, you can definitely see how they got from that to the Switch. which is that, but you don't even need a goddamn console plugged in to do it. You can just take it out, play it on an airplane, on a bus, whatever. Hope there's a third Mario Maker. I bet you when they do, when there's a new Switch, a new Mario Maker, a new Mario Kart, a new Smash, will not be that far behind. I guess that's the other thing we can really look forward to, right? Is that this will be a generational reset, which will mean, pretty plainly, like, oh yeah, it's time to start thinking like, where's our Mario Kart? And honestly, I'll say, of Mario Kart, I think it might be time to say, okay, you know what? It's just Mario Kart as a platform now, you know? It's just, it's time to just have it so that here's the new Mario Kart, it's the same as the old Mario Kart, except it has a couple new tracks, you know? I think it's time to say that, rather than, like, fuck around with, oh, we're rebooting it, and we're starting with 8 cups, you know? Just as before. Like, no. Put all the cups from Mario Maker, from Mario Kart 8 into there, you know? And I think the same about Smash Ultimate. Like, no. It's time now to just take the Smash Ultimate and just port it, and then add, like, maybe 10 new characters. You know? That's about what I think it's time for, as far as Smash goes. And I think that would help a lot insofar as, like, you know, we already know Smash Ultimate rules, 1. 2, Mario Kart 9. I think after Mario Kart 8, they're just gonna do Mario Kart Forever. And it's just gonna be Mario Kart 8, but it's a live game now. And it's just updated every year or two. You know, it just gets regular content updates. But it is a new package that you buy for the new console, and it has upgraded graphics. I'll bet that much, you know. It'll be in 4K. Thoughts on Mario Wonder? Oh, I loved it. I'll say I think it's a top 3. I think it's maybe my number 3 behind Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4. But definitely top 3 for the year. Okay, do we just need to walk up to a lever to pick it up and return it? Yeah, it's really exciting, I think. And the new Switch. Almost just in part that, like, oh yeah, this will mean new Smash. New Smash means more characters. And we get to see, like, if they're going to just go platform with it, you know? If they're just going to take the older games and just build on top of what they had, you know? Here's the thing. And I gotta say, again, I feel like they gotta. The time for rebuilding Smash Brothers from the ground up every couple years, that's gone. That's gone. That shouldn't happen anymore. It's time now to have Smash just be built and to just keep on building on top of it, you know? And that would allow them just to focus on the new characters. So, like, we would get, like, a regular Smash game amount of them, in addition to still having all the old-timers, you know? We would get, like, maybe 10 just out the gate. Just imagine that. 10 more Smash characters. Maybe 5, like, Echo characters. More Echo characters. You know, think of it. Like, there could be Funky Kong. Funky Kong, Donkey Kong Echo. There could be Dixie Kong. Dixie Kong's Diddy Echo. Like, goddamn, thinking about that is exciting. By the way, if you're wondering, like, how I would do either of those things, which... Is anyone wondering that? You're probably wondering that, Pug Puppy. Here's how I would do Funky Kong. I would take Diddy's Up B and give it to Funky Kong. And otherwise, it would just be like a, you know, he'd just be Donkey Kong in his moveset. But he would have, like, the Up B of Diddy Kong, except he would get into his barrel jets. And that's how it would work. As for Dixie, like, her ponytail twirl is almost like Donkey Kong's, like, spinning Kong to begin with, so, yeah, just switch those up specials around, and there you go, you have your new Echoes, basically. I think that would be rad. Surfing upward? I guess the surfboard now is, like, more associated with Funky Kong than, like, you know, his barrel service that he would do, or not barrel service, his jet plane service. But for me, I really like the jet plane. I would choose that over the surfboard, but I could feel that either way. In any case, customize some specials on him, and I think you're in a good way. Oh crap. Oh crap. You can't get the Donkey Kong. Oh well, easy come, easy go, I guess. This is not a good thing to do. And it's just gonna land us at a blue space either way. No, oh, okay, I'll get a question mark block, even better. Mario Superstar Sluggers? I guess we could see more sports games as well, like... More sports games could come back on a new platform, like, there could be a new golf, a new tennis. The last tennis was really good, too. So, seeing another one of those would be lovely. The tennis game, one of the few games my dad likes to play. He really liked playing the tennis against me. Like, you know, just me and, ooh, look at that DK. Really goddamn close. Just playing, you know, duos, basically. He liked to play duos because he didn't want to play, like, the back person, you know? He always wanted to be, like, the one running up on top of the net and just, like, slamming it down hard. And, he would do that over and over and over again. Like, that was his main move. And, you know, he enjoyed it, so what are you gonna do? It's a good move. It's fun to do. Slamming that shit down. I believe that's the last, things coming up card. So, if you have any, like, other things coming up to look forward for, say them now. Is there anything that didn't come up in all those conversations that I should be anticipating for years to come? Man, there's some potential, you know? Like, new consoles just mean new iterations of all the best, like, you know, games, you know? If Ultimate were to get 10 more characters, let's say, in like a new console-specific pack, right? Smash Brothers Ultimate. That would be the best. Whatever happens, I hope the next Smash Brothers has Banjo-Kazooie in it. Like, if we're accepting that, like, oh, you know, not everyone can come back, no Kazuya, no Minecraft Steve, whatever, I'll say, okay, yeah, I get you, but let's keep Banjo-Kazooie in there. Let's keep Banjo-Kazooie, we can lose Corrin. You know, that's fine. I don't think Corrin is that popular anyway, as far as, you know, he's from a game that no one remembers because it was the Fire Emblem that wasn't Three Houses, you know? Keep Byleth. Byleth is good. Three Houses was a killer game. New Contra. Never been a Contra man. Never played one. What are we doing? Just hit the button. I'm stalling for no reason. I understand how this works. Oh, it's been a... Maybe it's been a long enough stream where I'm starting to flag a little bit. And, not think so good. That doesn't make sense, though. It's only been, like, 5 hours. Only 5 hours. We got a ways to go until we can, rest. Until I can rest. Y'all can rest whenever you want. Feel free to rest. This is all for Extra Life. It's for a good cause. People do long streams, during the Extra Life, season. What time is it? Oh, it's not that late. Honestly, it's 7 o'clock. It's normal time. I will say my sleep schedule has been weird recently, but I got a good night of sleep yesterday. I got a good night of sleep last night. I slept for like 9-10 hours. I should be good. It's just, I don't know. Enough Mario Party is gonna do it for you, I guess. It's gonna make things feel weird. How far are we from Donkey Kong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We use the sluggish shroom. We hit 10. No! Gotta remember, it's a little bit slow. It's a little bit slow, that sluggish shroom. Little bit slow, gotta hit it like before it has the number on it. Oh. Thoughts on Omegle shutting down? I did some Omegling back like 10 years ago. You know, 10, 20 years ago, whenever Omegle first started. I guess it's not surprising that it would shut down, considering that I haven't looked at it in like, you know... Is there another turn of nighttime? Oh crap, no, it's about to be Bowser time. I guess it makes sense given that, like, I feel like interest has fallen off, probably. If we're being realistic here. People don't really Omegle as often now, do they? Here's a new card. I've been watching a bunch of cubing YouTube. That's some of the stuff I've been watching on YouTube, you know, hey. I'm always watching a lot of stuff on YouTube, but recently been going back into that cubing type hole. What is cubing? You know, like solving twisty puzzles and such. Now, the thing that interests me isn't really seeing people like solve a 3x3 as fast as possible, you know, like a standard Rubik's Cube sized, like twisty puzzle. I will note, Rubik's Cubes are not really the preferred cube in the cubing world because they're not very good compared to like other brands that sell like cubes that like turn better, have magnets in them to like snap into place, you know, other such advanced features. I don't have any cube with magnets in it, I'll say. For me, I just want a cube that works reasonably well, and I want one kind of each. So I'm more looking for like weird varieties of cube that I've never seen before, like you know, like fucking. What are we doing? I have no idea what we're doing. We're trying to do different from everyone else. There's no way to like predict this, is there? But I seem to be winning anyhow, so whatever. I'm gonna do Y next. Ready? Oh, that's not a choice. B then. Okay. That's a win is a win. I'll take it. Don't know what happened there, but okay. Are we gonna go through this whole game without a single microphone minigame? That seems possible. I do have them on, right? Let's do a turn check. We're on turn 24, so halfway done. Microphone is on. Yeah. We should be good. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So anyway, I've been watching a bunch of that. I really like the ones that are just like, oh hey, here's my coolest cubes ever. And it's like weird shape mods and stuff of that nature. Where when you see them, you just go like, oh wow, that's neat. I would like a cube like that. And, you know, maybe in some cases, I just go and I purchase said cube, you know, on a whim. Since it's been Black Friday, there's been, like, free shipping on thecubicle.com, so I have, like, grabbed a few more cubes based on that, so long as they were, like, in the $10 to $20 range, you know, relatively affordable ones. Twisty puzzles are fun. I like them a lot. I'll also say, I've been kind of trying to wrap my head around some more advanced methods, you know? When I do Rubik's Cubes and shit, I use the beginner's method. Because it's you know, simple and straightforward and it doesn't take that many algorithms to learn it, right? Like, basically you need 0 algorithms for the top, for the middle you need 1, and then for the bottom you need, like, 4. Whereas I started, like, trying to understand, like, how the advanced method goes, right? Like, how the most default advanced method goes, which, honestly, I have come to understand it a little more. Basically, it's like, okay, you solve the white cross, and then you don't just solve the corners, you solve, like, the corners and the edge under the corners both at once. Like, you solve, like, 2 layers simultaneously. And I said, oh, that sounds interesting. And then I've read on a little more, and I said, like, yeah, there's 30 algorithms you need to learn. to handle all the permutations of like corner and centerpiece, like where they might be in relation to each other. And I said, okay, that's that's a little much for me. I'm not gonna learn 30 algorithms, nor am I gonna learn like, there's apparently like another 40, 50 for like the bottom side if you want to do it with, you know, in one go basically. Or like 2 steps, right? Rather than 4 steps, which is slower. Jump over things. You know, it's like, oh, that's like literally like 10 times harder, isn't it, to memorize that many like stuff. I mean, if there was a more intuitive way to like try it, and I did like try messing around going like, okay, can I just like pair up? Is it possible to like just pair up edges and corners like semi-intuitively and go from there? And it seems like it's kind of hard actually, which you know, it should be if there's like 30 algorithms to handle the cases, you know. I guess you can't just learn a couple of them and just wing it from the rest of the way. It is interesting to understand, though, how that sort of stuff happens and how those methods work. I did watch another video basically going over like a 20 other like advanced methods people use and how many algorithms each of them involve. And they're all like above 40, except for one that was like supposed to be like super intuitive. You know, you don't use a single algorithm apparently, which I don't understand how that could work. That seems like impossible to me. But whatever, go figure. There is such a method that could work, I don't know. I think it's like one that people are working on, not one that people have figured out, so, you know, maybe not quite a real method. You've never solved the Rubik's Cube? I'll say, for what it's worth, like, if you look up, like, the methods, like beginner's methods, right, let's say, for sake of example, you look that shit up, it actually becomes pretty easy to do, honestly. Like, it's just a matter of just, you solve the top, you know, getting the pieces in where they need to go. Then you solve the middle. There's one algorithm that can move a corner, an edge piece from the bottom to the middle. I actually use a different algorithm from the one I see on cubing sites, but I think I must have gotten it from a manual or something back in like the long ago days, so, you know, I don't think I came up with it, but it works for me. You need a couple algorithms for the bottom side, basically to like orient the yellow faces, the bottom face, and then one to switch all the pieces into place. Then you need like 2 algorithms, one to move the corners into the positions they go, and another to like rotate the corners the way that they gotta do. And once you have all that down, it's pretty simple. And some of those algorithms are just like, you go down, you go right, you go up, you reverse that. You do 2 moves and then you undo those. You do 2 moves and then you undo those. And then that rotates your corners the way it needs to go. You know, some of them are not too intuitive, like just spatially, but other ones are just like, oh, I can see why this only affects these pieces, only affects it this way, etc. Are we running right now? I think we're running. Actually, high moves are better right now on account of Bowser is coming for us. Okay, we just gotta mow the lawn. Easy. Wait, what's the... Aid of steer. Oh! Point in the direction you want to go. It's not like tank controls. I think we're doing okay. Ooh. Fuck. My Wavebird controller, the latch is loose. Did they 3D print like new Wavebird latches? That would be really good for me right now. This is the one Wavebird I have, and it's just the back's falling off. I didn't know that could happen. I guess that teaches me for messing with it so much. That probably wore down the durability of it. You know? Uh-oh. That's probably not good. Oh, that's fine. He was right behind her. I'll say I've been craving new twisty puzzles now, but yeah, just not sure how many there are out there. I think recently, like, you know, I said I bought a few from the cubicle. I've managed to find, like, a couple I don't have. But I kind of get the impression that beyond that, that's all there is out there, you know? There's not, like, more twisty puzzles that I can get that would, like, flesh out my collection further than what I already have. You know, there's just a few. There's, like, some weird side-turning puzzle that I'm getting. I got one that's like a bandaged cube, like customizable bandaged cube, where you can set up the bandages to be wherever you want. If you don't know what a bandaged cube is, it's basically like a regular Rubik's Cube, except that some of the pieces are like stuck together, so they cannot be moved like individually, right? So if, yeah, you have a wooden egg puzzle, I think I know what you mean. It's like a sort of a 3D puzzle, like in the way that a jigsaw puzzle is a 2D puzzle. There's like a bunch of blocks that fit together. I've had those as well in the past. I'll say they're not really my favorite type of puzzle. Not switch stars. Not switch stars. Oh, Jesus, thank you. I'll take those. 2 stars for me. Jesus, we are doing way too well. We might... I lost the first 2 Mario parties that I did here. You know, last Tuesday when I did the first 4 Mario parties. But it's kind of looking like since Mario Party 3, I might be undefeated. Waluigi might be undefeated here. Well, I guess anything's possible if someone were to sponsor one of them and they went up to, like, the brutal difficulty. Feel like... maybe not this game, but maybe next game, we could be in for a time. I'll say from here on out, by the way, I'll have the default difficulty be the second highest, and have it so that sponsoring gets it up the highest. Whatever the highest and second highest is in any given game, that's how we'll handle it going forward. Because the normal comms here were just, like, sucking. We're just no good at all. They were pretty pathetic. I guess at some point they said, like, yeah, normal seems a bit hard. It seems like a average person could not win every time against normal computer players. Which, I don't know, that seems to be how it should be to me, but... I got a present. Oh, I guess we're going for, like, multiple, and you see a thing above your head. Can it be anywhere, or is it just at places where a thing comes up? Oh. I think I got, like, one more here. No, that's a bomb. I got one present. Is it like... No, it's not. It's most presents win. Anyway, got a few more twisty puzzles on the way. I'm excited to get them and, you know, mess with them. But other than that, I just don't know, like, how far I can do. I was watching one video, basically about, like, canceled World Cubing Association events. And apparently there is one cube called the Rainbow Cube that used to be an official thing, but has fallen out of favor on account of how easy it is. But that does sound neat. A type of cube I've never heard of, and I think it's kind of unlike any of the ones that I have. I would like to get one of those, except they seem a bit expensive, and also, you know, they're like out of stock on the cubicle. So even if I wanted one, I'd have to get it from some company that I have not bought a cube from. I bet also if I tried out different like cube people, you know, cube websites, all that, I could find more more cubes that I could get into, you know? Oh, okay, we're going in the right direction. Good, okay. That's sort of the thing right now That's sort of the thing right now? That's sort of the thing when you're, like, doing this cubing stuff and then, like, messing around with different cubes, you know? You can only go so far going off Amazon, you know? I'll say I think I have bought all the cubes and puzzles that are on Amazon. Maybe not some of the ghost versions of them, because I don't really like the ghost cube that much. The ghost cube, to me, is an impossible nightmare cube, I'll say. Maybe not those ones, but, like, other nice cubes. I think I've gotten, like, all of them that I could possibly get, so I've had to go to the cubicle to find ones that I don't have, and maybe after this I'll have to go to, like, daily puzzles or whatever. There's, like, a daily puzzles one that's, like, supposed to be good. Or I say supposed to be good. It's one that cubers are sometimes endorsed by, you know, like, cube YouTubers. It's neat shit, cubing. You know, it's just a thing to fuck around with. To me, it's just a thing to fuck around with for a second, and to, like, you know, mess around with, and occasionally, like, you know, solve. Takes a little bit of brain power, and a little bit of, like, paying attention. It's just about as, like, for me, I would put them on the level of, like, a good iPhone game. Like, a good game of Marvel Snap, to me, is about as much as I pay attention to, like, cubing, you know? It's something to do while watching a show or something. Just like, yep, just gonna do a quick solve of this. Ooh, that's satisfying, you know? We are at the 27 turn mark. We are halfway done with this. I am, you know, it does look like each of these is gonna take about 3 hours. Why is bro still live? Oh, buddy. We're gonna be live for a while longer. This is Extra Life. We're going for at least, I'll say, we're going for at least 10 hours and probably at most 12 hours. I feel like that's the best way to do it so that the VOD doesn't have to get split. Maybe we might end up just plowing ahead and doing more than 12 hours tonight, and I'll have to split the VOD or something on the YouTube side, but that's probably worth it. That probably might be worth it to get it done tonight versus doing another stream for Mario Party 8. This is a fun climbing.
Finish.
I was the worst there. Wow. To answer why am I still alive, Ogbe Glaive Dominus, I am still alive because we are raising money in support of Extra Life. Whole thing people do around November is they do very long Extra Life stream in support of children's and children's health. My local kids hospital in Dallas, the Dallas Children's Hospital. I think it's called something like that. I know that there are sick kids or whatever there, and they need some, you know, some funding and stuff. And that's what Extra Life does. It's a good cause. Oh, if you initiate the duel, you can just choose to do 40 coins rather than a star. That's pretty good. That's less risky than a star. Pityfall. This is gonna be like Pitfall, basically. Choose one of 3 ropes. Oh, great. It's RNG. God damn it. I hate the ones that are RNG just because, you know, shit. I can't use skill to win this one. There's gonna be no skill involved here. Just pure luck.
Finish.
Whatever, I have plenty of stars. You can have one, Toadette. That's fine. I'm okay with that, Toadette. Another card. Been watching a lot of Norm Macdonald's clips. Sort of a comedian. But I'll say, like, my favorite stuff of his isn't necessarily him doing, like, stand-up or whatever. It's more just like him, you know, appearing on talk shows and, you know, saying some very funny jokes. Telling jokes and making, like, Conan O'Brien laugh really, really hard. He's just, maybe my favorite comedian, question mark? Definitely up there right now. Where does this go? Not where I want to go, so no way. He's a hell of a comedian. He has a real knack for, you know, telling a really long-winded joke and just going for on and on and on, and just when you least expect it, springing in the joke. You know, obviously, I say obviously, most famously, there's his whole, like, moth joke, which is, you know, one of his best examples of that, but he has loads of others that he has pulled out in, like, you know, as a talk show guest, which are all just very, very fun. Very, very fun to see him, like, just waste a bunch of time and then hit you with the punchline just when you're least expecting it. I like Norm Macdonald a lot. Definitely one of my, definitely, like, among the YouTube videos I have rewatched, like, a great many times, Norm's videos are definitely, like, high up there. It's gonna be nighttime, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, it's, Oh, I guess there's, like, a pirate ship that has, like, a bad guy on it. It only comes out during the night, and then there must be another thing where the guy only comes out during the day on the other side of the map. That makes sense. That's good design. Cool. I didn't look at the rules, but we're strapped for time here. Let's just get moving. This looks like some sort of... Okay. There's thunderbolts. We're avoiding the thunderbolts. I figured it out. I wish it would have been possible to do, like, 5 last time. That would make this a whole lot easier, but, you know, it takes 3 hours to do each game, so 5 was just never going to happen. That's kind of the whole reason, right? Is that these games are long. And getting longer, unfortunately. Also, maybe the stage where there's, like, a whole extra turn spent on Donkey Kong? Yeah, maybe, adds a bit of time. I should relax. We have 6 hours left before I have to, like, worry about, like, where to cut the VOD. Maybe more like 7, really. And we're on turn 30, so you know what? Say there's an hour left of this game. We're just a little behind, like, you know, 3 hours a game. One of these games goes fast, and we're probably good. Probably good. I'll probably say, you know what, I'll probably, like, halfway through be like, oh, you know, let me restate what we're doing here, just in case I do have to split the VODs, you know, just in case. Then either of them can stand alone. I just have to tap A here. I'll tell you also, I do tend to stream long a lot of the time. Like, tomorrow, I'm going to be doing... Ah! Am I losing? God damn. Damn it. Didn't tap fast enough. Hard don't mess around, I guess. Okay, you know what? She only wanted coins, I guess. Oh, wait, no, those are her coins. And there's my star. You know what? That's fine. I'm still in a pretty demanding lead. And here, I get a second star anyway. It's fine. No biggie. Y'all are 7 stars behind right now. It's gonna take a little more than that to catch up. Tell me this is the red pipe. Then I can get a third... No, this one's an inactive pipe. If it had been the red pipe, I could have gotten another one right there. That would be amazing. Anyway, Norm's great. He passed away a couple years ago. Still great, though. Regardless of whether he's alive or not. You know? That's just how, you know, it works. You can be great even when passed away. A comedian I like, another comedian I like, and I watched a few clips of, Stuart Lee. Stuart Lee is like an Englishman, and he's, you know, a little less dirty, a little less, you know, a little more like, you know, socially acceptable. Norm had some dark jokes sometimes, in the way that Stuart Lee doesn't. I guess Stuart Lee does joke sometimes about, like, Princess... He has a whole Princess Diana, stand-up that I think is hilarious. So maybe that is a little bit dark, but still, Stuart Lee is, like, a very funny dude with some very good stand-up. I'll say I don't really watch that many of his stand-up bits. Like, I feel like there's probably, like, a half dozen that I've actually seen. Like, there's one that's like his anti-Islam stand-up, which is not actually anti-Islam, but is in fact making fun of people who are, like, you know, interested in doing anti-Islamic humor, you know? It sort of ends with the quip, you know, make fun of Islam, I just did that. Not like that. Not where you have to know anything. We just meant make fun of their hats. Was like the end of that whole thing. He also has a good way of, like, making a joke last a long time, which is, you know, again, can be real funny. I love his bit where he does, he has, like, a Scooby-Doo Thatcher routine. I say he has a routine. He did a routine once as part of a tour, I suppose, and that routine is on YouTube, and it's very good. He also has, like, some stuff about, like, the phrase, give it to me straight, like a pear cider that's made of actual pears. He sort of makes believe like it was an expression that was said a lot during his youth, and then he acts surprised that there's a cider company, like, using that expression. And he acts distraught, and he said, I saw an advert for a pear cider, and then he just drops the mic. He's so distraught. And then he yells at the audience, he says, am I supposed to believe that's a fucking coincidence? Am I? Very funny dude. I like Stuart Lee a lot. As far as, like, comedians I like, he is definitely one of them. Again, I wouldn't say that I've consumed, like, a whole lot of his stuff, just a couple of standout bits from, like, you know, a couple of times he has done, like, bits, but, you know, those what I've seen have been very, very good.
Finish!
Oh, shit. I was looking at Toadette just to see, like, how I compared, but I was really behind Daisy and the other one, turns out. Still, with this much of a star lead, I can't really complain. Also, let's just ask. Let me just ask this. George Carlin, just the greatest of all time, right? Like, there's really no... like, look, I say, like, I like Norm, I like Stuart Lee. There's probably a few others that I've seen stand-up routines of, like, that guy, who did the jukebox? Y'all know the Delaney bit with the jukebox? That's the one John Mulaney bit that I know of, and I think it's very funny. But as far as, like, best of all time, I don't think you can do better than George Carlin. He was just funny. He was insightful. He was cynical of the world in all the ways that it was correct to be cynical of the world, especially during the era in which he lived. You know, the era in which he lived was kind of sucky. So, you know, all his cynicism was, like, absolutely on the ball. It's even on the ball now, really. Even though he's, like, long dead and, you know, the world that we have now is no longer the world that, is no longer the same world, you know? Ah, crap, we're gonna be hit by Bowser. Lucky gets to go around Bowser. Damn it. Unless Bowser rolls really low, we're gonna get got by Bowser. That would have been a good time to use the item. Use the item. Anyway, I definitely think George Carlin has to be the greatest of all time, as far as comedians go, you know? He also just had such a great way of, like, telling the jokes. Oh, jeez. That's enough to hit me. Oh, he's going going the other way! He's going the other way! Fuck yes, okay. I thought we were going to just... He was just gonna run right into us, but he is going a different way. Like ships in the night. We don't have to worry about him. I'm happy. George Carlin has to be the all-time greatest as far as comedians go, right? Right? Yeah. Battle minigame here. We get the vote on which one to play. Yeah, that's right. We should get the vote. Stamp by me. I'm gonna say stamp by me. Wait, what? I thought multiple people voted for stamp by me. Okay, well, this one looks fine. Jumping in, and so long as it's not RNG, I'm happy. This is like a game of skill. I mean, clearly this game is a game of skill. I have a good amount of skill, and I'm winning pretty handily. That's skill for you. The whole invulnerability period kind of makes this pretty easy. After you recover, you can just sort of like, you know, recover lost ground like that.
Finish!
Easy. Unless you don't use strategy like they don't use strategy. I will say, by the way, it's time to plug the charity one more time. I will say again, we are here for her child's, for her extra life. What the fuck? We are here for extra life, raising money for, we are here for extra life, raising money for the Children's Hospital in Dallas, Texas. My local one. I live in, you know, north of Dallas. It is, participating in Extra Life, and as such, we are raising money for them. Any amount is welcome. You know, any amount is a good amount, but we have all these lovely incentives. And, you know, you could make me do a thing that I don't want to do for the most amount. You could upgrade a computer player to hard, or to the max difficulty, let's say. Shit, that's not good. You could upgrade a computer to max difficulty for the most amount, or you could, for 25, or you could make me just, you know, do the, fuck! Luigi, yeah, I bet you like that. Okay, Luigi just won the game. God damn it, chance time. God damn it, chance time. Oh, fuck. That is, just insurmountable. We're gonna have to get very lucky via another chance time. In fact, if we could get a slow shroom and, like, Yeah, if we could get a slow shroom, maybe we could land on the chance time and try to force it. But I don't know, man. Fuck. You know, that's Mario Party for you. That's Mario Party for you. Jesus Christ. Just get lucky, says Puppy Twitch. That sounds like a good idea. I think that's what we gotta do. And we went down to 3rd place with that single move. We went down to 3rd. Fuck. You're gonna get fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that was grotesque. Fucking we lost 9 stars. 9 stars. That just ain't right. That just ain't right. I mean, more duels. Ah, but you know what? They're not gonna duel me anymore because I don't have the most stars. They're gonna duel Luigi. So, you know. Also, they probably wouldn't wager their stars. They would wager coins. I have to start a duel if I'm to, like, get stars back from these people. From these fellas. God damn. Extra life. Extra life. Good charity. Y'all should, you know. I appreciate anyone and everyone who, gets in some donos. It's good shit. Press the buttons in order to spin your snowboard in midair. Where it pulls up the biggest spin, wins. Oh, I know this one. Yeah, I think this one was talked about earlier tonight, even. OG Glaive was talking about it in relation to some YouTubers I don't know. Some streamers I don't know. I guess I don't know if they're YouTube streamers or if they're, you know, Twitch streamers. Could be both. Could be both these days. It's actually possible to be both, like, Ah! Under. We lost. I thought it'd be easy to go around in a circle like that, but, you know, this GameCube controller, it's a little awkward to do in that way. Like, I bet a regular Nintendo Switch controller, like, with the actual, like, button, I say the actual, with a button diamond, would be relatively easy to do, but no, not this one. I saw that first computer player do it and I thought, this seems slow. But it's just, you know, it adjusts for the awkwardness of the buttons to do this whole thing. Why are you going fast? It's nighttime. This is a bad move. You're just gonna run into Bowser and he's gonna take a star. In fact, isn't Bowser, like, just in front of you? Oh, crap. The pipe. Well, you still didn't need to use the mushroom, but whatever. God, that hurts. That hurts. I was gonna win, too. Put her, like, right before Bowser. Well, I guess Bowser's right after a pipe, so she could always just pop into the pipe rather than running into Bowser. I'm gonna pop this down. Maybe I should have taken one of those mushrooms that avoids traps. But then again, hey, we're right before a... We actually stopped, like, right before the thing. Thoughts on Costco? I like them. I don't go there that often. I don't have an account myself, but my family do, so sometimes I've gone with them, and it seems quite lovely. A I'll say my grocery needs are a little less in the way of like, you know, I don't need fresh produce. I don't need fresh meat so much as I need like, like microwavable meals. And in that department, they're not as like good. You know, they might have a million of a lot of things, but they don't have a million like pre-made meals in the same way that like a Target does, or even better, an HEB. Like those guys, they know their market. Which, to be fair, again, they know their market. Costco's market isn't necessarily looking for pre-made food as much. I also, I think it's interesting, all the like different stuff that's available. It's always fun to look around and see like, oh, what's in the electronics section? What's in the section with the chairs? What's in this section? What's in that section? Costco is an interesting place to go, but it's like out of sync with like what I eat enough where I wouldn't actually go there to grocery shop myself. I had a gift card once that supposedly lets you do that, go without an account, though they were weird when I went to redeem it. Like, isn't that the whole idea? You get someone a gift card and then they get to like sample it, what it's like to shop at Costco. Like, I thought that's the whole idea. Otherwise, it's a bad gift if they don't have an account, right? But I went once and I got, a bunch of groceries and a lot of things that I just never got around to eating because it just wasn't really my thing. Eating all those little, like, individual packets. I don't need 10 instant ramens. Really, I need, like, one, and I might not even eat that one. Just because that's a pretty specific lunch, I still might have things from that Costco trip in my fridge. No, probably not. It's probably been long discarded at this point. There was a time at which I had no space in my fridge, so some decisions were made. Some stuff was cut. I definitely have stuff that's been in there for a while, though. Maybe not from Costco, maybe from HEB, that I thought I would want, but, how often do I say, like, I would like to... Their gas prices are cheap? Oh, that's pretty nice. How often am I gonna say, like, ooh, pre-made soup? Like, from a bag or something that I put in a pot and heat up that way. More often than not, I'm gonna go, like, I'll just have some Marie calendars. That's good. I'm not gonna go for that chance time. I'm going to go big and go home. I'm gonna try to get as much distance as I can and maybe get a DK. Maybe if I just use strategy. Oh, also I'm going the wrong way for that, actually. No way. Okay, this is gonna be a question mark, but the thing is closed. So it's just gonna be an extra point towards happening star. I mean, I'll say I think that I'm probably gonna get second place, at least. From coin stars, from like from all the bonuses, as well as just having a lot of coins and being able to spend it. This map seems pretty fun insofar as you can just keep on running into DK, keep on buying stars. You can ramp up pretty quickly, but also there's only 2/5 of the game left. We don't have time to go back up to 11. Damn, that was a good happening star. That was a lot better than my happening star where nothing happened. A bonus star for having the most stars? That might be in some of the later games. The latest games, they get weird with it, with the bonus stars. Super and the latest one, the other one. Super stars. There's super and there's super stars. Those are just, look. Super Mario Party, Mario Party Superstars. You should probably not have those two names in the franchise. I would have gotten rid of the Toady Shroom. He doesn't need me backseating him. I like the default sets. I like the default rules. I feel like, again... No! What are you doing? Well, fucking, he's an enemy. Fine, you know what? He gets rid of that. That's fine. He wants to get rid of that. Go for it. It's your fucking orb. But goddamn, that's like one of the best items in this game. Probably the best item. Really. Ah. Lips are a little chapped. Google says that's dehydration. Probably should be drinking more of this water. Dehydration slash, you know, been talking for so long. The latch of my, my thing here keeps on falling off. That's fine. I'll live with it. Oh. Run away from the massive rolling boulder. Whoever reaches the goal without getting squished wins. Move and jump. Easy enough. Okay, I'm putting this down. The latch will not stay latched. This feels really weird and floaty, like the jumps. This is like bad Crash Bandicoot. Or like the parts of Uncharted where it's like this. I guess the parts of Uncharted that are like this aren't great either, for what it's worth. This is like bad Bandicoots or regular Uncharted where it turns the camera around for no reason, and it probably should stop doing that. Is this a tie if we both make it? Or, is it like whoever's furthest ahead? Looks like a tie. Favorite soup? Chicken noodle. I'll say chicken noodle. I will say I do like ramen a good bit. I do feel though the place that I go for ramen right now hasn't been quite as good as it once was. I feel like this feels really weird to have this wave bird without a back. Weird to hold. I feel like the ramen place has not been as good recently. I will say one soup that I really liked that I used to have at Spaghetti Warehouse before they closed, and also I moved. During the pandemic, I moved and Spaghetti Warehouse closed. So it was sort of a, you know, a bad situation all around, I guess. Well, you know, for that. They used to have a wedding soup that I thought was really good, which was sort of like little meatballs and a little bit of like thin noodles in soup. And I thought that was just really delicious. Those little soup meatballs. I miss wedding soup. I would like a wedding soup again, if possible. I went to this other place that has like a wedding soup. Like a pasta place, but I really didn't like their pasta, so, you know, even if the soup is good, I can't just, I don't see myself going back just for the soup alone, you know? Yeah, it is good. I like wedding soup. Definitely in the top tier of soups for me. I think we have to throw this game so that Luigi doesn't get enough coins to, get a star. I think we have to use that tactic. I mean, I guess we only have to throw the game if Luigi dies. If Luigi dies, if the other player dies, we probably should, but we don't really need to. Until, you know, that. Well, I meant to do that. I meant to do that, everyone, as I said. As I said, I would be throwing the game so that Luigi doesn't get the star. Good. Yes, that's right. The fuck over Luigi. You gotta play to win. And in this case, playing to win means depriving the #1 player of a star. That's just the best tactic right now. Oh, wait. Because we let Toadette win, she had enough coins for the star, so she got it instead. Okay, well... You know what? She's you know, in 4th, so... It's good that she got it rather than, what's-his-face. Also, I'm gonna get half of her coins. Wait, how did she get... Is that a free star? Looked like she didn't spend money on it. It's odd. I'll just throw this somewhere. Not really gonna concern myself with where. This is a pretty fun board. I think that's one of the great things about Mario Party, what's it? 6? Yeah, Mario Party 6. It's got some great boards. By the time I get over to where DK is, he'll be Bowser, so I'm gonna get the fuck out of Dodge. I'm gonna get the fuck out of Dodge here. Okay, take my orb. It doesn't matter, it's not a good one anyway. How about another card? Shout to MinMax, give to the Max stream. MinMax is a gaming outlet that I like. You know, they sort of formed in the aftermath of the Game Informer layoffs and are mostly consistent of Game Informer alumni. And they're doing a charity stream this weekend, next weekend really. I guess it's still, this weekend is still this weekend. Next weekend is next weekend. Next weekend they're doing a charity stream on like Saturday, so I'm looking forward to watching along with that and seeing what happens. I've been told that something that I have signed, as well as other members of community, of a certain streamer's community, will be there live, and I'm looking forward to seeing like that be revealed and the reaction of a certain streamer when that all comes to light. What his community has been like fixing up kind of in plain sight for the last year or two. I mean, it's been done in a Discord channel in the dude's Discord. It's just one he hopefully hasn't looked in, because that would give it away. Anyway, I'm definitely going to be watching some amount of that on Saturday. I guess I will say I will be traveling on Sunday on account of, you know, incidents in the family. You know, like I said, there was a death in the family recently. My grandfather, he was very old, so it was, you know, a long time coming. We all, you know, he was in hospice. It was not a surprise, but, you know, still gonna be a whole thing. Yeah. That'll be the reason why there'll be no Monday stream next week. But there will be one tomorrow. No Thursday stream. You know, those are the things that are happening. Anyway, I'll say, like, I'm really looking forward to watching that Give to the Max stream. Check it out. You know, I don't know if I'll give to the Max or give any. You know, I might pitch in a bit. I'll say I'm a little tapped right now with having to buy a fucking suit. You know, and still being between jobs, but I can probably give a 10. Give a tenner, you know? Do people call it a tenner? I feel like a tenner is a thing I've heard. Maybe that's like a Britishism, I'm not sure. Daisy 1. If you need a longer break, take it. Oh no, I'm good. I'll say, you know, if I had needed a longer break, it would be when my other grandma died. Tenor is a type of saxophone. Tenor. Tenor. T-E-N-N-E-R. Tenor. But yes, I think that's also true. If I needed a break for like when a relative died, it'd be like when my other grandma died. You know, my grandma on my father's side. I was always closer to her, you know, since she lived in the same area, and I saw her many times in the year where she was declining, you know, and on her way out. Hadn't seen her for like a year or two before that because of COVID, but you know, once COVID restrictions sort of cleared up, it was pretty clear that like, oh shit, she's really going downhill, you know, things are coming to an end. And, you know, it wasn't that long after. I hear my grandfather, it was kind of sudden. The one on my mother's side, the one that just died. So, you know, they weren't really quite, I honestly, it sounded like he was still up and about like the day before, so, you know, was kind of a surprise when he actually did pass away. But still, you know, he was in hospice, so it wasn't that much of a surprise, I guess. I lost my other grandpa like 15 years ago, so what are we doing? Whatever, that's fine. I lost my other grandpa like 15 years ago, so, you know, I'll say I'm, you know, just down to one now, and yeah, you know, that's what happens. I'm getting older, you know, my grandparents, they started old and they don't live forever. That's something you figure out when you're like, you know, mid-30s, or honestly, mid-20s, you realize like, oh shit, you know, it's not gonna, they're not gonna last forever. You know, maybe like 30 years of like being born typically, on average. And won't be that, you know, I'm pretty sure it won't be that, you know, time's a ticking, you know, I guess what I'm driving at. Jeez, is that okay to say? I don't know. There's, am I in the path here? Am I good? I think I'm good. Yeah, that's not me. Time goes on, you know, as my grandparents is in her 90s, I think as well. She'll be you know, thing. Yeah, I'll say of my grandparents, I'll say my grandpa is the one I had like the least contact with because he's always lived in a different state, and also he's never been one for like family reunions. So I only saw him like once a year. Maybe if he would come down to the shore, if we were doing like a family reunion type thing at like the Jersey Shore, he would come over and like hang out for a night and mostly just watch Jeopardy. I mean, I will say like I've had some moments, and I definitely have like a picture or two that I look at and I have like I have this picture of him, which I think is very cool. You know, so I've been on like photo time with him. Sometimes, I guess when he comes, generally, that's when the family is like, okay, we're gonna go and do photos right now. It's photo time because Grandpa's here. That's how it worked, at least in the past. I guess it's gonna work differently now. I guess I'll say, like, I haven't been to one of those family reunions since COVID happened. Since then, we've been more focusing on, like, family-type holidays, you know, like, or, like, going to theme parks or something. My mom likes, Universal Studios. She likes the Universal, and, you know, shit, I like Universal, too, so absolutely would do that over doing a family reunion 9 times out of 10. But I don't know. Will be nice seeing everyone again, you know, for the first time since pre-pandemic. And, will be sort of a sad event, I think. I don't know. You know, when like grandparents get to that age, I feel like a lot of the time, the like first of kin, right? They're getting a little impatient. At least that's been my experience in a lot of cases. I've definitely heard like you know, it can be a while, you know, and take time before. I don't want to sound like what's the word? Flippant about this, but you know, it is a stressful thing for all involved to be when someone is dying, you know, when someone's at the end of their rope, you know, and that's true on both TV. You know, I think of The Sopranos, and it's also true of like in reality. Though again, you know, my grandpa, he it was very quick with him. It was very quick, like, you know, he was, as far as I hear, like perfectly good, like the day before even. Hey, it's daytime. That's nice. How about a card? We should do a card. Also, shout out to various Game of the Year proceedings. That's right, I was shouting out Min-Max before that came up. This month got a lot of Game of the Year type proceedings at various sites, and you know, I'm very interested to hear like Min-Max's deliberations as they narrow down a list of 20 to do the 210s, which is their whole thing. And also Fire Escape is also doing a top 10 list, like collectively, which I think will be very fun to hear them like debate and argue and do that thing that they always do. That's something I really love around Game of the Year time, just the process of whittling down like a collective site-wide Game of the Year list. It's just a lot of fun to listen to, even if it gets a little heated, and even if, like, you know, the decisions they make are not the decisions you make. What are some of the Game of the Year games that you expect? What are some of the Game of the Year games? Well, I kind of talked about a lot of them earlier tonight, but I would say Mario, Zelda, Pikmin. I expect to see those pretty high in lists. Sounds like Baldur's Gate has a lot of support where people have played it. Where people have played it, it's getting a lot of support in general. I expect to see like Alan Wake and Spider-Man brought up. Wouldn't be my picks, but I think that they're pretty common as far as ones that people are landing on. You know, maybe a lot of that is like you know, recency bias, but you know, it is what it is, right? RE2 could come up. RE2 seems like or not RE2, sorry, RE4 was the new remake of an RE game. People seem to be way over that.
Finish!
Way into that. I could see that coming up, being a big competitor. I don't think Starfield is going to come up. I feel like Starfield was pretty mid, even for the people who liked it. I would really like Sea of Stars to come up, if that's just me. Maybe some other people were more mixed on it. I don't know if anyone from the outlets that I follow are really champing at the bit to bring that one up. But if they are, I would be very happy, because it's definitely going to be high up on my list. Thought Venba was lovely. Could see Venba coming up. There are a lot of games, you know. I don't think Chia could come. Chia might come up, but I wouldn't necessarily expect it to. I'll say. I didn't love Chia. I didn't really like Chia, honestly. So I guess I would rather it not come up, but, you know. What about Stray? That was last year. That was last year. Stray was, at least a year ago. It might have been 2 years. I forget. But, yeah, don't expect Stray, considering it's not, from this calendar year. Hang on. You thought that this was... No, it was last year. All right, I might get another star here. Not sure which way DK is going, but if he goes my way, I'm getting 2 stars. If he goes the other way, I can maybe catch him and do like a single star. Okay, cool. We're gonna see a duel that we can't see. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's gonna be interesting. I'm already like spending a lot of time thinking about my own list, you know? Thinking about like what my own game of the year is gonna be. Tears of the Kingdom is gonna be hard to beat for that, honestly. And I still think it remains hard to beat. I don't think that Pikmin has overtaken it. I don't think Wonder overtook Pikmin. So that's like my top 3 right now. And after that, you know, the order will vary. I sort of feel like there are 8 games that I have locked in for my list, and I'm looking for like 2 more to fill up the last 2. Whether that's Like a Dragon Gaiden, whether that's Armored Core 6, whether that's, you know, hey, it could be Persona, it could be Persona 5 Tactica. Or maybe it's Cocoon. I think it might be Cocoon, actually. Good. We might be able to get to that next turn, but we'll see. Feel like Tears of the Kingdom will win. There are a lot of people pulling for Baldur's Gate. A lot of people who got into Baldur's Gate say it's like Game of the Year quality. I still feel like, for my money, for me, it's fucking gotta be, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, but, you know, I guess we'll see, like, what people are thinking at the outlets or whatever. You know, I'm curious for, like, you know, there's a lot of communities that also do, like, Game of the Years, like, just by doing a poll or something of that nature. And I'm curious to see where some of those land. I would have to imagine just, like, put to a general vote. Put to a general vote, I imagine Tears of the Kingdom wins. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is just a little more niche than Tears of the Kingdom, you know? And that less people would have played it compared to Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't know, maybe there's enough support for that to overtake. Who can say? My money's on... I'll say my money is still on Tears of the Kingdom. If I were gambling on the whole thing, which I don't think I would be. That's not a good time to switch. Can't believe it's been that long and no one passed by that space. That trap. I think I set that trap down like ages ago. Let's set that down there. Maybe that'll be a good strategy. I reckon that the DK will be moving. Ooh! That might be enough. Well, if it wasn't, there was no chance of us ever getting up to him. And it is enough! Star for us. Let's go. Are we landing on the question mark block? Maybe we'll get another star from this, if so. I'm not sure how that math works out. Okay, that'd be a good place to swap. Ooh! Come on, another star. Let's go. Give me another star. Blue or red? Well, blue is kind of more of an extra life color, so let's go blue. Damn it! I should have gone red because that's the color of the sun. Of course, the good box would be the red box. Would be the box in red. Red box is a company. Luigi, you better not fucking get a star right here. Luigi gets a star. Motherfucker! I can't believe that. Of all the fucking things. Wow. My God. Okay, he's gonna pass us again. Unless he goes the other way, which... Please come this way. Okay, yeah, he's coming for us. He's giving everyone a star. Oh, except for Daisy, who doesn't have enough. I mean, we're getting stars, and that's always good, but we're still pretty far behind Luigi. We'll have our first shot. We'll be the first to have a crack at that one, though. Assuming Toadette can't, like, do some pipe nonsense to get to it. I'll say this map and how, like, it doesn't feel random, this one. You know? It feels like you can use strategy and, you know, use items effectively to get around and, get it done. Which I think is really nice. By comparison to, like, in comparison to, like, Mario Party 4, where it was just super, super fucking random. And we couldn't really determine where we went in any junction. That sucked. This, on the other hand, is pretty good. It's almost too easy, though. That's, like, the only thing. I guess there is one junction where it's, like, left or right, and it kind of sometimes matters, depending on where DK is, but most of the time it kind of doesn't matter, and it's fine either way, whichever way you end up going. Ooh. $40. 10 kerns left. We're at 6 hours. Yeah, it's starting to feel like we won't. Unless Mario Party 8 is, like, quicker. 12 hours might be a stretch for all 3 of them. After this game, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to switch the games during the break, such that we will be, like, starting back up with the 3rd game, really quickly. You know, we'll be starting, like, right into it. And I'm going to remember to restart the timer as well. I'm going to stop the timer. I'm going to restart it after I am back. That's a bad time to roll a high number. Actually, Bowser is behind us, so actually maybe a good time. Let's see, where am I landing? Here, or doesn't make a difference. I'll go up. At the orb store. I'll get one of these. Maybe I can land on a chance time. Not necessarily it'd be good for me. Maybe it'd be bad for me. Also, I say, like, I'll go to the bathroom after this game. This could be, like, another 30 minutes. Could be at this point. Maybe not 30 minutes. Maybe more like... I'm gonna say 20 minutes. I'm gonna say 20 minutes. Ooh. Another card. Let's go. Shout out to y'all. Y'all in chat, y'all donating, y'all who follow, subscribe in any places. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are great. And, you know, these streams are, you know, I stream as, you know, I enjoy very much to hang out with y'all and, chatting throughout, or just, you know, knowing that y'all are there and, you know, watching VODs or whatever the fuck, however the fuck you consume this content. I appreciate y'all and, you know, feel good whenever y'all, whenever, like, you know, I see support come in, whether that be new follows or new subscriptions YouTube style, new subscriptions Twitch style, like, hell yeah. When I see likes come in on the YouTube side, you know, on the VODs or whatever, that always makes me feel good. I appreciate all these things that y'all get up to. I'm gonna wait for a UFO this time before taking the picture.
Go! Finish!
There's no UFO! And the high score was 2. That was a mistake. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Y'all are great. And I'll say, you know, hope for many more streams this month, even if, like, you know, the schedule will be a little weird for the time being, you know. Expect many more streams to come. Coming months, coming days. Tomorrow will be the first, StarCraft 2 stream of Heart of the Swarm. I will say after that I will be taking Thursday off. Not just because, like, you know, I do have some stuff to attend to next few days, but also because I've been doing, like, multiple really, really long streams this week, and I just need a goddamn break. I just need to take it easy for a while. I'm gonna save that and hopefully get a high number. Yikes! It's not good. I'm gonna get a star taken away from me. I know it. And Luigi is getting the fuck out of Dodge, too. Man. Man. Yeah, Luigi, no way Bowser's catching up to you now. I hope he does, but I think you're safe, dude. Damn it. Anyway, appreciate y'all. Tomorrow will be another stream, but it'll be at the end of the day, so, you know, I won't be just like, you know, going from sunup to sundown like tonight, you know. It'll be like in the afternoon, in the evening time, which will be nice, and it'll be a normal length stream as well, you know. It'll be a fun one, for sure, I think. But normal length. Normal length. Nothing unusual. As for other streams I'm looking to do this month, I'm thinking I'll do a, like, a, Game of the Year prep stream. That'll be just a stream where I play a little bit of all the games that are, like, in my list for top of the year. And sort of, like, you know, put them in a... And sort of put them back to back in my head as I go. Sort of think critically and try to, like, make sure that I'm happy about the order of my list. That stream might very much affect the order which, I ultimately end up going for. Okay, so just...
Go!
Doop, 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 doop. That's so fucking easy. That's so fucking easy. I'm not sure what else I'll be doing this month, but, you know, there's kind of a lot of Thursdays in this month, so, you know, I imagine that I will do quite a few things, quite a few streams, and try to do, like, 3 streams a week, as I usually do. I guess, you know, Christmas and New Year's, that'll be... I might have other plans, I don't know. Also, I'm not sure if, like, even if I am free on, like, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, whatever, is it best practices to do a stream on New Year's, or are most people, like, busy anyhow? I feel like most people might be busy anyhow. You do Super Mario Maker 2, right? Yes, that's right. That's, always my Friday plan, and I'll say, like, I don't think... Well, I guess I don't know. Maybe if the holidays... If Christmas is on a Friday, maybe we'll do that on another day. But, like, yeah, definitely. Super Mario Maker 2 will be on Thursdays. I'm gonna use a Sluggish Shroom here. I'm gonna roll a 1. I'm gonna do Chance Time, and I'm gonna hope to steal all my stars back. Let's do it. Last year, I did take a break from Mario Maker 2, but, yes! Good! Okay, we're halfway to it. Come on! B! Yes! Okay! Switch stars! Come on. Stars. 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 Anything with stars. Ugh! No! It's just coins. Damn it. That was almost perfect. I mean, I would have taken 2 stars as well. I would have taken 2 stars as well. Switch stars would be best, but 2 stars, I'd take it. But coins, I kind of got a lot of those already. At the very least, he's coin starved now, Luigi is, which is good, but, yeah. Could have been glorious, could have been beautiful. Yeah, a lot of Mario Maker 2 this month, to be clear. That's just never changing. Also, a good amount of StarCraft 2, you know, Heart of the Swarm. Definitely will make good and steady progress on that every week. But other than that, we'll be trying to think of some fun stuff, I'm sure. I got some ideas. Like, I want to do a Heroes of the Storm stream sometime. Been a while since I played that game, and I'd like to check in on stream. I'd like to do something with stakes. Like, some of my earlier streams were like a bunch of streams where I did like, you know, during Mario Maker 2, right? When I do the lightning round and it's 5 tries and then I have to move to the next level. Well, in the past I've done streams wherein I had to like play multiple games, like all the DKCs, and every 2 tries, for instance, I would switch games if I died 2 times in a world. And I thought that was a fun way to go about it. You know, play all those games at once, etc., etc. And it's been a while since I did anything really like that, so I think that'd be cool for like a fun Thursday stream one of these days. Some sort of another version of that. I'm not sure like what game I would play. I don't know, Rayman? The Rayman games are pretty good. Been a while since I played those, and there's 2 of them, so could absolutely like switch back and forth between them based on like some amount of deaths, some amount of lives. That would make sense as like one to do. I'm not sure like if that's the one or if we'd end up finding some other idea. Maybe it'd be fun to do like let's say multiple Metroids. Like Metroid Zero Mission, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Dread. Every time I die, switch lives. You don't necessarily die that much in those games though, because you lose so much progress whenever you do die. It's like a big deal. So I don't know if we would be able to do like multiple lives for that, or if it'll just be like one and done. You know, you die, you move on. Hell, maybe it doesn't have to be like a, you know, like a death-based scenario. There's also been times where I've done like, you know, switching games every X collectibles, let's say. And you could do a stream of that where you switch games every major power-up. Ew, that doesn't sound good, actually, as I'm saying it, like... So basically, we'd get a power-up, and then we'd have to switch games before we actually got the chance to fucking use it. That doesn't sound like a good idea. That sounds like massively unsatisfying, is what it sounds like to me. I'll say this. My plan was to not do a Thursday stream after all these extra live streams, but if we get to the end here and we cannot finish... I'm not sure if it'd be better to split up the stream into 2 YouTube VODs, or if it'd be better to just conclude on, finish the job on Thursday. It wouldn't be Thursday morning, by the way. We'd do it Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Central. That's when we would finish off this extra life, and it would just be the final game if we were to do it in one more installment. Up to me. Yes, I know this. Maybe Mario Part, maybe the last, It's tough because, like, if Mario Party 8 goes, like, really fast, let's say Mario Party 8 goes really fast, maybe 2 hours would be enough to finish it. Or maybe we're gonna wanna, like, call it off, like, as soon as we get to Mario Party 8, and, like, move on after there. Jesus Christ, these guys just avoided my shadow. There was not a good time to drop. I think I got like 3. No, it was just 2. There was not a good time to drop. Shit. That wasn't a battle minigame, right? That was just a regular... Yeah, just a regular minigame. Okay, cool. If it was a battle minigame, that would be a problem. Be a bad time to lose that badly. That game does seem like it would be a battle minigame. Turn check. Oh, we got 5 turns left. Nearly 5 turns left. Jeez. Again, we're just going a little slower than 3 hours a game, so that's not good. But, we'll see. Maybe we'll get, like, halfway through Mario Party 8 and see where we're at. And maybe make the determination there, you know? We'll maybe do, like, a final turn stream on, like, Thursday. The final turns of whatever is left over. I kind of like that idea better than just, like, leaving a whole game for that. I don't know. We'll maybe like maybe we could all do it like 2 VODs, but split it up by game. I mean, that would make sense to have one VOD be like Mario Party 5 and 6, and another VOD be like 7 and 8. Or have it so that one VOD is just 8 alone. Or play it twice? Nah, that's not gonna happen. No. We cannot. It's too much Mario Party. Too much Mario Party. I'm glad no part of me said, let's do it all in one go, because, yeah, I'm getting the idea it might have been like, ooh, star for star. We gotta win this. Please be one that isn't random. Please be one that isn't random. Okay, I think I can do this. Again, this is all for Extra Life, so it's all for a good cause. However long this take, whenever I choose to do it, it'll be, you know, took a little shortcut there. Fuck! Please fall. Oh my god! Okay, good. He's also getting put back to literally the start. Okay. Also, wow, that is a ways to be put back. I guess this is a checkpoint. Fuck. Yikes. Come on, dude. Hurry up. No!
Finish!
Damn it. We lost the star to the guy in first fucking place. And my Wavebird back of controller thing keeps falling off. I need some tape or something. That's what you do when a controller starts doing this, isn't it? You, like, tape it down. Maybe I'll hold it like this. This will hold it in place. Or like this. Put my controller, my hands over the doodads. It'd be cool if this battle game was for stars, just saying. Oh, I just picked Strawberry Short Fuse. I didn't mean to do that, but it doesn't matter. It's stamped by me. Okay. Stamp to the right, stamp to the left. Okay, this is cool. This is good. Let's do it. I'm Waluigi. Damn it. I'm off to a great start. Oh, this HD TV with its, you know, frame delay. I'm sure that's what's going on here. It couldn't be that I'm just bad at the mini-game.
Finish!
I nearly caught up, Jesus. Nearly caught up, but didn't. Oh well. 15 coins, that's fine. Would have been 10 if we had all tied for first. And then, you know, that'd just be like giving our coins back. Whatever. I'm fine with losing 10 coins. I have so many. Card! Did you hear the idea of damming the Gibraltar? It's not really news, but I saw someone did a neat video on it. Like Practical Engineering or someone. You know, YouTube channel that's really big. They're basically saying like, oh, in history, some people have proposed damming the Gibraltar. You know, and basically like controlling who goes in and out of it and the water control, the water supply thereof, such to like, you know, insulate against like global warming type crises. Two, well, one, crises averted in that like little inland sea. Two, generate hordes of power. And three, you know, again, be safe against global warming damage because those oceans would be protected and would be allowed to go lower than the you know, the sea, the ocean at large. And I was definitely looking at that and going like, huh, that's a neat idea. It's only like a 10-mile span, so it's actually like relatively easy compared to other seaways that you could dam up, right? Across the world to avert global warming type business. You know, it's actually one of the easier ones, but also it does seem really hard because it's like deep as fuck, and it would require us to be like, not just, you know, we can't go deep as fuck, to be clear. Like, deep sea oil derricks go really low, but to go that low and have it be like a solid wall would be like really fucking hard. You've never heard of this? Well, like I said, I saw someone do like a YouTube video about the idea, and I thought it sounded neat. Apparently, it's not the longest like suggestion of a dam. Like someone was even suggesting, I don't know who, but apparently there is a suggestion out there to say like, oh, we should dam like the UK, like the British Channel, and also like make a really, really, really long dam, like damming the Northern Sea as well, and just have it so that like all of like the inland seas of like Sweden, Finland, etc. are like dammed up. Definitely made me curious seeing that suggestion, going like, huh, I wonder how many seas that's feasible with. Like, I feel like if global warming does get as bad as it might get, like, it might be a good idea to have like a dammed inland sea situation so that you could protect yourself against rising sea levels, you know? And I definitely was like looking around thinking like, okay, who can and can't do this? Like, okay, so China, like Beijing is kind of in a little inlet, so I guess you could maybe dam up all the way from like North Korea to like China, and that could maybe work. Seems a bit long, but if we're talking like super projects in like the far-flung future, it might be possible with advanced technology. You could probably dam off like Osaka in Japan, so you know Tokyo's fucked. Tokyo's fucked. It's just out there. But Osaka is kind of in a little bit of an inlet, you know? It's kind of in like an inland sea that's within the islands of Japan, right? You could probably block off the two entrances of that and, you know, be good, you know, be protected. I don't know. I'll say, like, all of this is, like, something that people have proposed and also, like, you know, The fact is, you'd also have to dam up, in a lot of cases, like multiple areas to get any good use out of it. Because, you know, you can't just dam up the Gibraltar. You also have to dam up the Suez, which is smaller, so it wouldn't be as hard. But still, you would have to definitely do that on both sides of the whole sea. And same with, like, you know, same with other cases as well. Apparently, this has been proposed as early as, like, during World War II. So, it's kind of been around for a while. Except, right now, a YouTuber chose to make a video about it. And then I heard about it and I said, huh, that's interesting. And now, hopefully someone out there is saying, huh, that's interesting. I don't know if it'll happen. It seems possible. I feel like we're gonna have to do something to combat global warming and, like, to make safe havens for ourselves if we are just, like, letting it go freely, you know. And this would be a way to make some safe havens, I'll say. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's the same either way. This would be a way to make some safe havens, and that's probably a good thing, you know? Oh, wait a minute. No! I thought it would take me down to the other place. I didn't read the map right. I thought it would take me down to, I thought it would take me down to the lower left corner. Crap. Don't be so happy, Waluigi. It's bad what just happened. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting. I do wonder, like, as the world turns to shit, and, like, if the shorelines were to become generally uninhabitable, what the fuck would happen, you know? It's not gonna be a good scene. You know, I'll say that. Like, there's gonna have to be some serious moves made to, like, get things back on track. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hey, chance time! Luigi, give me your stars. Give me your stars, Luigi. I want your stars. I wonder if, like... Okay, he chose himself. I was about to say, I wonder if it's programmed to, like... to be, like, friendly to him. Okay, that's good. Let Daisy have 2 stars, that's fine. I mean, it puts me farther behind the leader, but behind second place now. Now I'm in third, great. But at the very least, Luigi has fewer. Big roll. Alright. Another turn. Oh. I think after this turn, we should be in the last 5 turns. Which, Jesus Christ, it feels like it was 10 minutes ago. I looked and saw, like, oh, we're on, like, turn 46, 44. We got, like, 6 turns left. How are these turns taking so long? I don't understand. At least some of the minigames are fast. This is too much Mario Party. 4 turns left. Oh, shit! I guess... Was there no last 5 turns left celebration? Oh, I guess there's no last 5 turns left celebration in this one. Okay. You know what? That's fine. There doesn't have to be. I guess it's already doing, like, a day-night cycle thing every couple turns, like, showing, like, oh, it's daytime now. And since it's doing that, it'd be kind of weird if ever that fell on, like, a last 5 turns situation. You know, if it fell on the same turn, it would be weird. So they instead choose to, just do it this way. Okay, I'm gonna do a slow sluggish room, and I'm gonna go for, let me see, 4? Yeah, 4. I'm gonna do a duel. I'm going to duel Luigi for one of his stars. I'm just gonna put coins on the line myself. And we're absolutely gonna get one of those stars back. That is absolutely the plan here. Luigi. I want a star. I'll wager 40 coins. Here's another card. Looking back on Extra Life, personally and broadly, I really like, I'll say it like, before I was a streamer, I really like watching people do Extra Lives, It's just a fun time of the year where everyone would do really, really, really long streams. And I'll say I've always kind of looked forward to them and wanted to get in on them and watch. And, when I became a streamer, I kind of became a streamer like in the middle of November, so I felt like it was a little soon the first time I streamed to be like getting in and doing an Extra Life. But like, ever since then, like starting on like the second year and here on the third year, after the second anniversary and the first anniversary, I've done an Extra Life multiple times and it's been good. Maybe in the future I'll just do one Extra Life stream rather than trying to like do a big dramatic goal like all of the Mario parties that ever were. Like maybe this has been a little too much, but I don't know. It's fun to do a bunch of streaming. Maybe doing like multiple different games from multiple different series would be better. I don't get it. Pick the tallest tree? What does that mean? Oh, it's the one on the left. Okay, so they're gonna shuffle, and I have to pick one.
Go!
How am I supposed to know? Third sex zone, this one, I think. There's no way to know. They grouped up and then they ungrouped. It could be any order. Fuck!
Finish!
Come on.
Oh yeah, I'm a winner.
Not a fair competition. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Cock. Just gave him a bunch of money. What a crock of shit. Weird time to use a mushroom, but okay. There's just 3 turns left, so, like, after this, it'll be daytime forever. We will no longer have to deal with Bowser ever again. At least not in this game. That's a mercy. It's a mercy. Oh, I guess there's still another turn of nighttime, though, so, don't get too far ahead. There'll just be 1 turn of daytime, so if I can get an item this turn, that'd be fantastic. Next turn, I mean. Like a golden mushroom. That would be the most ideal move I can make. I think he's going the way that I am not on. That's good. Luigi is on that path, though, but by the time that's, next turn, Luigi will have moved. Got more cards. Future Extra Life streams. I guess I'll say what I just said a little moment ago. I think maybe in the future we'll just do, like, more variety streams on Extra Life. Last year I did the whole randomizer roulette, which was very fun. Just playing, like, a BizHawk Shuffler stream where I did, like, a whole bunch of different randomizers, switching between them every 10 minutes or so, which was wild and zany. I think wild and zany make for fun. Fuck! Wild and zany streams are good, I like that. But maybe It'd be more like viewer friendly to just have like a whole bunch of different segments. Also, what if viewer levels were involved? Maybe the stream, the extra live stream should have some viewer levels. In fact, it could literally just be, honestly, for like the most numbers, the most like chances of raising money, maybe the best idea would be just you know, hey, would just be literally X hours of like viewer levels, you know, 10 hours of viewer levels for Extra Life. I guess the question is, like, would we be sure of not like running out of them at any point? Sometimes during a viewer level stream we run out by the end, you know, and this sort of peters out. That wouldn't be good for an Extra Life stream if that were the case. In which case, maybe just like 3 hours of like viewer levels, and then moving on to something else would be good. Hey, it's daytime. I made daytime for everyone else for a turn that I don't do. You got a lot of levels if you want to do those. Not tonight. No, we'll be we got our plate full right now. But you know what? Honestly, might be a good idea to just keep it simple next time. Just literally do fewer levels, and that's it. But that'll be next time. This time, we're just, you know, Daisy's gonna get some stars, get more even firmly. Oh, damn it, Luigi. I don't feel good about this. Ugh. I think she made a mistake. She probably should have went into one of those pipes in order to, like, meet Donkey Kong earlier on. Yeah, if she had gone into, like, either pipe, she would have come out ahead. I don't like that, Luigi. I don't like what I've done for you. Wow. Oh, wait, it's going that way, it's going that way. I'm good. That's a good thing for me. We're going clockwise. Which way are you going? Okay, you're going away from me. I'll catch up, don't worry. Don't worry, I have a golden mushroom. I will catch up with you, Donkey Kong. I wish he'd roll low. This does put Donkey Kong on the path without chance time on it, so no chance of anyone mistakenly landing on chance time and maybe, you know, giving me all of Luigi's stars, let's say. But, still, I am happy it is the last turn. I'm happy about that. Anyway. Next turn is the last turn, not this turn. Coin. Coin. Nothing. Coin. Nothing. Coin. Nothing. Coin. Coin. Bag of money. What?! I was misaligned. I didn't get that money. I think this is something good. No. Last one's a coin. Second to last one's a coin. I totally thought I was getting most of those coins, but I just opened up nothing because I timed that wrong. Was looking at the scanner, not at Waluigi. Not at how that was aligned. Oh, I guess there's 2 turns left. Shit. Right, because we made a day. It's not just one daytime turn. We got 2 now. Either way, this is great, actually. This gives us more chance to cash in some coins, get some stars going. I guess, you know, hey, I'll say, it coming all down to the last turn, and just this game being, like, nice enough where I could conceivably see myself getting 3 stars this turn. If I play my cards right. That much is good. I like that a lot. Give me... ah, shit. None of these will, no, none of these are very good. Maybe I can get another one. Maybe I can pass the other coin shop and get another golden mushroom thing. That said, maybe the best strategy would be to, like, chase DK around more actively. Oh, wait, he's right after the coin the shop. So, actually, that would be ideal if I could do that. No way. No, the Twister! Oh, we got twisted. That was a well-placed Twister. And that thing's gonna stop us from going any further than that next turn. So, that's fun. That was a really good move on her part. Do I have one of those get really hard mushrooms? I think I do. I can use that. Luigi's gonna get another one. Oh no, he gets twisted too. He gets twisted too. But not far enough back where he can't get the thing. What the hell does Twister do? How far back does it throw you? I don't know. Not far enough back enough. Oh, damn it! I wish I went the other way. I regret my words and deeds. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's not me. That was Toadette who got switched with. Also, it might have been a little far. He might have gone... He might roll high enough where he gets out of, like, range. Oh, yeah, I'm not catching up with him. I have, like, maybe a steel shroom. I can go at maximum of 10 spaces. And the pipe is closed, so that's out of the question. And Jesus Christ. Is he gonna give Luigi another star? Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, ow, ow. Luigi, man. The fuck? Why you gotta do me like this? Ugh. I would be, you know, I should have went that way anyway, just in case I could have gone on, landed on the chance time, and maybe stolen some more stars. That's like my one chance at victory left. This is like tank controls. It's not like tank controls, it's like, you know, it's like, Episode 1 racer controls, where you have, like, 2 sticks, and they control, like, one set of wheels. It's kind of weird. But not that weird. You know in Star Wars Episode 1, where they have, like, the 2 sticks that control the throttle on one engine versus the other? It's like that. There was a way to play, like, Episode 1 racer like that, but I don't think I ever really did it. I think it was not really that fun. Because, you know, that's no way to control a vehicle, it turns out. It's kind of silly to control a vehicle that way. Like, kind of very silly, in fact. Well, Toadette is gonna get that one. At least it means that, DK is gonna move the fuck on and not be there for Luigi. Maybe he'll be in a place where we can get to him. That'd be nice. Hey, how about one more card here? Follow up on PC stuff. I put new RAM in the PC last week. I'm not sure if it really helps with stuff, but I don't know. Hopefully, we should see better performance across the board, especially when I'm running, like, multiple things at once, as I tend to do with these streams. You know, I got the thing that lets you throw Pikmin at me. I got the thing that, controls the camera. I got multiple things going on, and especially if I'm playing a PC game. I'm thinking that might be very RAM intensive and, you know, not a good situation necessarily. Where is Donkey Kong? We can do this. As long as we don't roll low. Ooh. Fuck you and your fucking thwomp. I got it. Okay, well, I don't think we won. Well, I know we didn't win. Maybe we can get second place if we get literally 2 bonus stars, and Daisy doesn't get any bonus stars. We can get second. First place is just, it's entirely out of reach. It's literally impossible. We can't do it. It's all fucked up. All right, everything is now decided. Well, actually, hang on. He's got to move. Okay, there we go. No more DK, no more stars. One last minigame, and we're paired up with our biggest rival. Great. On some level, I don't care who wins. You know. This looks like fun, though. We gotta jump off and smack Monty Moles. Pretty self-explanatory. You get those ones. Sometimes they're really fast, and then a fucking piranha plant comes up. Either way, we're doing wonderful. We're winning by like a country mile. Country mile? Is that a weird thing to say? A country mile? It's like an expression. People say country mile. That means like a long way. Like we're winning by a good distance. That's 10 more coins, and we did not win. We did not win. Luigi has been defeated. 6 stars. But we did get a lot of coins, and you know, we did earn a lot of stars. They just all got stolen from us. They all got stolen from us. By that damnable Luigi. Well, it might have been someone else who gave it. I forget if Luigi did it, or if someone else did it to Luigi. It was a chance time, you know? Orb Star. I think I used a lot of items. No, it's Toadettes. Fuck is that? I guess at this point they randomize it. Or maybe it's just 3 and Orb Star just replaces the Coin Star. Yeah, I did not get second place. I got 3rd. Because they changed the stars. Ah. Well, that's Mario Party 6. I'll say I think that's a hell of a lot better than 5. I think that it's at this point that the orb system really meets its stride, and I think this game really made the orb system work. I also think it's great how the boards are like pretty navigable, and also they all have unique gimmicks, like that one where we're chasing around Donkey Kong. That was really cool. I think it's a damn good Mario Party, and well, one of the better ones so far, I'll say. Definitely better than 4. Whole lot better than 4. Better than 5. I think even maybe better than 1. I probably wouldn't put it above 2 if I'm like ordering them though. I'd say like it's a solid A tier. A tier Mario Party. Maybe B. Maybe B. No, I'll say A. I'll say A minus. I'll say Mario Party 2 is like A plus. That's how I'll split it. All right, folks. I'm gonna take a quick break. We will be back with Mario Party 7. Also, if I end up splitting the VOD in 2, I guess I'll split it right here. And there'll be one VOD for Mario Parties 5 and 6 for Extra Life. And there'll be another VOD for Mario Party 7 and 8. If you're watching the VOD and it ends here, I guess that's what happened. Otherwise, you know, just keep on watching, I guess. This break will be quick if it's if we're not splitting the VOD. Also, I'm gonna bring up the next game while I'm on break, so you won't have to see any of that. Or at any rate, it won't be in the VOD, or you won't be hearing me talking during that. Alright, back in a bit. Gotta go bathroom. I'm over here. When I was going for the break, I forgot to pause the timer for like a minute. So, let's just, I'll start it in like a second here. Folks, it's time for the next game. That is to say, Mario Party 7. Mario Party 7 is the next game here. And I've already changed the game on the Twitch. Maybe while I was on a break, I should have just gone ahead and changed it on the YouTube as well. It's not really a clean way to do that without editing the stream on the computer, which is a little harder than maybe it should be. From the couch, at least, anyway. Anyway, we are going to start this and get into it pretty quickly. This ends up being the start of a second VOD for a reason, such as, being longer than what YouTube allows in a VOD. Let me say that this is all part of Extra Life. I've been playing through the Mario parties, and I did 4 of them on Tuesday in like 11 hours, and for the last 7 hours, I've been doing them here tonight, and I did 5 and 6 tonight. And now we're on to 7, and we just got 7 and 8 to do. So, I'm thinking right now, let's just go ahead and get them all knocked out. Let's go. Mario was on his morning constitutional. That is what you need to know about the setup here. You go on like a cruise. Apparently I titled it Larry, this file, because I thought that was funny. I don't know anyone named Larry, so that's not like my name. So don't worry about that. I don't know anyone by that name. It's just what I could spell out with the buttons. Let's do a party cruise. I'm going to start the timer back up. That's probably close enough to where it would have been. Really, I probably, if on streams like this, I could totally have it set up so that when I hit the button to throw to the break, it pauses. And when I hit the button to unthrow to the break, it unpauses. Like, that is actually really possible. That is a thing I could do. But I have to think of that ahead of time, it turns out. To set that up. Shall I tell you how to play? No. Where do we want to go? I'll tell you, I'm kind of thinking let's go simple here. Padoga Peak is basically just the first world of, it's basically just the first map in Mario Party 1. And it basically just involves going to the top and getting a star and coming back down. And that just sounds nice to me. I'm gonna do Waluigi for computer player 1. Let me see, actually. Okay, this time they don't have brutal anymore, so normal is the new normal. We're gonna set them to normal. And the winner of the last game was Waluigi, so Luigi will be up again this time as one of the computer players. Now is a fantastic time if anyone wants to jump in and sponsor a CPU. Now would be a great time for that, I will say. We're at the start of a game, and that would set them to hard, and also get your name up on the screen, which I will accommodate. I will do, Accommodate, maybe not the right word. No, I hate talking. I really do. Again, with being in this same position, I don't have to move. I am good. I'm still Waluigi. I'm in the upper right. I'm putting down my controller. I could, if I had to switch like positions, I'd have to do that with the OBS, and to do that, I would look at the OBS by checking it on the. Basically, I can make it so that my TV shows me what's on the computer, but only me. So that wouldn't be anything y'all see. But it's a good way of like doing OBS changes while like on the couch. Provided I don't need like that much keyboard type stuff, I guess. I guess actually, since I have this keyboard here, it would be well possible for me to do that sort of thing without leaving the couch. In fact, let me try doing that here. Why not? There's just computer player turns right now. I'm just gonna, like, turn on my mouse. I have the keyboard in my lap now. Where is the... Why did I close the YouTube that had, like, the live stream in it? Whatever. I'll pull it back up. Two likes on that. Very nice. I'm a little conflicted about getting likes on the YouTube VODs or the YouTube streams because I archive those as soon as the stream is over. So they're kind of just going out into the ether, but whatever. It's fine. Mario Party 7. Click. Click. There we go. Look at that. That's actually possible to do. Okay, what are we doing here? Didn't even cost that much time, actually. Maybe people are specifically out there looking for Mario Party 7 on YouTube. Who knows? Really should be a faster way to do that rather than editing on the browser itself. I'd like to be able to do it from my phone specifically. Whatever. We're just running and jumping. Okay, simple enough. You know, so far, that first turn went really fast. That first turn went really fast. Like, that was the fastest turn I feel like we've had since the N64 Mario parties. I feel like in the past, my opinion on Mario Party 7 has been like, oh, it's secretly the best one. It's actually secretly better than Mario Party 3 in some ways, you know, insofar as like having more variety of boards and, you know, other such things. Maybe part of it is faster turns. If it's faster turns, then... Oh, shit. I'd be very happy. I didn't know those were trapdoors. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I don't know about, but apparently, so long as it also gets the CPUs... Ah! Then it's fine. Wasn't able to get to first, but that's, you know, hey. I'll say again. Let me say again. This might be the start of a new VOD, maybe, if time goes over, you know, for the YouTube VOD. I'll say, we're doing this for Extra Life. Big, long stream for Extra Life, as is you do around, you know, November. That is supporting my local children's hospital. The children's hospital in Dallas, specifically. And any amount is good. Any amount I will thank you for. And, you know, the amounts down there are for special incentives, like, you know, sponsoring a CPU, taking a turn for me. So you sort of decide, like, you know, if I get up to the star and you wanted to say, like, don't take the star, you could make me do that. There are, I'm sure, other creative ways you could make me use it, like using items, that seems like a good thing. Using items, that sort of thing, seems very possible that, Wow! Wow, that's an expensive star. But also I get 10 coins, so sure. This game has some weird, like, some weird ideas as far as, like, you know, mixing things up. I guess it still has the orb system, so that's alright. I don't know if that's, like, that's not a problem, I guess, at this point. They've sort of integrated it well with just proper items now. I'll also say, I never had, like, a proper box for it. I got it used from GameStop, like, back in the early aughts, so this is the box that I have. Is it... Yeah, GameStop EB Games. It says both on there. Feel like that box is pretty familiar to me. I don't know. I feel like a lot of games had that sort of box art when you got them from GameSpot. GameSpot? I don't know. hop on the roulette wheel to collect bananas. You can jump as many times as you want before time runs out. Let's do it. Just jump. Just jump.
Go!
And each banana is like a number of coins to be determined. I don't remember this one. This is not one of the mini games I remember of the DK. Also, I'll say, it's kind of funny in retrospect. I plugged in the microphone. We did not get a single microphone game in Mario Party 6. Isn't that sad? It is sad. I think there might be some here in Mario Party 7 though, so let's see. In fact, let me just check something real fast. The options. Use mic, thank you. Don't view their mini games. And fast. And yeah. All is good. And yeah, they go from normal to hard. So yeah, let's just keep them on normal until such time as they get sponsored. Ooh. Now, of course, these Mario Parties in the later half of the Mario Party series, they're on GameCube, so there's no way to play them online or without physical people, so I don't think I played them, you know, online or with physical people since I was a kid. You know, and I live with family, you know? And even then, we didn't play, like, that often that way, you know? Honestly, it was, my sister wasn't really into that sort of, like, back and forth Mario Karty bullshit. I think she liked it more when we could all be on the same team, you know? She would never fight me in Smash, for instance. Only just, like, Comp Stomp C2 versus 2. Which meant that, you know, until, like, Smash Ultimate, I never really did that much, like, versus actual people, just because, you know, I didn't really get out much, and the online modes in previous games were, like, kind of lacking in, you know, letting you fight the way that you want to. I guess I did do some Smash 4 when 4 Glory rolled out, but not as much as I did in Smash Ultimate. You know, maybe something about 4 just didn't hit me quite as good as Smash 4 as Smash Ultimate would a couple of years later. You know, having the directional dodge helped a lot. I still have a good number of cards left, let me say. So why don't I pull one and we talk about what's on it. Orb. Metal shrooms are still a thing. There's a whole dueling plaza there. That's cool. You know what? We're kind of going new places and seeing new things. Maybe we should hold it a bit on the cards. After I finish moving, I'll pull a card. Ooh, I kind of want that, but stars are 40 coins, man. I'm gonna pass. I think we're too close to the star to justify going in on a thing. And shit, it looks like I'm gonna need like a whole bunch of... Fuck. It's probably gonna be cheaper now. I should have gotten it. I should have gotten it. Oh well. It's still good. Here's a card. What movies came out this year? Were there any? I was trying to think about movies that came out this year. Honestly, I can't think of that many. The ones I can think of are animated, like, you know, I mentioned earlier, the Kaguya-sama movie came out this year, as did the also mentioned earlier, the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse 1 came out this year. Here, I move small spinner with stick, little small sticker with the C-stick. I can't really think of that many other movies that came out other than, like, there were a few Marvel movies that were okay. Ant-Man was okay. Marvels I didn't like very much, and there was also the There was also the Guardians movie, which was, I thought it was good. Definitely the Guardians movie falls in the camp of pretty damn good. But I don't know if it's like best of the year good, you know? Like, I don't know what I would say is best of the year. And also, I don't think I saw enough movies to even make a top 5 list this year. What came out that wasn't Marvel? Was Sisu this year? Or was that last year? If Sisu was this year, it was pretty damn good. No, that was 2022. I'm gonna put on my phone what movies came out in 2023. Let's see. Fool's Paradise, never heard of it. Guardians of the Galaxy and the other Marvel movies, yeah. Oh, there was Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. That was pretty okay. I thought that Mission Impossible was pretty okay, pretty decent, fairly good. Did Fast X come out this year? John Wick 4 came out this year? Oh wow, I forgot that was this year. That was pretty okay. That was not bad. Is this good? You seem happy to see me. Oh, that explains why you're not playable anymore. No! Whoever it is, it's bad. Wow. John Wick, there was Indiana Jones. That was, like, very okay. It had a good ending, but the rest was pretty mid. A very mid Indiana Jones. Not as bad as the last one, but a lot better, or not as good as, like, any of them in their peak, you know? There was the Five Nights at Freddy's movies. Okay, yeah. Gran Turismo came out. If that's a movie that's worth mentioning, I feel like the list is already a little weak, isn't it? Creed 3, I've heard that's really good, haven't seen it. Would really like to, you know. Renfield, didn't watch it. There was the Tetris movie, didn't watch it. Spider-Man, like I said. There's a Dark Winnie the Pooh, okay. Paint, looks like a Bob Ross movie, okay. I'm not seeing anything else that really jumps out at me as for movies that I saw. Kind of just a lot of, like, really okay stuff.
Go!
Yeah. Not a lot. Why are you ground pounding on them, dude? You don't need to ground pound on them. Oh, crap, you do! Oh, you do need to ground pound on them. I didn't know you needed to ground pound on them. That, explains a lot. That's what I get for not paying attention. Half of my coins? Fuck you, asshole. That's a lot of coins. And it'd be less coins if I won. Wow, that sucks. I like it when it's like 1 for 1 and equal stakes, you know? If it's not equal stakes, then that kind of just blows. I mean, I'll say I still like the game, you know? Hey! Having more dual spaces in like a dedicated spot, that is actually pretty neat. Even if sometimes it's more of a catch-up mechanic than a griefing mechanic now. That's probably smart, really, if I'm thinking about it, like, from an objective perspective. Collect one of each kind to win. Okay. 80 for Brady was this year? Didn't see it, but I heard that some people really didn't like it. That Dungeons and Dragons movie came out? Where is it? I need the red. I need the red. I need the yellow, too. Really?
Finish!
God damn. That was close, I think, maybe. What else came out? Creed, as we said. Cube? There was another Cube? That was an older movie. Wait, it says Sisu came out this year, according to this thing. Maybe it came out in America. Maybe it came out in America this year. That would explain it, yeah. If it came out in America this year, it's definitely one of the best movies of the year. Yeah, I would have to give it to Sisu, specifically, if Sisu was only in theaters this year. Oh, the Super Mario Brothers movie, right, yeah, that's honestly probably like top 5. Just fucking based on what I've seen. I certainly think the Mario Brothers movie is better than any of the Marvel movies that I've seen. Maybe Guardians is better than it. It's a toss-up. Fast and the Furious 10 was pretty good, though it's a first-parter, part of 1 of 2. You know? I thought that, you know, kind of... I'll use the cannon orb. Where are you shooting me? Okay, that's pretty good. We're near the end, and we got enough coins to get a star. You know what? That's all we need. That's all we need. That Elemental came out. I heard good things about Asteroid City. Didn't see it. Heard it was kind of... I heard it had full frontal nudity. And it's made by some guys that are famous. The Flash came out. That's not good. You don't want the Flash. Oh yeah, Barbie and Oppenheimer. Those are probably like the 2 big ones that people liked. I didn't see either of them. But if they're on a streaming service, I might watch them. I don't know. Those are good ones to, like, you know, keep an eye out for. Should they come to streaming for free in a way that I can just get, I'll absolutely, like, you know, pick them up and watch them. I heard some people say Blue Beetle wasn't as bad as, like, the critics said it was. But I'm still not, like, jumping out of my seat to watch the Blue Beetle. I'll say I haven't watched, like, most of the DC movies. You know, like, I've not seen either Aquaman. I didn't see, like, there's a lot of those movies I just haven't seen, so, like, there's a lot of them just nah. Keeping on scrolling through this list of things from this year. Okay, what are we doing? We're punching them out of the bubble. Okay. There was that Taylor Swift concert movie, which I really don't understand. I learned about this concept this year, that there are just, like, movies. Okay, get this, they're movies, but they're just concerts. They just record a concert and they put that in a theater. I don't understand that. You find any song that you like just on YouTube. And I thought the movies were supposed to be more of a live thing, you know? This is better designed than the ones like this in the previous games, where there's no invulnerability after you get hit. That's way better designed, let me say. I don't really get that, like, you go to a theater to watch a concert? Kind of defeats the purpose of going to a concert, don't it? Yeah, those are dumb, says Pubby Twitch. Yeah, I just don't understand that. Not my thing. If y'all like, if people like that, and, you know, I'll say I do like Taylor Swift, though I haven't listened to a new song that she has done in like the last 5 years. Just because I don't usually listen to new music, nothing against Taylor Swift. She seems pretty good at what she does. Oh, we had enough for a star, but we don't now. What's your favorite band? Oh, I don't fucking know. The Eagles? Maybe the Eagles. I like a lot of the Eagles stuff that I've heard. Honestly, I'd probably be more likely to say a band from an anime, like a Kosoku band or you know, Hokugo Tea Time. I'd probably be more likely to say those than an actual like American band that plays actual, like, you know, music. I don't listen to that much music other than what I listened to as a kid. Or, you know, what I have stumbled into, one way or another, you know? I sort of just listen to what I got, and that's it. Keeping on looking through this list, I'm just not seeing any other movies that really jump out at me. And of course, we're in like present day, so, you know, I'm in like November, October now, and I feel like I'd remember seeing a movie if I saw a movie in the last month or two. Yeah. No, I didn't see any other movies that really jump out at me. If Sisu was this year, it's Sisu. Let me see, Sisu theatrical release. Theatrical release. When was that? It debuted in September 2022 International Film Festival. The film premiered in Finland in 2023 and released in the United States April 2023. Okay, that's a 2023 movie. That's the best one. Sisu is. If you don't know Sisu, it was a movie about a guy who has to kill Nazis. He's like an old prospector, and he finds a bunch of gold. And when he's trying to get the gold back home, back to a bank, some fucking Nazis come across him and try to steal his gold. Unfortunately, it turns out they picked the wrong guy to try to steal gold from, because he's like an ex-commando motherfucker. He has a name. He's like John Wick. He's like the John Wick of Swedish mercenary crews. He's a badass motherfucker, and oh my god, it's so good. It's grounded. It's the action is so fucking compelling. It's made by some of the same people who made we have Rumble on? I'm wondering that now. I don't think I have Rumble on, so I'm just gonna use the audio cue. Oh good, it's just like in momentary stun. Nothing severe anyhow. Yeah, it's made by the same guys who made John Wick, and it is fucking really good. I'll say it's like one of my, definitely my favorite movie of the year, given the choices, the alternatives that I have just looked through. And of course, I'll say, personally, for my movie consumption, I do consider animated movies and, regular movies to be different. At least anime movies. I don't really count those in the same buckets. I judge anime among all the other anime, and movies among all the other movies, even if they are movies. John Wick 4 is your favorite? I thought John Wick 4 was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't, anything special. Kind of the same as the other three. The part in Japan was pretty cool. I liked there was the whole deaf guy thing. I liked his deal. He was a very cool assassin. I liked the guy with the dog. He was also a very cool assassin. They had some really cool assassins in that. Each of them had new tricks. I guess it was better than okay. It was pretty fucking good. You know what? I've just upgraded it in my mind, thinking about it again. I think it was pretty fucking good, and they had, just by it having, new characters that had, new murder styles, you know what I mean? New murder styles, you know? The ending was very good at wrapping everything up. Yeah, I guess they did do that. Have they announced a John Wick 5? I feel like they are probably fixing on a John Wick 5. Regardless of, what they actually say. You know, or how that actually ended. But I cannot remember. I'm not good at timing things. I was way off there for getting the... I got 0. Fuck. No, they haven't? I bet there'll be a John Wick 5. Eventually. I mean, shit, if they just did, more Sisu type things instead, I think I'd be very happy with that. I do feel like with John Wick, you do, get the... With John Wick, I feel like, after the second or third one, you're very much okay, kind of see where this is going. Kind Can we, like, you know, do something else, get some variety here, but, you know, that's not really what it was about, you know? Whereas, like, and I guess actually, come to think of it, with John Wick 4, they did exactly that. They introduced, like, a new assassin. They introduced 2 new assassins who assassinate in, like, way different ways. One guy being like, oh, I'm blind, so I use, like, you know, motion and sound to figure out where people are and kill them. And I'm actually pretty good at it. And there's the other guy who has a dog, and he's like, I use my dog to murder people. I send my dog to go bite them, and then I shoot them. It's actually pretty efficient, you know? I'm sure, actually, there are actual people who use these actual tactics in actual real life. So, that's fun, you know? There were some okay movies this year, turns out, if I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'll put together a top 5 movies list like I usually do, and post it, like, on 1 or 2 Discords. And also probably show it on stream. You know, I feel like Game of the Year, that's very important to me. I also feel like Anime of the Year, that's very important to me. Movie of the Year, I just don't really watch that much movies. I can't do any more than 5, you know? Without getting in ones that I'm, you know, less happy about, you know? Like, I'd say that probably I wouldn't... Dead Reckoning was, like, pretty good, but I don't know if it really belongs in, like, a top list of the year, you know? But I think I might have to put, like, Dead Reckoning at, like, number 10, just because I haven't seen that many other movies. You know? You gotta go? Glad you could catch one of your streams. Well, thank you. You were here for a while, Pug Puppy Twitch, and thank you for contributing as well. I understand you didn't have, you know... It's always good to contribute what you have, what you can, and I appreciate it. Extra Life, it's for the children. Like a slogan? That's not the slogan of Extra Life, but it is for the children. It's like Play Together or something. There's like a slogan. Is it on the logo under my name? Might be on the logo under my name. That just says it's a program of Child's Hospitals, Banks, or whatever. I'm sorry, Oh, fuck! Stop! What? Whoa! 3, 5, 4, 3, stop! Oh! Stop. This is not me, so I can't stop it. That'd be a fucked up thing to do if you just didn't hand off the controller to the next person. In the case of real life, with people, you know, and you just did it for them. There's not like a microphone on the Nintendo Switch, is there?
Finish.
Not without like accessories. So if they wanted to do this for, if they did GameCube Online eventually, they'd have to just have it be like strictly controller mode, which is probably fine since it never worked that good in the first place, you know? Like, imagine playing this now for the first time and realizing, like, Apple, why isn't it working? Apple, why isn't it working? You know, the reason is it's expecting you to say Apple, you know, with a certain accent or whatever, probably. Or rather, it's just I don't even know how they figured out like what words were at the time. It just isn't very sophisticated compared to like, you know, Siri, which mostly gets it right, you know, most of the time, nearly all the time. With our modern technology, we get it right more often, but we're still not perfect, you know? I'm gonna take it easy, until such time as I have enough coins to buy another one of those. It's funny that they say we've been selling orbs here for centuries. That's a funny thing to say, given that, you know, hey, it makes sense. We'll use that to get up once we have, like, more coins, and we can know that we can buy a star once we get up there. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste, isn't it? Here is another card. Sleep stuff. My sleep schedule's been a little erratic lately. Been staying up, like, a lot, and sleeping in, like, a lot. I'll say, though, last night, I went to sleep, like, you know, around 2 a.m., which is a pretty good time to go to sleep, and woke up, like, you know, around noon. Well, I sort of slept in until noon, you see. I figured, like, with this big stream in the afternoon, I needed to, like, spend as much time in bed as possible. Make sure I can go the distance, you know? And probably also watch stuff after, you know? We're probably gonna end around 2 a.m. or something, so... I guess, after that I'll probably stay up later and, refuck my sleep schedule. I will say, I've been, doing a little bit of melatonin in some cases where, like, in some specific cases where, like,
Go!
not sure how this is, like... Oh, okay, we're searching for gems or something. Okay. It's not like get to the end. Are these the same fields? No, they're not. They're random. Also, we've just gotten, like, completely unlucky, basically digging out the same fucking stuff. Same fucking fields.
Finish!
Okay, we're tied. Whatever. That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, I'm only taking it a little bit when I absolutely need to, because I found, like, when I was trying to take it all the time, I was just tired all the time. Even after getting full nights of sleep every night, and going to sleep at a normal time every night, I'd just wake up and be tired in the afternoon, which is messed up, that's counterproductive. Can't have that. Why are you doing that, dude? You're just gonna get to the top and be unable to whatever. Not gonna question it. Making it easier for me. Maybe he gets 10 coins when he gets up there and can't afford it. Also, geez, it's up to 40? Yeah, he gets nothing. He gets nothing. It's nice, this one. I really like this map, even though it's just basically the first map from, it's just the first map from the first game, basically. But, after so many other games and complicated maps, it kind of comes as a nice, relief to have a map that's just like, hey, it's fucking simple. Get to the top. That's it. Anyway, taking that reservedly, and I guess I'll say, the obvious, which is that I really don't need to, Oh boy, we can do a duel. That'll help. Assuming that we, do well. I'm going to duel, Luigi. He has the most coins. I do know that, like, right now, being between jobs and all, I really don't need to rush with things. I can just take things easy and, do things as they come. I can get up whenever I want, set my own hours for, like, doing interviews and that sort of thing. And so long as I'm up in the, in the afternoon, it's all fine, but I don't know, there is some part of me that is just like, Are we trying to hit?
Finish!
Or trying to get more balls on the other side? Yeah, more balls on the other side, that's it. There's some part of me that always just wants to keep on trucking, wants to keep on going later and later into the night and getting as much done as possible on each night. I know that that is silly, but, it's how my mind works. Even between opportunities, even without something to do in the morning that is like, concrete. Just seems like always a good idea to watch one more thing. Even if it's not like a whole anime that I'm like making progress on. It was just like, oh, here's some YouTube video. Here's a YouTube video. I'll watch a YouTube video. Ooh, look at this, another YouTube video. I would like to watch one more YouTube video before I sleep. And I should really not do that, but it's the human condition, isn't it? I now have enough for a star, so I am going to start trucking. I'm going to start trucking up to the star place and aim to get that there star. I'm gonna use a gold, you know? How are we doing? 9 turns? Okay. Pretty far into the stream to be like only 9 turns into the second to last game. Eeh. Whatever, man. I guess it was too much to hope for that each of them would take like 3 hours on the dot. You know, just because the first ones kind of did, more or less. Like game. That was optimistic. That was optimistic. Maybe Mario Kart 8 will be really fast. That'd be nice. Left, right, or mushroom. And we can only use it once, mushroom. Left, right. I think we're going second.
Go!
Are the barrels bad or good? Oh, I think the barrels are good. The barrels are gas. They're good. Oil slicks are bad. That was a bad move. But okay. Let's see if we can do. Yes. Right. 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 Left. Left. Right, right. Right. Left. Left. Oh my god. Those hitboxes. I don't know. That just felt bad. I mean, check the tape. Did I say left or right late or too late in too many cases? It's just finicky, I guess, is the thing, isn't it? Fuck. Well, whatever. Just one minigame. I guess with all these mic minigames, if they're gonna be like 4 players, you know, 4-player free-for-alls, I think in a lot of the cases the first time the microphone came out, it was a lot of like 1 versus 3s that had the microphone, which maybe explains why we didn't see it that often. 1 versus 3s are more unlikely. But I will say 1 versus 3 might be the way to go for those because only 1 player has to do it, rather than being like, okay, you do something, you do it, and then we all do it. That takes extra time. I mean, if you're doing a sane amount of turns, that's not as important. You know, I'll say. Like, you know, like, okay, well, if you're just doing like 20 turns, like, you don't really care about turn time that much, right? These things are just concerns I have, considering that I would really like to just have this all be one VOD, but I feel like we have to give up on that. As for how to do it, I think I will split it up in post. This is how I'll do the VODs. I've already, like, not stopped the VOD, so if it ends up being, like, 12 hours exact, let's say Mario Party 8 is really short, or, like, faster than the other games, I'm curious. For comparison, I'm gonna pull up, like, Google real fast. Mario Party 8, how long was that? Mario Party 8. Was that a quick Mario Party? That being the giant bomb thing where they played through all those games. Giant bomb. Mario Party 8. How long was that? It's premium, so I can't see. Not sure. Well, the best of was like 44 minutes, so probably. Hang on, GB Crew. GB Crew. They're dueling? Good thing we don't have to see that. Okay. Wait, a store? That's not right. Hang on. Oh, Quick Look Crew. That's it. QL Crew. Not GB Crew. QLQ. That's a website that has like an archive or like a searchable database of everything that the GB ever did. Bomb ever did. Mario Party 7. What are we doing?
Go!
Okay, we're fulfilling an order. And we need enough of each. Finish! Yeah, that was easy. I feel like some of these need like a hard version. You know, like WarioWare style. If we're just talking like ideas that would be good for like Mario Party, I'll say like it'd be cool if here's a small idea for that. It'd be fun if they like made it so that okay, it's at least 3 hours long, so you know. Oh wait, Mario Party 8, Mario Party 8. Let me see Mario Party 8. Mario Party 7 was 3 hours long. Mario Party 8. Search. Oh, hang on. Who looks at the turn number? An hour in. What turn number is that? 12 of 50. Oh, God. 8 is maybe going to be a long one. Oh, jeez. At least it was the longest Mario Party maybe. Okay. Maybe, hopes of a quick one. Not so much. Hey, Tech is amazing. How's it going? I'm doing Mario Party for Extra Life. Playing all the Mario Parties in order. No, not every board, but 50 turns of each game. And we're on 7, so we're pretty deep in. Good. Yeah. You are good, or do you like Mario Party? That's good. Either way. I am a little worried at this point that, it's not gonna... This VOD in particular... Probably Mario Party, we wouldn't be able to do Mario Party, 8 in a 12-hour VOD. But, you know, maybe we can just split the VOD and go late. Or maybe we should save Mario Party 8 for, like, Thursday? How do y'all feel about that? Maybe a Thursday stream would be better. More chance for people to get in anyway. Are you doing DS? No, just the ones that have... 50 turns as an option. And, not DS. I don't own DS. And also, I'd have to do some stuff with the computer to do that one. Whereas I can have all these, like, legitimate copies and all. Which I think is pretty nice to do. Also, not doing Superstars or 9 or 10. But also, part of it is that I don't... You want turn check? Turn check 11. Turn 11. We're not very far into this one, but it does at least seem to be going a little faster, I think, maybe? Maybe we ought to just take our time and do a third Extra Life stream, rather than, like, trying to just push through. Maybe Mario Party 8 will take forever, and, we shouldn't just rush into it if we don't have time to do all of it in one go. I say time. You say do 8 today? There's a thought. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'll say, I already said a couple things earlier just in case I end up splitting up the VOD or something. And, you know, it's sort of a thing where YouTube only lets VODs up to 12 hours, so if this VOD ends up being over 12 hours, that'll be like, you know, that'll be 2 VODs, which I find really annoying. But if I guess I have to do 2 streams anyway, why not? I suppose. And the answer is, I don't want to be going until like 3, 4 a.m. I guess. Maybe that's not a possibility. Maybe we wouldn't go that late. Okay, I'm up next. 7 seconds. Start. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. What? What are you talking about? I said Mississippi. I said Mississippi. Mississippi is not start. I was not holding down the button even. What the fuck was that? I can't say Mississippi? God damn it. That's, you know, hey, these microphones, they sucked.
Finish.
They sucked. They were terrible.
I'm a winner.
Yeah, Luigi, you're a winner because Mississippi. Are you Mario partied out by this point? Kinda, yeah. I am Mario partied out for sure. I will say though, it's all for a good cause. This being my extra life stream and all, it's for the kids, for the children up at the Children's Hospital in Dallas. I guess it's down in Dallas specifically. How similar is 4 to 7? I think 7 is a lot better than 4. I think 4, there's a lot more random chance in the boards. Like, it's much harder to navigate the maps in 4 versus like any of the other games. At least the map that I saw someone else play relatively recently and the map I played myself. In both cases, they are pain in the ass boards to do. I'm gonna overwrite her, her square. Fuck her. It'll be my square. I think 7 might be low-key one of the best ones. You know? The Bowser store. 5 is okay, you don't like the orb machine thing. Yeah, I definitely think the orb machine is a lot worse than, say, you know, having orbs be an item that you pick up, like, just walking, like it does in 6 and 7, or just having a store. Both having a store and orbs you pick up randomly. A better way to do all that, I think, in this one. Capsule, yeah. They're called capsules. I was calling them orbs. Close enough. Are they called orbs in any of these? Wait, they said orb right there. Is the orb system and capsule system different? Oh shit, I didn't realize that. It's orbs in 6 and 7? Gotcha, okay. It's candy in 8. I wonder how much of that is translation. You know, is it because it's kind of the same? I don't know if they look different is the thing. Maybe they just said for 6 and 7, like, people in America don't know what capsules are. That's actually not what we don't have those. We don't have capsule machines, so it's kind of a foreign concept, but orbs, I feel people will get used to because they say, oh, they are circle shaped. So they are orbs. There we go. There you go. I have more cards. This is going okay. Feel like everyone's on pretty equal ground here. Let me talk about how these cards came to be. And I don't mean that in the sense of, like, you know, I've talked before about how they started, you know, like I wanted to fill the dead space sometimes that you have when chat is a little bit slow, and I sort of put these together, and it turned out to be a great way to remember things I wanted to talk about, you know what I mean? But what I more want to talk about is like how specifically I put together a whole docket of things to talk about, you know? Here we just hit the button. We just hit the button that shows on the roulette. A. B. Hit B. No, hit B. Hit B. Hit R. Yay. Hit A. Yay! R! R! Cartwheel is your favorite minigame? Well, maybe it's more fun with people rather than robots that gets it wrong half the time. But, seems alright. I bet with people it's really fun. We got 6 coins. Is this cartwheeled? I think this is maybe cartwheeled. So, the way that it works to get these, like, cards set up is I have a list app on my phone called Clear. And I have in here a whole list of, like... No, it's a racing minigame? Gotcha, okay. I have a whole list of, like, things I would like to talk about, and I sort of fill this out between streams and put next to it like the color that each card will be based on like my you know, classification system they're on. You know, and I like to look at these, lay out and see like, okay, I got enough blues, I got enough yellows, I want some reds, I want some purples in there. Not too many purples in a row. Hey, thank you for the cheer, though. This is Extra Life, so charity to the donation, please. I'm not sure if, like... Well, maybe that... You know, I thank you either way, hey. Prefer right now for the charity to get the money, but, whatever's good. I make a whole list of things. I sort of, like, try to come up with enough different ideas and enough different things and not go too heavy on one type of card or one idea. And I sort of, like, rearrange it into an order... into an order that is thing. You thought it was in bits? A link will appear. You can also scroll down. You'll see an Extra Life link in the panels there. You can donate there. There's one for like sponsoring a computer player. There's also one for like just me making noises for you, like this for the end until the end of a turn. That one's 10. Gotcha. There you go, you figured it out. Thank you either way. I guess I will donate $1 later. I'll donate $1 on your behalf. Tech is amazing. Just to make sure that we're, like, being good here. I will try to remember that, you know, like, 10 hours from now, you know? There, also the Nightbot has the link for you. Spin the wheel and take whatever number you land up on. Oh, let's do that. That sounds good. 5. All right. So I put together this list and I try to make sure that there's enough different ideas and that, you know, they're ordered in an order that, like, allows me to segue from one thing to the next relatively easily. And, you know, additionally that involves, like, just, like, thinking about the order. And the one nice thing about this list app is that I can, like, drag things around if, say, I want to put things ahead of other things. You know, I can reorder the conversation cards at will here, and then when it's time to just, like, jot them down on the computer, I can just go, here's one card, here's another card, and it goes by pretty fast, relative, you know, maybe like 10, 20 minutes before a stream. I can just, like, bang them all out. Oh, this is fun. This is a fun, like, almost an action game. That's fun. Recently, I've been thinking more about, you can't sponsor me, you can sponsor anyone else, but, yeah. Yeah, you can sponsor anyone else. Everyone else is currently free. I would say... Dry Bones is right behind me. Dry Bones would be a good one for here. Birdo is also good. You will do Dry Bones. Hell yeah. I will, as soon as that dono goes in, I will, put your name next to Dry Bones. Let me, also zoom out. Get to the regular zoomage. Anyway, a lot of thought is put into that whole, situation, the whole order of cards. And recently I've been, like, trying to think of them in terms of categories, right? Like this stream, in particular, to like, go through the cards for this stream. I started off talking about games I've been playing. Then I talked about, holiday block. The anime hour was in there as well, early on. The kids block. There was a block about, like, kids and parenting and stuff, since my sister is, soon to be a mother. There's the cubing block. I did a block about cubing. Let me add Amex to PayPal. Okay, good. I understand. I didn't know they didn't do that. I don't know anything about Amex or what the deal is. I had a comedy block, which was pretty short, a shout-out block, and we're currently in the penultimate grab bag block, which is just more of a mix, you know? Just more of a just smattering of anything goes, which I think is fun. Mike game, don't say Mississippi. Okay, okay. We just say numbers for this one. How about we cut the VOD off for the, for Mario Party 9, and then we go forward from there. No, let's just keep on trucking for Mario Party 9. I'll split the VOD up later. It's so hard, because, like, if I know it's definitely gonna take over 12 hours, I should split it up, like, now-ish. You know, get it done ahead of time, rip the Band-Aid off. That way I don't have to do, like, any sort of, anything weird for that. Yes. 3. 1. 7. 9. 9. 7. 1. 8. Mostly that was on me not saying the numbers at the right time, but it did not understand a couple of them. Great. Anyway, put a lot of thought into all those conversation cards, and I'll say, we're getting near the end of those, so I'm almost out of things that I prepared ahead of time. Prepared more cards for this stream than last stream, so, you know, I guess I was, better at spacing those out last time. Better at, like, making them last the whole. We got maybe 5 left. My games are bad for now, but when the game was released, it was ahead of its time. That's probably true, but at the same time, at the time even, you did, like, get a lot of misinputs all the time, right? Even then. Even at the time. You know, there's a reason on, like, the next generation, the generation after this, they didn't fuck around with, like, that many commands that were given through, like, the DS microphone, you know? Mostly it was just like, are you blowing? I can tell if you're blowing. That works. I can tell that you are blowing right now, yes. Can orb. Do I have to watch this minigame? Good, I don't. That's lovely. That's nice of them. Do I have... I'm gonna put it right there. So long as it's on the path, that's good enough for catching people, you know? I have a lot of coins. Go buy a shop, I want to get a, great big mushroom. Yeah, give me a great big mushroom. I think it's gonna be worth it. You know, feel like I'm going to get my, my crap back. Ah! That's not good. Well, I'll probably be fine. I'll probably be fine. Hey, turn check. 14. Jeez, these games go slow at this point. At this point, it's a question mark whether if this game will be done within the 12-hour span. No, that's not true. It's not that bad. We're certainly not going to finish by 9 hours, though. Maybe like 10. Maybe like 10, 11. If we're lucky. I'll say if we get to like 10 hours on this one, maybe we ought to just do the last one on another night. Just because, look. Just because, like, I don't want to go until like 3, 4 a.m., you know? I got another stream tomorrow. There's other business to attend to. Though I will say, the last one of these will be a whole stream unto itself. And We should probably have, like, some other, like... You know what I'll say? I'll say that the Mario Party... I'll say if we do, like, Mario Party alone, Mario Party 8 alone, there will be a chance of adding, like, some other additional stuff on top of it. Like, I don't know. Maybe we'll have, like, a smaller goal. Maybe what we need now is a smaller goal to shoot for. Something between the 500 and such to just, like, add... I don't know, duel. Like, say we get to 200 bucks, let's say. Add duel. A Mario Party 3 duel to the end of the, of Mario Party, 8. That'd be if we hit 200, if we hit, like, 300, there could be something there, too. There are things we could do if we had, like, you know, if we weren't necessarily, like, knocking up against the, 12-hour mark just with these games alone. Damn it! This is a pretty good one, I think.
Finish.
I didn't even land on the space, and I lose my crap. Hope PayPal works once you get that all set up. I didn't know that Extra Life was that restrictive about that sort of thing. What exactly is an Amex? Is it just a credit card? Just a credit card like any other? I don't know. I use a debit card, so I have no idea about, like, credit or anything of the sort myself, you know? Hey, that'll do 10 for me. Ah, crap. I lost 10 in that minigame, so I am not very well positioned to, like, get up to the thing and spend the money. I guess I don't know, like, how... I guess I don't know, like, how many are, like, what the current cost is right now. Maybe the current cost is fine. Okay, shooting at guys, move cruiser, and fire. Don't hit bombs. Got it. Go.
Go.
Oh, it's not like, it's analog, the aiming. So we just, like, move and shoot with the stick. And, it's not, like, snapping to the targets or anything. I thought it would snap to the targets, like some of the... I think there have been earlier Mario Party games where it snaps to targets. Which I think is good when it does that, I'll say. Ah, $25 from Tech is Amazing, I think. Right? That's what it says? Yes, or as Vivid David Stanton, specifically, who is Tech is Amazing. And you want to sponsor Dry Bones, I can do that for you. I gotcha. Oh, fuck yes. Let me do that right now. Yeah, sorry about that. You know. I guess it must have been your PayPal name, right? You could always do it anonymous. Or whatever, yeah. Let me type that in real fast. I have the, I've got OBS open. Just gonna do it right, here. Let me line up the names. Yep. Dry Bones sponsor. Tech is Amazing. Let me line that all up now. You did it through Amazon Pay? Ah, that's probably part of it. Yeah. I think that's as lined up as we can get. And let me just line up my own name now. I'm Waluigi. I'm just typing in spaces, by the way, if you're wondering. In fact, while I have OBS open, why don't I move this whole jobby, like, up a scotch? Oh, because it's gonna try to snap to the top. Oh, there we go. That looks good. Perfect. Are you matching donations? Currently I have not been, no. My plan, I did a 20 donation already. I'll do a few more. Maybe I should do just a bit more, like just get up to the 25 level like all the sponsors tonight and the other nights, but I'm currently between jobs, so it's sort of a thing, you know? I don't really know I have enough of the cash to like be dropping. Would have dropped more if I was currently employed, you know? Was that a bad idea? We might not have enough. We just won the minigame, didn't we? Yes, okay. We might be good. You are too? Gotcha. Yeah, retail manager and college student. Gotcha. Well, if you've more seasonal stuff. Did you change the difficulty to hard? Good call. I forgot about that. Thank you for keeping it honest. I totally forgot after doing the name. Let me check to make sure that went through. Yes, okay, good. B button at that point was right. Thank you, I totally forgot. That's the only time we've gotten a sponsor and I forgot, but it's 30! It's 30! Did you unlock the brutal setting? Oh, the brutal setting is in this game? Yeah, the highest we can go is hard. On the last game, we had brutal unlocked, so I decided to make it so that we all started on hard and had brutal as like a higher thing. I didn't know that was unlockable here. I just had my file from like 20 years ago, and you know, that's that, you know. I'm gonna lose some of my perfectly good coins. That was not a good use of a turn. That was a very bad turn, in fact. You gotta check what the price is before you use your fucking magic mushroom. Turns out. These boards are so good. Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, I think Mario Party 7 is like low-key one of the best ones. At times I would even have said like, oh yeah, it's like nearly or better than Mario Party 3, which is otherwise my favorite. Currently, I would have to say, like, I do think Mario Party 3 is a bit better, but I do think, like, Mario Party 7 is, like, as good as this, like, iteration of games went to do. Which board did you play on 6? Clockwork. Clockwork Castle, is that what it's called? The one where you're chasing around Donkey Kong. I thought that was pretty fun. That's a pretty great conceit for a board, I'll say. I remember the one from... There's like the auction house one that was pretty interesting in that one. And there's also like the ones where you ride around on some chain shops. But honestly, I didn't remember the DK one, so I was kind of interested to give that one a go. And this one, I just thought like, you know, I want a simple board right now after 6 Mario parties. This is just hitting blocks and getting money. Yeah, just gotta keep hitting. I'll get some of those coins back. Okay, I got 10. Is that how much I lost?
Finish.
I'll take it. Very good. I'll say I still have some more cards. One of them says like, hey, let me say about the way the anime hour worked, and also opens up some options. That's right, I almost forgot about this card, but basically, when I did the anime hour, around, oh, say 7 hours ago, it was like maybe the second hour, I have it so that I can trigger the anime hour manually, so basically all the anime hour cards are on a different, you know, a different like slideshow as the rest of the cards. And that does open up options as far as like how I use cards in the future. Okay, we all got knocked back a level. That's interesting. You got the best of it, I'll say. Whatever, I still a ways off from affording. Well, actually I can afford one now, but I still like probably want to get a little more money. Jeez, that's a good blast. That's a good blast right there. Yeah, going up to the top. That's all there is in this stage. Anyway, I'll say the way that the anime hour works. It basically is on a second slideshow, meaning that I can control it like separately from oh ho ho. Wait, no, I can't use it manually. But I can put it here and hope for a 4. Oh crap, we got, or a 5 actually, is specifically what I would have to hope for. I'll say, the thing that is opened up by the new way that the anime hour works is that I could totally have, wait, no. I changed my mind. I will bet, we got time. I'll bet 15. I'll bet 17. Take me down to 15 coins. I'll bet that we could do this. 1 second, I accidentally clicked away chat. Where's my microphone? Let's start the bonus mic game. Okay, let's do that. I must remember which fruit is on the cards. Yes. Apple, grape, orange, apple, grape, grape, apple. It's like strawberry. Banana, orange. Dang it. I had that one, but I forgot which one it was. The strawberry was the one I was guessing on, because I totally didn't take note of that. Yeah, that was damn close. And hey, it didn't misunderstand me. I'll say that for it. That much is when it works, it's pretty impressive for its time. Turn check. 16. God. Yeah, I'm thinking that there'll be a conclusion stream. I don't think I can risk, like, you know, the last one going like 4 hours, taking us to like 13, 14, 15 hours. That's too much to stream in a night. Even with splitting the VOD, honestly. At this rate, it'll probably take like 10 hours to finish these 3. Which, you know, hey. But that'll be fine. We'll do, I'm thinking a Thursday stream, but, don't quote me on that. If it's not Thursday, it'll be later. It'll be, like maybe a week or 2 from now on account of I will be traveling next week because I have to attend a funeral. You know, grandparent. It's, you know. He was in, like, you know, he was in rough state for, like, the last few years, so it wasn't, like, a surprise or anything, but, you know, still, gonna be a whole thing. And, yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. Anyway, with cue cards on a separate track, I can do things like, have random cards that have, like, random things on them, and have, like, a different track that's, like, random that I mix in, like, you know, sort of randomly throughout a stream. I could also use that to, like, pull in more cards if I need more cards for a stream, and, you know, adapt on the fly. Let's say a stream is taking, or like, let's say that I've been going for, like, 2 hours and I've used up all my cards. Well, I can just use the like, extra cards, or if I'm going for 5 hours and I've, you know, basically not used that many cards at all, I can just stick to what's in the main card roster and just not use the extra cards, and you know, that would allow me more control over like what goes into how the cards are like paced out, beyond just like, you know, using them slower. This was a Bowser game, wasn't it? Or is this just a regular game? I forget. Yeah. I'm gonna lose my shit again, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah. All? Asshole. Wow. I don't like that so much. I feel like if someone lands on a Bowser space, it should always just be like a thing for them most of the time. And otherwise, it should be rare that it affects the rest of us. You can overwrite those spaces with your own shit? Oh, crap. I should have done that earlier. Birdo is gonna duel me. Oh, I thought she was gonna duel, Dry Bones. Well, I don't have any coins, so if she won and got coins, then she'd be kind of fucked. She'd be kind of fucked there. Make your race against the foes. You make your way through an obstacle course. Move and jump. Okay, I can do this. We got this. Just a little bit of isometric platforming. Mario Party loves isometric platforming. I'll say I think that's good. I think that the isometric platforming in these games tends to be like some of the best minigames. Like Platform Perils, for instance. Especially like this one, where there's like checkpoints. That's pretty cool that they have that in this one. Though, the respawn time is very long, I will say. I'm glad that she took a fall as well. Otherwise, I don't know I could catch up. I guess normal difficulty, it's probably tuned such that, like, yeah, normal difficulty is like 1 fall. Maybe 2. Oh, I hope it's 2.
Finish.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's a fucking goddamn! Holy shit! That was a fucking photo finish right there! I can't believe that. We were, like, inches away. I hope I get some stars. All of coins. I'll take it. Okay, shit. I just lost all my coins, so that helps a lot. Okay. That's Mario Party for you. Sorry, Birdo. You know, Birdo, if you had won, you wouldn't have gotten jack shit, because I had 0 coins. So, you know... You probably should have challenged someone else who had coins. But let's face it, she would have lost against the hard difficulty, Dry Bone, so... I was probably her best bet. Is this memorization? No, it's not. It's just hit the things where they are. Cool. Angry Goomba right here. And there's also one here. Yes, I think we're doing this. I think we got this. But not this one. Perfect. No, wait, that was the other one. That was the other team. Sleepy Goomba. And there we go.
Finish.
Let me do another card. I got a whole last category here of cards. And then I'm out of cards. So that's fun. Looking back on Mario making and breaks from Mario making. That's right, the last category that I have for card is Mario Maker. Makes sense as a thing to talk about, given that it's kind of my main game. I'll say, throughout the years that Mario Maker's been out, I've not always, like, consistently Mario made, you know? Sometimes I'm just, like, burnt out, and I want to take a break, and, I take a break. I come back months later, and, you know, feel recharged and shit, and start making a faster speed. And I'll say recently, my speed has dropped, like, precariously. You know, I'll go home months without making, you know? And I think that, well, it's weird now that I'm a streamer and I stream Mario Maker, you know, to not make in a month and not make in 2 months. I think it's probably good for me to, like, step back and, be relaxed about it, you know? Not necessarily, like, be in a big old rush to a big old rush to like get levels made, you know, when I'm not feeling it, you know? You gotta wait for inspiration in a lot of cases. It's not like it's a day job, it's not like it's your job, it's just a fun thing that you do after all, so you might as well just take your time, you know, wait for the inspiration to come and go from there. That was maybe a questionable purchase, but hey, maybe I'll get some coins back. We're far away from the star after all. You agree tech is amazing? Yeah, I always feel like just it's important to take your time to like relax and just like you know, wait for the ideas to come, I guess. And I also do feel like when you do take a break from Mario making, right? When you do take a break and then come back, it's like you're re-energized. You got new ideas all of a sudden, and you know, things end up being a lot more like a lot easier to come up with some new ones, you know?
Go.
There we go. We got a 5er. That's good. This one I'm not so good at, I'll say. Ooh, I got another 5er. Okay, that's about as good as I've done on that one. Delayed game is eventually good. Rush game is forever bad. Yeah. I also do feel like even if you're not thinking about, you know, your next thing that you want to do, the mind is weird. It like works things in the background, you know? Like by the time you're ready to come back, you might find yourself just having like 100 new ideas and just be like, oh, I see how this works now. I see the idea. It's all coming to me all at once, and it's not necessarily that it's all coming to you, just that, like, you know, your brain has had time to chew on it in the backlog, in like your subconscious, and now it's just all spilling out onto the game. It is somewhat daunting knowing that, like, oh, you know, I'm so close right now to the end of my super world, right? Like, if I just do 3 more levels, it'll be done, and I can just relax and, you know, put out levels as I please, you know? Maybe do, like, levels that aren't necessarily part of a massive 40-level set, you know? Do some that don't fit in the progression, or are easy or hard where, you know, they should be the other way, depending on where in the super world they are. And that sounds lovely, you know? Also, I do want to get, Mario, my super world done before such time as Mario Maker 3 comes out. And with the new Switch on the horizon, like, there's probably gonna be a Mario Maker 3, like, pretty soon after, right? You would think. Move and fire. I think this is tank controls. Maybe not tank. Let's see if it's tank controls. Part of me is a little stressed knowing that, like, yeah, you know, okay, it's not tank controls, it's just point in the direction. Part of me is stressed knowing that, like, oh god. Oh my god.
Finish.
Wow. That single tank had a lot of health. Wow. Crap. I guess that was Dry Bones, so that's on you, Tech is amazing. Making that a tough fight for me. And all. For my team, you know. Again, thank you for the dono. Anyway. I am on like low-key worried about like the next Mario Maker, right? Like low-key thinking about that, going like, man, I need to finish before Mario Party 3 comes out. And with the new Switch on the horizon, it's like, oh, okay, it could be like a year from now, you know? But also, you know, even that would mean I have a year to do it, so probably not a big risk, you know? Probably have plenty of time to do these 3 levels. And I also bet, you know, if they did announce Mario Maker 3, I bet I would be invigorated by that. I bet I would go like, oh, Mario Maker 3, hell yeah. Oh fuck, Mario Maker 3, okay. Let me just go ahead and finish the levels I have in Mario Maker 2 and, you know, do it before they announce, you know, when it'll be. I bet it'll not be like a day and date drop, so I'll have time to finish some levels. Just, I might have to crank faster than I was going to without that. But also, I bet that I'm gonna have warning, and also, At the very least, I'm gonna have to wait until the Switch 2 comes out, and that's not gonna be this year. That's not gonna be like early next year. It's gonna be like late next year. I got time. I'm gonna take that again. This feels risky, but I think I can get up to 30 or whatever it is by the time I'm up there. I'm probably about to get... Ooh, that's a Luigi thing. Ugh. Is that my cannon? Oh, no, that's not a cannon at all. That's just... He throws an orb for me. Oh! Oh. I thought that was the DK. No, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. Bah. That was very, very bad. Well, I wouldn't have enough to buy the star anyway. But I'd be a lot closer if I had not bought that fucking cannon. Go fucking figure. Luigi finally getting one on the board. Time check. Turn check. 18. Nearly halfway done with this one. I think we started around like 7 hours? Like 7 hours in, maybe 7.5? Who remembers, but it was... Or maybe like 6.5, something like that. You have this game on your phone via emulator? Wow. I'll say, like, I have an iPhone, so I can't do anything like that. I know you used to be able to, you know, with the earlier iterations of iPhone, but that's not really how it is anymore. What is that? Stealing... Oh, taking over some spaces. That's a better way to do it, I think, than just filling up the board with spaces, just occasionally having ownership of the spaces turn over. That's probably better. Also, hey, having the spaces have the letter, have like the logo of the character rather than their face, that's also better because, you know what, Luigi and Waluigi look kind of similar. But their letters, completely different. One's backwards, or upside down, or both. One is like this. Other is like this? I think it's rotated or upside down. I can't remember. And the resolution is not high enough for me to tell on the screen. You know, this is a GameCube. This is, She can't afford it? Bad luck. Jeez. Everyone is just topped at 2 stars right now. It's a pretty... It's anyone's game. Jeez. This is turning out to be a hell of a Mario Party, I will say. Beyond just it taking, you know, forever. Oh, Jesus, this again. Wish us luck. So anyway, right now, I'll say I'm not liking an official break from Mario Party, but I might as well be. And I'll also say I haven't really taken that much of a break since I started, streaming. As far as, like, making goes. I've always been making while being a streamer for the last 2 years, which is probably the longest I have ever, like, you know, consistently made levels for, you know? Not including the month where I was moving. Actually, you know, the month where I was moving was also kind of a mini break. And I guess there have been, like, breaks between levels so long that they might as well be breaks, you know, but, I would still consider myself making during any of those times. Yes. 4, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7, 2, 8, 5, 1, 5, 5, 5. Beat that. That's a pretty good one. I mean, if Dry Bones got 14 and Dry Bones the one on hard, I think we got this. I do feel like it is time to take a little bit of a break from, like, just, like, making progress on my level specifically. Not Mario Maker in general, I definitely want to have that as a Friday game. Last year, like, the first year I did of streaming, used to do 2 streams of Mario Maker a week. And after, like, a year of that, I definitely had to do a break. I say I definitely had to, but what I mean is I did definitely do a break. I took a break during like the whole holiday season, like for like 2 weeks or so. Just did like randomizer stuff for a bit, which was fun and a good change of pace. But I think like at the rate of one Mario Maker stream a week, I'm good to just like keep on doing that indefinitely. You know, I think once a week is quite a good balance. You know, as far as that stuff goes. Not too many, not too few. You know. And oftentimes, you know, the people have, like, new levels for me by the time I do, like, a stream. Especially some regulars who make a lot faster than I do, you know? Which is nice. It's always good to have a supply of levels, you know? Like, if you're doing 2 streams a week of that, and especially if one of them is, like, on, say, Monday, for instance, not always will they have something for you. Another baby Bowser thing. Let me do another card here. Could a 3D Mario Maker work? Takes you days, weeks to come up with some new level? Totally, yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. Here's the new question. Could a 3D Mario Maker work? I feel like it would be very, very hard. I feel like it would be, like, exceedingly... Wait, I don't have enough coins. We need to take it slow up the mountain this time until I get enough coins. What does this do? Oh! Changing the price. Wonderful. You've been going through your old levels and upgrading them with new stuff? That's great. Personally, I'm like too... Fuck. I'm like too, precious about likes to like do that sort of thing. You know, I prefer to like keep them as they are. And to, like, you know, especially if it's in the case of older levels that have, like, racked up big like counts. I'm just, like, I'm just, like, not too fond of just, like, you know, starting from nothing. Also, since I'm in the middle of the thing of my, you know, Super World, I want to be, like, mostly working on that rather than anything else. 3D! As far as 3D goes... Good, hey, it's single player, we don't have to see it. As far as 3D goes... 3D Mario Maker, you can get it again, though? I guess that's true, yeah, totally. I'm just always so, like, afraid of that sort of thing, you know? In the case of older levels, like the ones with thousands of likes, they're totally not gonna recover that, you know? Not in any time frame, you know? Thousands, maybe 100. I maybe could recover like 100 in the case of like, say, my first one only got up to like 400, 500. I could probably manage that. Also, if you like submit levels to people and like get it out there, you'll probably like get on the top of like, you know, lists and stuff, you know, like starting soon, that sort of thing. Or starting soon, what the fuck? That's a stream thing that's part of this stream. You get on top of, like, the top levels charts, and that will boost you, I guess. I don't know. Is it still a boost? Are there still people looking at the top levels every day of Mario Maker? I'm just, the other thing is that I like to have the levels in the order I uploaded them, with very few exceptions. I have made one exception for my Super World, and I allowed myself to delete levels and, you know, re-upload for the Super World, since it is, like, a set and all. But, like, that's a rare exception, you know? That's, like, a like, specific case of, like, yeah, this is a whole set. They should be perfect. They should be as good as I possibly can make them. Okay, I'm willing to take that, that loss, you know? As for a 3D Mario Maker, I think it'd be interesting. But it'd be really hard to shape shapes in 3D, I think, as far as how that goes, you know? I think it'd be hard to shape, like, a level in 3D space and have it, like, feel good, intuitive, without, like, more sophisticated tools than, like, a Mario Maker could provide. I don't know how you would shape it, really. Would it be just like, hey, put in, like, an object, like a little nook or an alcove into a wall? Could you, like, carve into walls and make little cubbies, like Banjo-Kazooie style? Would it be like and even then, like, what would it be? Would it be like a Mario 3D Land type level? I mean, I'll say, 3D Land doing like an isometric type thing, that would be relatively easy, I think. I say relatively easy, but I mean, it'd be easier than doing like an Odyssey type thing. Also, then you could just have like 1 star at the end of each level and have that be the goal, you know? Whereas, like, I do feel like if you did like 3D Mario in the style of like the like Odyssey or something, you'd probably want the option to make like an open world type thing, you know, that was more fancy and free. We are well out of the price range of the thing. But also, that's a trap, isn't it? We should use this. Those are traps, right? The ones that are like glowing like that. Eh. Yeah, definitely the right move there. That would have cost us a pretty penny if we just marched through it. I'd be very curious if ever they were to do that. I know that, you know, there are 3D games that let you do custom stuff. Like, I know that Bingo, you know, frequent viewer, often tells me about how he does, like, Minecraft platformer levels, which I'll say I played one of them once. I really don't understand, like, how that works. You know, Minecraft, you can jump, like, 2 inches. You know, it's kind of not that sort of game, you know. I wouldn't say that traversal has ever been, like, the strong suit of it, you know. Kind of a weakness of Minecraft, honestly, is, like, how traversal works. Kind of stiff and weird. But, you know, I guess it is true that you can make 3D spaces and design them very intricately in Minecraft, which is, you know, valuable enough if that's all you need for that deal. But I think for me, for my money, it's not quite enough. I would want more than that. I would want it to be, like, more... 30 coins. Closer to what I can afford, I'll say. I would want it to be, like, more... Hey, it's a mic game. Hello. I would want to be more, Pug Puppy, yes, we're still live. Oh, yeah. Like I said, Pug Puppy, the aim was to do all of them. And I'll say, like, at this point, I am getting tired. And, like, it kind of looks like this game will go until, like, maybe 11 or 12 hours. So, I'm thinking Mario Party 8 will be another night, but this is not me. But, yeah, we're still charging along. We're still cranking. Here we go. Yes. I think... Right. Right. Left. Left. Boost. Left. Right. Left. Shit. God damn it. There's like a delay every time you do that. As you could probably tell, I mean, you can see with your eyes that there is a delay. And with your ears. 25 more for the charity? What's that? Oh! Oh! Pug Puppy Twitch, are you getting in on sponsoring? Who do you want to sponsor? Pug Puppy. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate the hell out of it. Currently, Dry Bones has a sponsor, but Birdo is open and Luigi is open. Maybe you should probably see. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Since the last time you joined. Gotcha. Yes, yes. There has been a dono since, in this last chunk. In this last chunk of game here. I'll say also, for a Mario Party 8 stream. Yep, that's right, Tech is Amazing has sponsored Dry Bones. For another Mario Party 8 stream. If we're doing that separate, I'll add an extra incentive and say that if we get to 200, I'll add on to the end of that stream, Mario Party 3 dual mode. I'll do a full dual mode match of that, Should I do 2? Maybe I should do 2. I don't know how long those are. They're pretty quick. They can be pretty quick if you do them right. And, you know, if I'm playing Waluigi, I'm starting with the guy that does, like, 3 damage, right? Like, that's gotta be relatively fast. That said, it's fun. That said, it's fun. I could do something silly like, say, like every $50 after 200 is an additional duel. That'd be good. I guess also, like, some of the incentives don't work if you're, you know, in a duel match. Like, there'd only be, like, 1 at that point. CPU to sponsor. But, you know, first come, first serve, I guess. Will this take me upwards? Let me see. Who knows where you'll end up? You know what? I'm not going to take the risk. I'm just going to continue on from foot. From foot, on foot from here. Also, isn't it still 40? Isn't it still 40? I think it's still 40. I need to win, like, 1 more minigame. Dude landed on, a bad space for him. Not good. Ooh. He only had 1 coin, it's fine. Not a big loss, turns out. What? How? Is that a 1? I thought she rolled 2 dice. I am confused. There are too many fucking mic games. There are too many fucking mic games here. Jesus Christ. Fuck. This one again. Anyway, if they were to do a 3D Mario Maker, I think my initial impressions would be like, ugh, you know, like, I kind of like the original Mario Maker, you know, I kind of like how that goes. And I feel like getting used to a 3D one would be a big learning curve, you know? There are commands, yes. I feel like the getting used to a new Mario Maker but in 3D would be such a big learning curve, and I'm not even sure, like, a 3D level would be as good as a 2D level. Is your minigame selection on for all? Yes. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 6, 9, 6, 6, 1, 1, 1. It is on for all. Yes, I have set it so that mic minigames are on. You know, I guess I will say if I would count a donor turn. If anyone wanted to do a donor turn and say, turn mic minigames off, I would let them do it. But I feel like, you know, it'd be more likely to have someone wanting to keep them on rather than turning them off for me. I'll say that. That is a thing I would allow within the confines of that incentive.
Finish!
Yeah, Drybone had a bunch there. Less than last time. I beat Drybones. I had more than that last time I did that. Oh, the bridge was damaged. I don't know why or how that happened. Did Bowser do that? Maybe Bowser did that. Also, through this whole stream, my Wadebird started, like, the latch started falling off. It's not been great. Make it a single-player one. We've been at this so long. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, I am. At 8 p.m. Central, I'm doing, StarCraft 2, Part of the Swarm, a playthrough of that, will be starting in earnest tomorrow. It was supposed to start last week, but there were technical issues. I believe I have sorted them all out, and that will be going on as planned tomorrow, starting at 8 p.m. Central, and probably going for like a normal amount of time. Honestly, I wouldn't mind just taking it easy for a bit. Fuck you. I'm gonna put this right here. You land on this space, like, right before the end. You see if you can come by. That's nice of you. I appreciate that. I don't have enough, do I? Oh, Jesus! Just close. Just this close. This is a Mario Party. The fact that the stars can be more expensive makes this a lot more, like, perilous than, say, Mario Party 1. Even though Mario Party 1, sometimes you get up there and some bullshit, you know? Not what you're looking for. Bah! I'm not even gonna bet. I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna lose right away. I don't, it's like the last one. I just want to get this done faster. This one's boring. Yes. Aardvark. It wasn't an aardvark. I am fine with that. Let's keep things moving, please. I'll pay 1 coin. I'll pay 1 coin to not have to do this minigame. Okay? I will pay 1 coin to not have to do this minigame. That's where we're at. Also, I could have used an orb with 3 coins in it. Jesus. Imagine if my orb had 3 coins in it. I'd be in first right now. When did I lose coins? When did I lose 10 coins? Oh, was there like a space I passed or something? Right, it was one of those, one of those things that takes coins away from me as I walk. God damn, that was not a good time to mushroom Luigi. I like the music here, even though it's just kind of, you know, traditional sounding Chinese music, you know? There's probably a name for what this specific composition is. All the maps in this board, if you don't know, by the way, in this game, are like, all the boards in this game, are like travel destinations from around the world. So sort of like an Odyssey situation, except they're more like the real places, and then an Odyssey. That's just spaces. Orb spaces taken away. Let me do another card. How many turns are we in? 22. Jesus, we're not halfway done with this game. Oh, jeez. I committed to too many Mario parties. That's just what it is. I could have just said Mario parties 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, the ones that I owned beforehand. I went out of my way to get 4 and 8 to add on to that, and if I hadn't, these could have been done in 24 hours, you know.
Go.
These things take a lot of hits.
Finish.
Ooh. I'm happy about that. That's a step in the right direction. We gotta get up first, though. You know what? Now's a good time to use the cannon, I think, because we don't have much to lose here. And also, the item shop is gonna be like bullshit. We're not rich enough for the item shop. In fact, we should stop buying things from the item shop altogether. We keep on buying things and losing all our coins, like, right after. It's, not good. It's not worth it. We need to be able to, like, have a stockpile. Here's a another card. Looking forward to whenever there's a Super Mario Maker 3. When do y'all think that'll be anyway? I think like it's well possible within the next 2 years or so. Like once the Switch is out, new Switch, maybe like year 2 of new Switch. So like 2025, 2026. That would be my guess as far as like another Mario Maker. You know, around the 10-year mark. Around when the new console comes. Yeah, I don't think it'll be next year. I don't think it'll be like a launch title with the new Switch. Unless, you know, there is a possibility of like, there is a possibility that they'll be like, okay, what if it is a Wii U type feature, right? What if it is like, okay, what the hell was that? I paid like 20 coins for that fucking thing. Well, I'm glad I didn't use that at the top of the mountain, I guess. I guess there's the possibility, like, what if it's a Wii U type thing, where it's like a Switch, but it sort of synchronizes with the dock, and you can, like, you know, you can take it out of the dock and do, like, touchscreen stuff on the thing without it, like, breaking, you know? What if it was like that? You know, just a Switch, but with the ability to, like, project to the TV while playing it handheld, if you really wanted to. Maybe that would add too much complexity to it. You know, like, oh, is it always, like, paired with its dock? Like, how do I pair it with your dock? Oh, let me do a thing. Like, maybe that'd be more weird than anything and only really be a benefit for, say, specifically Mario Maker 2. And only really if you don't want to touch, you know, if you want to use touch to, like, customize and stuff. Did you see a patent about it being like a DS thing? Where you can split it into 2 screens and play against something? No, I didn't see that patent, but I'll say, let me bet, I don't think that's going to be the thing. I think that's going to be a very, very small chance. Is that a new thing? Is that a recent thing? A recent leak? Hearing that, I feel like that's going to be one of those patents that never comes, that nothing ever comes of, you know? I mean, it would make it so that, new-ish, gotcha. It would make it so that, it would make it so that you can do DS games, like, more easily. Like, you know, without, doing weird stuff with the screens, right? Like, not stacking them, like, horizontally or something. Last month or so? That is interesting. It being, like, so much of a new thing, new rumor. But I gotta be very skeptical of that. I feel like it's gonna be basically a Switch, but more powerful. I feel like that's the winning move here, you know? They still got something that's magical, and their only competition in the space is really just, you know, it's just the Steam Deck. Which is good, but it's, you know, I don't know where I'm going. Hopefully I'm going in the right direction. The only competition in the space they have is, the Stream Deck. Did you see what you said above? Yeah, about the leak, yeah. Switch that doesn't lag, yeah, that's basically what I'm expecting from a new Switch. Reposted, Switch 2 will be like a DSi upgrade. Oh, I must have missed that comment, sorry. Sometimes the chat moves fast, I guess. Switch 2 will be like DS to DSi, or GBA to GBA-SP. I think they've already basically had that sort of like meager upgrade in the OLED Switch. They've already done the OLED Switch. This will be more like any other console, really. Like Xbox to Xbox, Xbox One to Xbox Series X, you know? Just a more powerful console with better stats. You know, I don't expect them to reinvent the world. In fact, I would expect them to be very cautious about that because, well, frankly, I don't think they have a better idea. I don't think they have a better idea than the one they had with the Nintendo Switch. Ooh, stars are cheap now. We'll be getting a lot of stars, I reckon. Everyone here. Until someone steps on it again. The Switch is printing money for them. Yeah, I feel like changing it would be like would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, you know? Don't fuck with that. Leave it alone. That whole stretch is all mine now, which is pretty good. And also one after the stretch. Yeah. They really don't, I think. They really shouldn't, like, diverge too much. They have just everything, like, good for them. Anyway, going back to Mario Maker 3, I reckon it won't be until, like, a year or two in. Especially if the Switch 2 is backwards compatible. Like, there's no reason why they need to, like, rush and do all the series right out the gate, you know? I would expect, like, Metroid Prime within the first year. I would expect them to get that out, like, within the first year of that. Mostly because it's been in development forever, and we've known about it forever, so I would like it if it was ready, but, you know, honestly, I'm not taking that as a guarantee. You think Super Mario Maker 3 will have backwards compatibility with Super Mario Maker 2 levels? Yeah, I feel like that would be the best thing, if possible. Like, it was a real bummer when Mario Maker 1 did not, you know, and all those levels are now orphaned, to the point where I made some of those levels, like, remade them in Mario Maker 2, but that uses my limited slots, you know? I'll say this. I think it would be great if, like, you had the potential to have basically infinite levels in Mario Maker 2 or Mario Maker 3 on one account. Like, the limit of 100. Not that I ever hit it myself, but I feel like it would be good for everyone if you just were able to do as many as you liked. Maybe have some sort of, like, basic limitation, like, oh, you have to get, like, this many likes to earn, like, an extra 10 levels or whatever, but so long as that's, like, 10 likes a level, you know, you could probably have, like, literally as many as you liked. I do think there would be some concern about people just, like, farming for likes, just, like, you know, reposting the same levels over and over again, you know, that sort of thing. But I think that is, like, a meager, like, concern, you know, a mild concern, not really something that would bother me so much. Or make the limit 999. Yeah, totally. I also think, like, they ought to make it so that there's more discovery. Better level discovery in Mario Maker 3 would be essential. I think that'll come within the first few years of the Switch, too. As I said before, I also think the same about the other staples, right? Like, we'll see a Mario Kart, which I bet is just going to be Mario Kart 8, but with more tracks. I bet you they're not going to, like, reinvent that. I bet you they move to a live model and they say it's Mario Kart Infinity. The other thing about that to know is that, like, 9 is a weird number. Like, I think China has a lot of suspicion about it, you know? That's why there's not a Windows 9. One of the reasons, maybe, there's not a Windows 9. Add a search box and a fill-in tool for comment art? Yeah, that'd be cool, that sort of thing. Not just the same refreshing levels that are always on the front page. I don't know about those. No one ever submits refreshing levels, so I think I haven't seen one in, like, forever. You know, as a streamer and all. I guess it's a pretty self-selecting bunch, the folk that give me levels. I think we'll see... Yeah. I think we'll see Mario Kart. I think it'll be infinite. I think, like, in China, 9 is a lot like 13 is here. It's an unlucky number. So they'll probably, like, stay away from it for multiple reasons. And just go to, like, Mario Kart Infinite. And just make it a live game that doesn't stop. You know? That, I think, is a winning strategy. And I fully expect them to do that, like, in the next few years. Search bar instead of level codes. I think you do need level codes, though. Because you need to be able to, like, give someone a simple, short code that can, do it. You don't think that, that Nintendo products are sold in China? Didn't they used to have that IQ brand? I think they're allowed in a certain capacity now. I think that's changed over time. Just a bit. Just a bit. I think there should be a search bar as well as level codes, but I will say I think level codes are a good way to do it, short of putting in the full name of level, right? Like, it is better than, having there be no way to get at them really quickly. Maybe the next one will have, like, QR codes. That doesn't work because you'd have to do them, you'd have to take a picture via your phone. Or, oh, here's an idea. What if the new Joy-Cons had, like, a camera in them? And then you could take pictures of QR codes on your computer. That's kind of a weird use case. That's probably not going to happen. Yeah, that's a stretch. I guess, you know, the 3DS had a camera, so it's not impossible. And the 3DS did also do QR codes and stuff. But I don't see it. I don't think so. Yeah, I think that, I think that 4 is the unlucky number in Japan because it has the same pronunciation as death, or at least one of the readings of it does. Or is that 7? No, I think 7 is still lucky, no matter where you are in the world. I also expect to see Smash Brothers again. I expect to see Smash Brothers just be here. Here's more Smash Brothers. Nothing fancy about it. Nothing new about it. It's just Ultimate again. It's just Ultimate again, but,
Finish.
who was first? It was either me or Dryby, guys. Joy-Cons have an infrared camera? That's true. It's not like an actual camera, though, that can read QR codes, though. I reckon we'll get one that, like... If I were making an out-there prediction, I would guess, like, a camera, like... Yeah, sure, put it where the IR camera is, and make it, like, a better camera. Mario Maker 2 Deluxe? No, I think in that case they do a 3. Look, they have not supported Mario Maker 2 well enough to do a deluxe version of it. You know, that is definitely a Mario Maker 3 situation. I also think Splatoon 4. Though, but also probably not like within the next 4 years or so. I think there'll be a bigger gap between... I think there'll be a sizable gap between between now and the next Splatoon game. Like, how much was it the first time? Like, Splatoon 2 was on the Switch, like the early days of the Switch, right? Like year 2 or something? So that would be 2019. The next one was like, let's see, 2022? So that was like, maybe it was 2018. So maybe it was like 4 years apart. So I wouldn't expect a new Splatoon until like 2025. I guess that's actually pretty soon. Mario Kart went years without any updates before getting Booster Pass / DLC. You know, I just have severe doubts. They actually said it was the last when they did the last update, so jot that down. Yeah, they said they aren't updating Maker, it's done. But they didn't say they're not making a new Maker, so I think that'll be what happens. I mean, I'll say, if they end up doing a 2 Deluxe, they could end up doing additional content, additional updates for it. I mean, if they did 2 Deluxe, I bet it would be updated. Oh, that's cheap. I'm gonna buy that. Also, you know, stars are cheap, so... Don't take me below 10. Just don't take... That's also not good. Okay, good. Not me. Not me. Okay, where am I? I think I won. I think I won. I think I got a good... I think that's the better position. Hey, how do you know? What do you know? What reboots do you think will be coming out in the future? Ooh, that's a great question. You know, I'm almost out of cards, but yes, that's right, Poem. I am still live after 9 hours. Yeah, I'll say I don't think we're getting to the last Mario Party. Poem's on the YouTube side, by the way, if you're wondering, on the Twitch side. If you see me talking to people who you don't see, they're on the other side of that whole divide, you know? Yeah. We're doing it for Extra Life, for the kids. Good cause. It's not too late to sponsor a computer player. We're halfway done with this game. After this, I think we're going to end out and not do the last game tonight. Fuck, I'm thinking Thursday. I don't think I can do it on Tuesday. That's too soon. I've been like going for so long tonight. Been going for so long tonight. But Thursday, I think I'd be good for one more Mario Party on Thursday. For Extra Life, for the children. Good cause, good cause. What reboots coming in the future? That's a great question. What could be rebooted? Are any Nintendo games, like, rebootable? I guess we could see, like, a new Donkey Kong trilogy. It's been long enough since, like, Retro's games where I could see them doing, like, oh, here's Donkey Kong Country again, and it's, like, a brand new developer, brand new style, and, you know, it's considered a first in the series. I feel like Nintendo doesn't reboot as much anymore. Like, you don't see any type returns, any, like, Donkey Kong Country Returns type business where it's like, oh, it's back from the dead for the first time. Oh, if we're talking just, like, remakes rather than, like, reboots, Metroid Prime 2, yeah, I can see that. That's more of a remaster, though. As far as, like, reboots go, specifically, I don't think anything Nintendo, but Max Payne? Max Payne is owned by someone weird. Ooh, wow, we beat Dry Bones by just an inch there. Nice. Nice. By the way, on either side, you can wait until the bot gives a link to the donation page, but you could also scroll down, look at the description on YouTube, or the cards below the stream if you want to donate now. It's weird to think Paper Mario could be rebooted. Oh yeah, Paper Mario was rebooted. I would like Paper Mario to be rebooted. By which I mean reboot it back to how it was back in the day. Turn it back into 1000 Year Door style. And just do that. Don't be any weird with it. Oh, I guess you consider Mario Wonder could be like considered a reboot after like so many new games, you know, new Super Mario Brothers games. There's also there is also, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. You could consider those reboots as well, considering like they replaced what came before them. They could reboot Mario Party, put it back how it was. That is certainly a possibility. I'll say with Super and Superstars, they're like closer than they were for the last, you know, for like 9 and 10, which were not great, you know. Those were the original reboots. And then they sort of rebooted back to sort of being similar to the originals, but not quite there yet. What about a different game maker style like Zelda or Metroid? I'll say I play it. There is a Zelda maker. There is a it's not called Zelda Maker. It's called Super Dungeon Maker. And I will say, don't go buy it. It's bad. It's pretty damn bad. I did a stream of it like earlier this year. I sort of bought it out of the blue. Maybe I should have, like, you know, tried my luck. I'm a streamer with some amount of followers on either platform. You know, 500 on Twitch and a lot less on YouTube, but, you know, still a good number on Twitch. They probably might have given me that for free, and then I could have not paid 20 bucks for it. Anyway, I'll say it's quite... The thing that's awkward about, the thing that turns out to be awkward about, dungeon making is that, it's a 9 out of 10 on Steam. Oh, I couldn't disagree harder. The thing that's awkward about it is so many dungeons in Zelda are so heavily based around, like, it's already past midnight there. Damn, dude. It's 11:30 here, so we're getting down to it as well. Lurk away, dude. Text is amazing. Thanks again for the dono. The thing about that's weird, Dungeon Maker that's weird, is that it's sort of, dungeons in Zelda are so based around the dungeon item, and there's like, sort of 4 items in the game. Maybe 5. And, you don't assign them to buttons or anything because there's only so few of them that you only can use one at once. You know what I mean? Like, you only use one item per button. So there's literally a limited amount of items they could put in the game. At least with that setup. If they've changed it and added like a bunch of items and a bunch of enemies and a bunch of stuff, maybe it's good now. Maybe it's okay, but when I played it, it was just, oh, every dungeon is basically the same, and also every dungeon is like, you know, 10, 20, 30 minutes long, which is, pretty rough. Pretty rough. You don't want the dungeons to be that long, you know. In Mario Maker, if you spend 15 minutes on a level, I think that's kind of a lot, you know? That's why I put the timer at 15 minutes before I have to move on and do it. I put it at 15 so that, you know, it's not too long before I do another level. But in Dungeon Maker, levels can just regularly go like a half hour, and it's just normal. It's just how that goes. Dungeons are long. It's goes with the territory. And, you know, what are you gonna do? Dungeons are long. It goes with the territory. I feel like you couldn't do that even for like, even with perfect execution, even with Zelda, I feel like it would be a bad idea. It's kind of my feeling playing Super Dungeon Maker. And I also think that, Super Dungeon Maker is no Zelda. Yeah, I think 3D Mario Maker might be hard as well. Turn check, 27. Jesus, we still have 23 turns left. Yeah, this will be 11 hours maybe, for 3 of these games. I mean, hey, they're the best. They're well, 6 and 7 are pretty good, and I think I'm having a good time. So, sure. Again, this is all for Extra Life, all for the children. Really good cause. We are raising money for my local children's hospital, which is in Dallas, Texas. Oh, geez, it went up to 40. That's not good. It was 10 before. 10 was good. I could afford 10. But, with the amount of chaos going on, it's gonna be hard to, get enough money together for that. I really don't like that mini game. It's just, really long and boring, isn't it? Apple. Apple. Maybe we should do it next time if we get it. You know, it's not that hard, I don't think, and I could probably manage it if I, you know, tried. One last card here. Oh, I guess I have 2 last cards here. Cool. What should they add to Super Mario Maker 3? We've already kind of been discussing this, but, you know, this time, now we will discuss it for real. We're trying to match the page on the thing. Forward, backwards. Okay. More themes? Yeah, more themes for sure. I feel like they could do a few more characters even. You know, they got like, you know, they got like 4. I feel like they could do more like 8. They could add Peach. They could add, you know, basically all the ones that are in, wait. I'm looking at the wrong... Fuck. Looking at the wrong person here. Shit. God damn it! Really?
Finish.
Okay. Bones is really good at this, turns out. I think that's fair. Make online playable? I'll say, it would be cool maybe if they could do like Mario Wonder style online. Like, what if you saw other people going through the levels? Would that be too weird? Would that be too weird and too much just like breaking away at the like, yeah, that CPU is roughing me up. And the Birdo, who does not have a sponsor at this point, doing even better. Doing even better. We could cannon, but we don't have enough coins to get a star, so we should just do Shy Guy. Ooh, yeah, that'd be a good enemy to add. I think that's like the biggest enemy they don't have in the game, so Yeah, definitely put Shy Guy in. I'd like the Rexes and like the Charging Chucks from World. Honestly, it'd be kind of cool if like each game had a few enemies that were like exclusive. I don't know if that's like that would be like a bummer for some people who just would rather everything be everywhere, but Yoshi and like Karibo's shoe already works that way, so you know. Make the clothes for your Mii buyable with coins. I could see them doing that. Yeah, that would be pretty straightforward, rather than like achievement based. Like have a whole shop. What could they sell in the shop other than amiibo stuff? If there was like a shop. Other than like costume stuff. Themes. They could sell themes, honestly. They could sell like a lot of stuff. You know. I kind of think it'd be better if they didn't do that. And they just like, you know, put all that stuff up front. I kind of like when Mario Maker just has all that stuff to begin with. I think some pro options would be cool. Like if, Good, okay, we're ahead. We got the right bridge here. Some pro, like, options would be cool. Like, if you could, like, program your guys a little bit and be like, okay, you move in this way, you move in that way. You know, a little more customization on that front would be interesting. More realistically, I would like just a way to, like, synchronize, like, groups of enemies and groups of objects. Just to be able to set, like, okay, you guys work on a level. You guys work on, like, a level clock, you know? Like, when the level starts, you guys start moving so that everything is, like, synced up. That would be great for, like, moving platforms, right? Like, right now, if you want to have, like, a bunch of moving platforms moving in circles, like, their exact position is going to depend on when they're spawned in. That, or making it so that, like, you know, making it so that, like, platforms could be, like, grouped up into, like, groups that all start moving together. Like, as soon as the leftmost thing starts up, everything else starts moving. I think that would be, like, the ideal way to have that work. Voice chat would ruin people's lives. No, there's no need for that. There's no need for voice chat. You can just leave that feature, like, right off. Don't need it. Highly unnecessary, I'll say. I think like most multiplayer stuff, other than like a Mario Wonder style like ghost system, or you know what would be good? Not ghosts like Mario Wonder. Do ghosts like time travel ghosts. Like you can see someone else's ghost like play the level, or like even the developer, maybe. I guess there's a chance that they would do. Is there a chance that players could do something offensive with that? No, the only thing they'd be able to do is like spell out the word fuck or something. No time limit? Ooh, that'd be a good one. Let me say, here's my compromise for you, Tech is Amazing. I think you should be able to set a level to have no time limit, but I also believe that you should be able to finish it yourself in 500 seconds. I think that would be more fair for like, you know, players. You know, you don't want a level that takes like, you don't want like the Desert Bus of Mario Maker, right? A level that literally takes a day to complete, and it's just super long and troublesome. You know, that would be not good, but just removing the level, the timer for like levels that are like take you a lot of tries would be a good thing, I think. What else? What else? What else? This is a fun one. We're gonna move around and fire guns at each other. Oh, and we probably shouldn't. There we go. Avoid each other's line of fire as much as possible here. Oh, he's so close. This is trickier than you would think it would be. I guess because you can only name, like, to the middle.
Oh yeah, I'm a winner.
Lots of new enemies. I think it'd be cool to allow, like, different shapes of levels. Like, if you wanted a level or a subzone that was more like a box, I think that'd be cool. a bigger like limit as far as like the space goes would actually come in handy as well. I would like it if you could have just more runway to make a level, you know, and even like maybe a third like subworld to do like bonus rooms in, right? Or even like, ooh, I know, like actual bonus areas where you could set like, okay, this is a bonus area, and have it like work via like bonus level rules, right? Make it so that if you do a thing, you can get like a power up or something, or like a 1-up. Level making co-op. Oh, like that, but online would be good. Yeah. Another thing that would be good if it was like I'm sorry. Sometimes I miss messages. That can happen, puppy. I understand. Another thing that would be good would be like on that topic would be like if you could like playtest a level online and just like have it so that people could play it on their own end, but like watch it on your end and see how they take it. I'll tell you, if they added that feature, like I think last call from like there on out would definitely be like a thing where I like pulled up the where I like got someone in on that and had them play one of my levels or some of my levels, and we would just you know, observe. We would definitely have segments where viewers were doing the level playing instead for a bit, you know, just for like at the end though, and just my own level specifically, not viewers' levels, you know. I think that would be a fun way to go about it. A fun way to do. Does this always go upwards? That was pretty good. What is this? Tap the button to blow off the inferno. You're gonna go to bed? Good night. It is fucking late, isn't it? It is late. Yeah, we've been going all night. All day. Ah! Did I win? Yeah! Hey! What do I get? Star? Money? Money. Okay. That helps. Hey, I can now buy a star no matter what the price is. I think it's 20 right now. I think we're clear as far as that goes. We have nothing to worry about on that front. Again, appreciate y'all watching, supporting, all 9. Haha. Guy got 8 up. Bad luck, Luigi. Shouldn't have landed on that. I'm gonna land on that next turn, and I'm gonna be miffed, aren't I? I don't have any like mushroom to get past it more reliably. This is a hell of a good game, I'll say. Like, there's no one out in the lead. The bonus stars are gonna be really impactful no matter what happens. Third check. Nearly turned 30. So we got like 20 turns left. In any other like case other than doing like 50, this would be a regulation length Mario Party. I'll say, just in general, I don't mind doing 50 turns of Mario Party. I've done them on multiple occasions. And sometimes, you know, when people do like online, I have done them online with people. Actually, I don't know if I've done through Nintendo Online. I think I've done like Superstar. Actually, I don't think that allows 50. That allows like maybe 30. Which, you know, is probably more manageable. Hey, you know. These get long. Long. At least we got a new mic menu game. Oh, wait, it's this one. Have we seen all 4 of them? Maybe. I'll say, I would let a donor turn, if someone wanted to do a donor turn and turn off mic minigames, I would let that be an application of the donor turn. You know, and also you can make me waste items and all that, or decline stars, whatever. You know, whatever you think is a good use of that, incentive. But, options here. options here. Probably want to say mushroom at this point. But that is pretty far. Yes. Right, 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 right. Left, 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 left. Left. Right. Boost. Mushroom. Left. Right. Left. Left. Oh shit, that was just about at the finish line. God damn. Oh. I'll say I do stream for long times, often enough where this is not the first 9-hour stream like, you know, this month. And sometimes I even do them when I don't have, like, a big charity type thing or a big event to put on. Sometimes I just go long, and it's just a fun thing that I do. But, this much Mario Party in particular, oh boy. I don't know that anyone was meant to do 3 or 4 Mario Party 50 turns in a row. That is, hell of a thing. Hell of a thing.
Finish.
Oh. Waluigi number 1. We won. Alright, that'll be another cannon thing. Ugh. Ooh, boy. That's great. That's great for me. Also, I think we now officially have like 20 turns left, which is a lot, to be clear. And certainly looking like the 11-hour mark through this whole VOD. You know, like I said, we're going to, yes, that's a high number. Like I said, we're going to end after, after we finish this game, I think. I just can't do another Mario Party right now. And also, it'd be like well over 12 hours. I can't go that late into the night tonight. No. 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 There will be a final stream, though, and I'll say again, the plan will be to have extra incentives and make it so that you can do, if we hit, let's say, 200. Let's say we hit 200. We hit 200 during that last stream. I will do extra dual mini games in like dual boards in Mario Party 3. I don't think those take that much time. So I'll say this, maybe I have to win them. Maybe I have to win them. That could be like unexpectedly long. I'll say this, you know what? Just as a quick out, I can't just throw it. I have to play to win. You know, I can't just like go, oh, well, let me just put my ass, just like, you know, present my butt to the enemy player and just, oh, chew me up, chew me up. I can't do that. I have to try to win. But that'll be a problem for Thursday. I think Thursday. I said no Thursday stream, but I'll tell you, honestly, I was really expecting to finish these off tonight. I was really expecting it to go like last time, for each of them to take like 3 hours tops, and each of them took more like 4 hours, so what are you gonna do? Three extra live streams, maybe too many. Maybe too many. Next year, I think I'll just do a single one, and I'll do a variety stream, and I'll have Mario Maker be a part of it. And that'll be how we do, rather than, you know, this whole... Rather than, setting for myself such an ambitious challenge here. A hell of a thing. A hell of a thing. I say a challenge, it's more of a ordeal. You know, it's more of a... Really? Oh, gotcha. It was the green I needed. Feel like we lost this one. This one it? No, it's that one, and it's the other... Fuck. Hard to grab the right block. Something that's less of a funny ordeal. Something that's more just some good, relaxing fun. I'll say, though, once I had the idea for this stream, I knew I had to do it. For this series of streams, I guess. I knew it was going to be a good idea. I knew it was going to be chaotic. I knew that it was going to be long. Maybe I should have also... Honestly, what I could have done is just said, like, you know... I've never played Mario Party 8. I could have just left that one off. I could have just said 1 through 7, and then it would take... It would be this stream and that stream. Huh. I like here how the Bowser events are like every 10 or so. Like every 10 or so. What the hell? Jesus. Hard to buy coins when your coins... Hard to buy stars when your coins keep getting taken away. God damn. That's a pretty bad... Oh, it's a... If you pass it. Pretty bad one. That is like switch places with someone, right? Or is it? I forget. I thought switch places would be just like a regular thing. That spot is doing so much for Toad, for what's her face, for Birdo. Oh well, it did nothing. Dude has no coins. We all have no coins. We just lost all our coins. What does that do? Opponent that passes will be warped to another space. God damn, that's mean. I'm gonna wait until I'm on top of the mountain before putting that somewhere good for the next person that comes by. That sounds quite cruel. I got nothing. I got 2 coins. You can have them. 1 coin for each hammer. Gotta start winning some mini games here. Get that coinage back up. This game, something about it in particular, it's been really hard to like stockpile money in a way that like in all the previous games by this point I was like loaded and other characters are also like loaded, which I think is, you know, probably an element of good design. Like, hey, if you get lucky, you'll be taken right to the top of the mountain. It doesn't matter. Doesn't have any money. Dude has no money. It's... Oh, well, that is actually a shortcut that's fine, though. It's like halfway up the mountain. You can totally do something with that. There's what I would put it. There was where I would put it. Jesus Christ. That's way too good. That pipe. I feel like that pipe should be like a, land on it thing, rather than a pass by it thing. I guess that means you can defend against it with the metal shroom. Makes that more valuable, but damn. I guess traps in this game, there's a lot less of them than in previous games. If the launch goes bad, wait a minute. What happens if the launch goes bad? I think Birdo got a star there. I guess that's what it means by the top of the mountain. It's not random or anything. I got one more card. What would y'all be okay with them dropping for Super Mario Maker 3? I had that idea for a question. Maybe I should have done it before Tech is Amazing and Pug Puppy Twitch went to sleep. But I think that is another fascinating question. What would y'all be okay with them dropping? I'll say I've never been one much for the multiplayer part of it, so if they drop that, it wouldn't be that much of a problem for me. What else would I be? I feel like a lot of the basic modes, like, are going to be, like, fine, you know? They're not going to, like, get rid of them. They're not going to replace them. So I wouldn't expect any of those to, change. But I could see them changing up power-ups. I could see them, like, removing miscellaneous items. I bet you, though... I could see them removing, like, some of the nighttime effects. Or otherwise, you know, I'd rather them make it so that the nighttime effects were just separate from the theme. But I could see the moon getting removed. I could see that, going away. I think that'd be fine. I feel like I have never seen, you know, in all my, like, streaming of Mario Maker, I don't think I've ever seen someone, like, using the moon to great effect. You know, it's kind of a very mid item when you even when you do see it, you know? Let's use this, fuck it. Oh, maybe we should have gotten that orb. Free orb is probably a good thing. Especially since we don't have money. Other than that, I don't see them removing that much from Mario Maker. You know, I feel like what they have now is pretty much what they need, you know, going into the future. You know, oh, we got a second item because of that. Oh, it's Cooper. It's Koopa Kid. Whatever. I'm not gonna land on that, am I? Motherfucker. Hey, guy. Nice to see ya. I was just seeing you a second ago. Ah, it's not good. Well, I have not enough coins to get a star. I guess I can, you know, take as long as I want to get up this mountain. To be fair. To be fair here. Someone replace that block. Someone replace that one that we roll and we get like 30 coins taken from us. That's the one we ought to replace here. Maybe next turn I'll replace it. Oh, she's short. She's 3 coins short. Oh my god. She had a lot, but right now, even that is not enough. God damn. Yeah, someone needs to land on the question mark space that, you know, changes that. Which, no, she's not going to do that. She is going to land on the DK space. I know I shouldn't be wishing for a single-player DK game, but I kind of am. I'm tired. I'm very tired. It's midnight now. We started at 2. I've basically been on stream since I woke up. Well, that's not true. I had breakfast. I watched 100 Girlfriends. And then after that, I, you know, started the stream after some amount of setup. You know, I have the Switch, the Nintendo Wii U on, just in case I got to that game. Which, nah, it's not gonna be tonight. Jesus Christ, 50 turns is so many.
Go!
Maybe, like, if we did 20 turns a game, then I could do, like, all 8 of them in, like, a single stream. Maybe that would have been a better idea for an extra life. You know, rather than going for the gusto, just literally being like, okay, all games, 1 stream, 12 hours. You know, if there's extra time I could fill in with like Super Mario Party or something. Maybe we do the minigame modes from Mario Party 3. You know, just to like get up to 10 hours or whatever the goal would be. And even then, it's quite possible we go over. and have like plenty of time to, you know, do other things. Still, it's all for a good cause, and admittedly, 50 turns does mean that when you do sponsor a character, you get a lot of bang for your buck. You get a lot of bang for your buck. I'll say as far as things being dropped... Oh, wait a minute. These... Are they, like, based on the scales? Oh, I didn't realize that. So if we need a certain note, maybe we can stand on a certain thing. Wait, no, they're just everywhere. Purple, we need that. Oh, wow, Dry Bones is really fast at this, wow. Well, that's Extra Life for you. Extra Life are traditionally very long streams. This is the longest I've done for a single Extra Life. Kind of sad that, you know, last year maybe was a bit more successful. Raised a bit more then, but what are you gonna do? Last time, like, the team I was on had a lot more, like, you know, organizing where, like, every community stream was, like, in a special spot. But, this year, no such, boosty boost. So, you know, a little harder going, I guess. A little harder going. Maybe I should post the Thursday stream in, like, a few more Discords, ones I'm not that active in, and maybe that would help. I could do that. I don't know. I hesitate on some because I just don't spend that much time in them, or don't know that community that well. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe if I just, like, watch the content, or, you know, otherwise, you know, like the content, that's good enough to be like a community stream, you know? Maybe I ought to do that. I've never posted... In specific, I talk about Giant Bomb a lot, but I've never posted the stream stuff to their Discord because that Discord just moves too fast for my taste. I just, have never really, jived with it, I suppose, as like a Discord, but for Extra Life, maybe I should, just fucking get over it, I suppose. I'm gonna get rid of this. Fuck this tile. This has fucked me over and others over too many times. Too valuable. Too valuable of a tile. That's not good. Hey, it's still 10 coins. Lovely. I wouldn't be able to afford much more. Yeah, indeed. I guess I can think of, like, more things to talk about now. We are out of cards, but I'll just do the thing I did before cards, which is, like, you know, think about things I've been doing and go from there. That, or we could go back to games I've been playing. How about games I've been meaning to play? You know, there's a couple games that I've been meaning to play, but haven't found time for between, like, everything else that's going on in my life right now. I would have loved to have a nice, relaxing Saturday, but instead I had to go buy a suit and shit, you know, what with personal tragedy and all. Anyway, I'll say... You know what? Maybe we should do the final Extra Life stream after a fashion. You know what? I'm gonna say let's do that final Extra Life stream in like a week or two. Let's do it in like a week or two. Let's do it after I travel. You know, maybe that would be just like a good idea in general. I don't know. Let me sleep on it. Let me sleep on it. I'll decide by tomorrow. Daft Husky rating with 26 viewers. Holy shit! That's a big raid, Daft Husky. Hell yeah! Thank you a lot. Daft Husky is really cool streamer. Has raided like once before, and I remember it very well because I think that was like the one off that raid. I got more followers than I ever had before from any other raid I've ever seen. So, goddamn, you have a good community. I'll say that. If y'all don't know who I am, let me say thank you for the follow. I am a mainly a Mario Maker streamer. That's like my main thing. I do that on Fridays, 6 p.m. Central. Thank you for the follow. How do you say that? Jujuko. Hey, that's like my main thing. I do that on Friday evenings around 6 p.m. Central. Tonight, we're doing, thank you for the follow. Jeez, a lot of follows. Like last time. Just as I remembered. Thank you for the follow, KS Noel. How you doing? We're doing Extra Life here. I am 9 hours in. This is my second Extra Life stream. That one lasted 11 hours. And I'll say, I don't think I'm going to do Mario Party 8 tonight. It is way too late. I am tired. I want to end after this game. And then I'm thinking now, like, when can I do the next Mario Party? You know, when can I finish it off? And I'll also say, my plan is for that is $200. If we get up to $200 on that next stream where I do Mario Party 8, I'll also add in like Mario Party 3 dual map thing, you know? I'll do the dual map once if we get up to 200. And I'll come up with more incentives around like 300 and 400 to add like additional things on top of that if I need to. But that'll be like spur of the moment type things, you know? And hopefully, you know, that'll just be one Mario Party, so how long can that go? How long can that go? Thank you for all the stuff. Again, we are doing Extra Life. We are raising money for my local children's hospital. Oh, fuck, this is... Wait, what are we doing? Am I saying... Fire. Okay, I say fire. We are doing Extra Life in support of the children for my local children's hospital. Lots of fun incentives down there. You can make me make noises for a whole turn. You can sponsor a computer player. There are 2 computer players who have not been sponsored yet. That turns their difficulty up to hard and also puts your name on the screen until the game is over. We are most of the way through this one. I think we have like 20 turns left, but that 20 turns could last an hour, so it's pretty decent bang for buck. You could also reserve one for Mario Party 8, like ahead of time. Again, I don't know when that'll be, but I'll figure it out, like maybe by tomorrow. Whether that's gonna be on Thursday or after I do some like personal tragedy stuff. One of my grandparents just passed, and I'm gonna be out of town next week for like Monday at least. Maybe we can do it like next Tuesday. No, that's not true. I'm gonna be flying in on Tuesday. Maybe we could do it next Wednesday. I don't know about that. We'll figure out when we're doing it sometime soon. Thank you for the donation. That's Waluigi noises. I can't do them right now. Fire! 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 Thank you for the donation. That's a hell of a good thing. Fire! 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 I didn't do very good. I guess I'll have to do the Waluigi noises now. Or is that just when we're in like gameplay on the board, not in a minigame? How's that? Is that good? I'm not sure if this game even has those noises, unfortunately. I think I might have to make them myself, just in general. I am the best. Waluigi's the winner. Everyone beat me. Oh no. I hate that. Oh, I'm not very good at this. Oh, my microphone. Oh, no. 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 Oh, is this the start of a turn? Oh, I guess I gotta do it until the end of a turn. I'm hitting buttons. Nothing's happening. Yeah, they don't have you can't make noises in this one. Waluigi noises are exhausting on the throat. Jesus. Thank you for the donation. Oh, we're doing a minigame. I don't have to do it during the minigame. Okay. Okay. I'll say again, planning another stream of this sometime soon. I'll say on the Discord and also on like my schedule thing. My plan for this week, after doing 2 12-hour streams, was to take it easy this week, other than the viewer levels on Friday. And I'll say Monday, tomorrow, I'm gonna start in on StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm, which is the second campaign of that. I've been looking forward to doing that, and that'll be starting tomorrow. And, you know, it'll be a normal time and a normal stream, not too long, etc. I thought I had to dodge the fishies, but I don't have to. And now I'm boned. There's no way I can recover. Oh, wait a minute! You can use both at once! You can use both propellers at once! Oh my god!
Finish.
That's why we were losing so badly. Crap, I didn't understand the concept. Oops. That's what I get for not reading the rules, but we're 10 hours in, man. I can't read rules. 10 coins, I'll take it. That's fine. Okay. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Let me give you like a shout out here. Shout out Daft Husky. Shout out was given to Daft Husky. Wah-ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha! I'm gonna throw this right here. Wah-ha-ha! Wah-ha-ha! Shout out Daft Husky. Good dude. Again, thanks a ton. Oh, and hey, that's that's the raid thing. That's not. I guess I used the same sound effect for the donation alert as the as like that the shout out thing. You know, hey. I just reused the sound effect I had on stream alerts for that. Figured that was fine. Fine. Glad to drop the raid. Hell yeah, dude. What were you playing, by the way? Rhythm Heaven Fever. I think I played that one. That was the one on 3DS. Good game. Goddamn. You know, quite good, I'll say. I think that's maybe... Well, I think it's the only Rhythm Heaven game I've played personally. I remember it being pretty good. Pretty damned good. A lot of good variety of, like, minigames. Was that one of the ones where it's, like, minigames from the previous Rhythm Heavens? Or am I thinking of a different one? Fever is the Wii version. Mega Mish is the 3DS one. Oh, gotcha, yeah. I think I've seen that streamed once. I think I've seen Fever streamed once. And yeah, Mega Mix is the one where it mixes everything together. That makes sense. Also, I guess it's a little harder to, like, you know, stream, Mega Mix. Not that you can't, but it would be emulated, and, if the emulator was off at all as far as, like, the, rhythm of things go, it'd be, not good. Not good. Yeah, Mega Mix is a big compilation one, has some new ones as well. Yeah. Is that one the best? Which one is, like, the best, you think? I feel like if you're just gonna have one, it's probably gonna be Mega Mix. Mega Mix, right? Mega Mix. That's a type of Twixly puzzle, you know, a type of cube. Not a cube, but you know, it's like a Rubik's type puzzle, but not made by Rubik's. Mega Mix is the one to get, right? I'll say, by the way, for those who don't know, I tend to do like a number of cards throughout a stream, and I'll say I'm all out of cards that I prepared ahead of time, so the cards would have something on it like a topic of conversation, so y'all want to continue chatting and giving me things to talk about while I do, let's see now, 16 more turns of Mario Party? That would be lovely, I'll tell you. I could also talk about other games I've been playing, but I haven't found time for in the last week. I talked about the ones that I've been playing, Mario RPG, and Marvel Snap. Those are only the real two I've been have found time for recently. Not because like I would rather play Mario RPG rather than like say Like a Dragon, Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Just more because it's on Switch and it's just so convenient to just boot up a Switch game, you know, no matter what you're doing, right? Mario RPG is also a really easy one to just play in the background, it turns out, which that is, you know, the thing I like about that game that is most. I'll say I'm not, like, in love with it myself, but I do think it's one of the best remakes I've ever seen. Just, like, quality of the original game aside, you know. You prefer Fever? Gotcha, gotcha. Anyway, one such game I've been playing that I need to find time for because it's a pretty long game is Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, which is basically a beat-em-up style of like a Dragon game. That's the Yakuza franchise. If you're, you know, not familiar, it turned from Yakuza to Like a Dragon. And it's basically about, like, Kiryu after he's disappeared into the government protection service and has basically turned into, like, a spy, an operative for the government. Or, like, whoever the fuck they are. I'm not really sure if they're, like, the government, like MI5, you know, if they're, like, Japanese MI5, or if they're, like, more of an underworld Secret Service thing that's just is more of a free agent. Just a more of a free thing, you know? In any case, it's really cool. Kiryu has fucking gadgets in this one. Like, you know, like fucking James Bond style. Like, you start off with a thing that just, like, lets you lasso enemies. It's like a little Wonder Woman whip that's in your watch. And you're just, like, constantly, like, whipping it out and, tethering up enemies and tying them up, and they're going like, oh, I'm tied up! And then you can, like, whip them to one side or the other. It's pretty ridiculous. Or, like, pull them towards you, even. It's a pretty ridiculous thing, and you get more tools as the game goes on. And sometimes you run into enemies that are just like, hey, I have, like, Shuri hand cannons on. Or, hey, I have an umbrella that is also a gun. Which is just really fucking fun. You know? It's a fun thing to have in a game like this, just to be like, yeah, we have, like, fun gadgets and stuff, all of us. And, goddamn, you know, check out our umbrella weapon. Isn't it cool? Yeah, you'd like one too? Well, I think that it's just for the minion. It's just for, like, the guy that you beat up once. But isn't that pretty cool? It is pretty cool. I'll say the thing about that game is that each chapter is like maybe 3-4 hours at a stretch. So it's kind of hard to fit into a night, you know, if I want to do like one chapter at a time. And there's probably like 15 chapters in that game. So it's kind of hard to find the time to do it. But I am currently between jobs right now. So now is actually the perfect time to do such thing. Oh shit, this again. Microphone game. Now is actually the perfect time for me to do such a thing. You know, if I'm thinking about it, you know. Perfect time to find, like, all the time in the world to just, like, play a really long RPG. And again, I think it's, like, awesome. I think it's excellent. I think it's really cool. Yes. 6, 2, 2, 2, 5, 2, 2, 6, 3, 6, 6, 1. I said 1. 1 point shy. Damn it. Fucking mic mini games. The microphone was impressive for its time, but, you know, even then you knew, like, yeah, I didn't say that. That's not what I said, you know. Earlier, there was, like, a minigame that's like, stop the clock, and I was doing 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and it stopped. It stopped from me saying Mississippi. I'm sorry, that's how I count time. I do 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, stop. I guess you have to go like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, like hold it at arm's length, like this. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Stop. It's you know what I signed up for, plugging in my microphone. You know, I could have not done that. I could have just had these all be normal style. I think that means we have 10 turns left. Wait, is that what it means? Is this every 10 turns, Bowser time? I'm really not sure. Maybe it's like every 8 or something. Okay, we all lose some progress. Except for Luigi, who loses like barely any. That was lucky. No, there's like 14 turns left. God, this game is long. All these games are long at this point. I'll tell you, I was totally going in the stream hoping like, okay, I hope each game takes about 3 hours, like last time, where I did 1 through 4 in around 11 hours. I hope they each take around 3 hours, and then we can do all 3 in one stream. But, man, it did not work out that way. And not even a way where I'm like, okay, well, it would be a tight fit to fit in the last game in the last 2 hours. It's like, no, man. It might be a tight fit to fit the, this game in 12 hours. Oh, and I'll say, by the way, if you're wondering, like, why I'm particular about 12 hours, I would like to, I've been, like, archiving my streams to YouTube, right? And YouTube has, like, a limit of 12 hours per VOD. So if it's longer than 12 hours, I have to split it up into multiple VODs, and that's just awkward for me. I'll also say that, man, going from 2 a.m. to 2 p.m., or the other way, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., that's more than long enough for my taste. I gotta get... I'm not gonna say to bed, because I can stay up a little longer. I will definitely unwind, have some dinner, and, you know, relax a little bit before I sleep, but I gotta end, you know? You know? I gotta have a nice relaxing bath. I gotta have a nice relaxing meal. And, I gotta, like, you know, prepare for the stream tomorrow. Also, I got other things to do tomorrow, like, I have to go get... Like I said, I had, there was a death in the family recently, so there's a funeral next weekend. So I had to get a suit, and the suit, the pants are too long, so I have to get them tailored. So I have to run out tomorrow and go to the tailor shop, and then I have to do my usual, like, you know, applying for jobs and shit, since I'm between jobs. It's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. Then we'll end in another stream because StarCraft 2 starts tomorrow. Why don't I pull up the schedule just to show you what the schedule says? Heart of the Swarm starts tomorrow. I was thinking no stream on Thursday, but I'm gonna sleep on it and see if Extra Life, I'm gonna finish that off on Thursday. Otherwise, it'll be like in a week or two. You know, it'll be like a little while from now. Maybe around Xmas would be a good time, actually. You know what? Let's just, maybe we should take our time and, you know, space these out a bit. I've had a lot of long streams, and, you know, like I am saying now, this week is going to be busy. Holy shit, another raid by Geeky Girlness. Thank you a lot. I'm just showing my schedule, which, hey, perfect for, like, explaining what I do here on this channel. I'm doing Extra Life now in support of, my local children's hospital in, Dallas, Texas. You know, but thank you for the follow. Bribery? Was that bribery? Bribery. Sort of weirdly spelled. And also thank you for the follow, Geeky Girlness. Hey, we're doing Extra Life here. We've been going for 10 hours tonight. I also did 11 hours on last Tuesday. And I'll tell you, we're not gonna do Mario Party 8 tonight. It is way too late. I'm tired. Gonna have to pick out another day to finish the job and do one final Extra Life stream. I will say, during that Extra Life stream, I plan on having an incentive, like a mini incentive. So, like, if we get to $200, let's say, I'll add on a Mario Party 3 duel to the end of that. You know what? Actually, we could do that online, too. That could be online. That could be an online duel, because that game has, like, online support. Ooh. What if I were to line up, like, a guest for that? Oh, that'd be fun. I should line up a guest. Wait a minute. No, it'll come after, like, 5 hours of of fucking Mario Party 8. How can I arrange for a guest to appear after 5 hours of Mario Party 8? What if we just do whoever's available? Awesome. Okay. You're also doing Extra Life for your local hospital? That's great. How did it go? Freaky girlness. How did your Extra Life go? What were you playing during yours? Was it Mario Party? Probably not Mario Party. I could do a shout out here. If I can find it on my phone. What the hell? Let me let me get you a shout out. Shout out Oregon Trail. Shout out Geeky Girlness. This is great. You know, we're in the final couple of turns. I will say, still a plenty good time to, I should hit that button myself because I am not following you. Let me hit that button on my screen. There you go. Followed. I'll say, here we're doing, fucking Mario Party. Oh, I forgot to take the schedule down. This is what I do on a normal basis. StarCraft is starting tomorrow. I do viewer levels on Fridays. That's sort of my main thing. You know, this is the campaign, playthrough of the campaign. I usually have some sort of playthrough going, some sort of let's play. Those are on Mondays. Viewer levels are on Fridays, and Thursdays typically some sort of variety stream. But man, I am tapped right now. I want to take Thursday off, and I will take Thursday off and have just a hopefully somewhat not so hectic middle of my week. Okay? Does that sound fair with everyone? Let's do that, and I'll schedule the final Extra Life sometime upcoming. To be determined. To be determined. I would do it tonight, but it's midnight. I'm about to say it's noon. That's not noon. It's midnight. I'm tired. Ah, bad. Jesus. It's good. Anyway, children's health, I'll say. Usually I have, like, things to talk about on my streams. I like to, like, you know, keep conversation going. And, you know, in my life, I often have, like, things that I see, and I go, that would be interesting to talk about, you know, with chat and all. And my usual approach is to have cards. And I had, like, 50 of them this stream, but we are 10 hours in. I'm all out of those. But I do have other conversation starters. And I'll say, like, if y'all want to chat and tell me about things, I guess I could chat about Oregon Trail, the game Geeky Girlness was playing. I played that in school. It's probably been like 20 years since I, you know, encountered that. I think it was more of a middle school type thing, right? Like, maybe that was more about where you tended to see it, like, in the curriculum, you know? To teach you about, starvation or something? I guess more about history than anything. Rather than, like, about how hard the settlers at the time had it, which, you know, is good. I wonder if there are better educational games now than, like, 20 years ago, you know? Like, are there 3D games that are, like, proper video games that are also, like, educational in this history? You just like the side stories? Right, yeah, it's a lot of, like, you know... It's kind of like, It's kind of like a... You know what, honestly? Thinking back, is Oregon Trail a roguelike? It's kind of a roguelike, isn't it? Before the term roguelike was a thing. Huh. It is the case that you do like a single run, you try to get to the end, and if you die, that's just it, you're dead. It is kind of like the more recent, whatchamacallit, what's that game with the ships where FTL, it's kind of like FTL in a way. Except more like management based. I've never thought about it in terms of, you know, being... Oh, wow. Crap. That came so fast at me. I've never thought of them in those terms, but I guess they are roguelikes, huh? I guess they are roguelikes. They are. It is, you know. You know what I mean. There's another game I've been meaning to get back to recently, after playing it for the first time on a recent... God damn, that jump was tight. That jump was a far jump, Jesus. There's one game that I've been playing that, one other game other than the one I mentioned. Actually, two other games. I've been going through Persona 5 Tactica a little bit at a time. Haven't found time to go past the first mission yet, but it does seem like it's going some interesting places. I did unlock the way that personas work in that game, and apparently they just add moves to any character. Like, you can equip a persona to any character, and they just get like a second set of moves in addition to their default ones, which... yeah, that's a pretty good way of doing it. That's really smart, actually. Really smart way to, like, make that work, and I'll say, like, seeing that mechanic explained, I kind of feel... what is this? Whoa! Jesus. And also, I'm gonna make it cheap for whoever's still up there. Damn it! Not good. Not good. I'll say at Persona 5 Tactica, my first impressions were not, like, super positive, but I don't know, like, that Persona system sounds pretty good, and if it continues, like, laying on different mechanisms, which I did see in some reviews, it sounds like they actually do that. He's fighting Dry Bones, so we don't have to see it. That's nice insofar as, like, the runtime of this stream goes. As far as, like, wow! Luigi just jumped ahead of Dry Bones. Apologies to Tech is Amazing, who already went to sleep. Tech is Amazing. If you see the VOD later on, your boy just got fucked over heavily. Hardcore. Oh my god. Maybe he can still win, like, other stars based on being the only hard CPU, but, we'll see what happens. He's in 4th now. Jeez. Now would be a great time to sponsor Luigi, if anyone wants to drop a sponsor-type deal. Up to y'all, though, of course. You know, hey. Any amount is good. Any amount is good. I will also say, by the way, we've been going for, like, 2 whole streams. No one yet has redeemed the donor turn, which I did think would be a little more appealing, I guess. Maybe people don't want to bone me. Don't want to, like, you know, screw me over, as it is. I don't know. I think it is funny in Mario Party when you screw someone over, so maybe that's just me and my, messed up, perspective. Maybe that's just me. Wait, what is this game? I didn't read it. I'll pause and look at the controls. That's what we'll do. I'm gonna hold down A to start. Yes, it's A. It's tank controls. Wait, is it tank controls? Yes, I do believe it's tank controls. It's like that RC Pro-Am. It's good. I like this minigame. I like that it's a loop and not just a circle. A lot of these games in previous Mario parties that have involved, like, going around in laps have just been a circle, which I think is a little less interesting, I guess. A little less interesting than a figure 8, you know? I lost. Got snagged on a few too many people. Anyway, the last game that I started up recently that I do want to play more of is Jusant, which is I'll say, by the way, of most of these games I started, they're on Game Pass, so I just, you know, have free access to them as part of Game Pass, so, you know, that's why I'm trying so many at once, and that's why I'm playing so many at once, you know. I didn't necessarily drop, like, a bunch of money on all these, on, like, Persona 5 Tactica, Man Who Erased His Name. The only one I bought recently was, Mario RPG. That was the only one I've actually paid money for, which is a good thing, considering, like, you know, it's better to be frugal, I guess, when you're between jobs. As much as possible. As much as possible. You know, I'm, not that too badly off, so I think I'll be able to, like, manage until such time as I get a new gig, but, still, it's best to, like, be a little bit conservative. Anyway, I'll say, all these games, they're very fun, and it's good to play them. Jusant in particular. Let me say Jusant in particular. it's like a climbing game. So you're like sort of using L and R to like climb up one handhold at a time. Sort of simulating like bouldering in a way that I don't think I've seen any game quite do. Like, it's pretty original as far as these things go. That said, I do think that it could be a little faster. It could be a little faster, Dusant, or... Actually, no, that's not quite my criticism. My criticism is this. A lot of the time, I'm, like, getting to a place and not knowing quite where to go yet. Sort of the same thing you get in a lot of games with, like, climbing as a main big deal, you know? Like in Uncharted sometimes, you'll end up in a place where it's like, okay, where's the next wall I need to climb? Where's the next wall I need to climb? It's gonna be one wall. I'm just gonna have to go up it. I don't see it though, so I guess I'm just wandering around for a bit until I find the one place that tells me where to go next. Which I think is kind of a shame, considering it could have just been, like, pretty straightforward. You know, I don't think it really needed, like, areas with story and stuff to explore. That's the other thing I'll say about Dusant that's not really, like, working for me. The story is very missable to me. Like, insofar as, like, they're just little notes, and you could read them, and they're, like, really long, and I just go, like, I'll pass. Okay, we just have to flap really hard. This is just button mashing. We're up against the sponsored character, so this might be difficult. Are we winning? I can't tell. It's so close. No, we're not. We're losing. Oh, we lost. Whew. My throat is all dry. I'll say I had a little bit of, like... I don't think I said for the last 10 hours, but I had a little bit of, like, a sore throat in the morning, this morning as well, so I took a little Dayquil around, say, 11 hours ago. But I guess that was more just a morning thing, because I'm honestly feeling fine now that I have spent, like, a whole 10 hours on the stream. You know, that shit's expired, so if it was, like, doing me any good, it's gone now. So, I guess I just need a little to get me past the morning, and, let's get rid of this. Fuck, Birdo. Birdo's doing too well. Oh, right, was that the warp thing? I think I was saving that for, like, really near the end, but, whatever. Let's just go ahead and burn it. I think it's time to buy one of these. I've been sort of holding off because the price of, you know, if the price of a thing really, like, worked me over, that would be a problem. But I think right now we have enough coins to get anything but a 40. Well, not everything but a 40, but, like, a lot. And, yeah. I'll say, I guess there is one more game coming out this year that people seem pretty hot on. I think I heard some people basically say that that Avatar game was basically like a really good... It seems like it's going to be a really good, like, what's the word? It's gonna be like a, what is that series? That, has... What is that series? Jeez, I'm just drawing a blank here. Far Cry. Far Cry. It's gonna be like a Far Cry, but you have, like, birds that you can ride. Which, hey, that sounds pretty cool. Riding on those funny little bird guys that they have in that movie. That franchise. That could be good. I don't know. I don't know that I'm really in the mood these days for, warp pipe. No, that's a bomb. Okay, that was a bomb. Very nice. I don't know that I'm really in the mood for, like, open world games these days. Like, I feel like I bounced off the last couple that I've tried. Even now that I'm, like, between gigs and all, where I could give my time to, like, you know, I could give a lot of time to Spider-Man if I really wanted to. I just kind of want to mainline the story, and sometimes that's not the best way to play those games, which isn't good, you know? I did find, like, when I did Spider-Man's, like, side content, I enjoyed it, like, kind of a lot more than just going through the story and trying to, like, push through without bothering to upgrade like items or gadgets or whatever. But I don't know, I'm just not in the headspace where I just want to soak into a single game and spend like 100 hours there, unless it's like a multiplayer game. Like, I could do like a million games of Marvel Snap. I could do like, you know, if there was a new Smash Brothers, I would probably play it for a while before, like, you know, not playing it so much. When Rivals 2 comes out, I'll probably play a whole lot of that game, you know. Like, a multiplayer game, I can probably go all in on and play a lot of, but something about open world and its openness and infiniteness, I just find, like, not as appealing, you know? I bounced off Starfield, for instance. I really just felt like that was just so middle of the road and just... I don't know if it's, like, any worse than, like, the games I played, like, 20 years ago, like, when it was on Xbox 360, and I was, like, you know, a school student, you know, like, school student? You know, when I was, like, a teenager, you know? I don't know that it's any worse than that, and I don't know I have any less time than I did then, especially now, between gigs and all. But at the same time, I just had, like, no compulsion to, like, go seek out all the possible bounty that it was out there to find. We're betting stars, very good. I gotta win this, folks. Light speed, what is this? Is this the one where asteroids, or was that in a different game? Hop over the panels to transform them into your color. Okay. Use the warp zones in the corner to maneuver around the board. Okay, so this is a Splatoon situation. I think using the most basic strategy, I can win. Which is that I'm gonna follow this fucker around. I'm just gonna follow this guy around and take his stuff as he goes. This is just a winning strategy right here. God, it's not even close. I can even get the ones that, God! That was decisive. What was that? What were those last panels doing? I don't know, but I won. That's the important thing. Maybe they were counting. Oh, they were counting. And then I hit A to skip. $10 coins? Oh, right. It's not... You can't decide what it is in this one. I forgot. Been a while since the last time I did a duel. It's all random. Oh, well. We're 10 coins from the end, folks. Jesus Christ, this has been a long one. I'll say I think this one might be the best of the GameCube Mario parties. I stand by that original opinion that I had as a kid. This is definitely my favorite of, like, the 4 on GameCube. I think that it having, like, a little bit of personality in its maps, them all being, like, tourist destinations, I think that that's really cool. And as with 6, the amount of variety in, like, each of the maps, each of them having a gimmick, is, I think, really good. I think, you know, I guess 6 also had the gimmick in, like, the day-night system. But I think this game's gimmick is a bit better, you know, in that it doesn't need every map to revolve around a day-night cycle. In fact, I would say, like, just in general, I think I prefer not having a day-night cycle. You know, when I play 2 or 3, the ones with, like, a day-night type thing, like, I think Woody Woods and Haunted Zone, I think those are my least favorite boards of those games, so I just prefer keeping things nice and simple and not having to, like, rethink how I'm doing things every 3 turns, you know? That's, to me, a little nicer, you know? That's just how I prefer it, though. I know probably some people like it more. Some people like it more. Day-night system. Is that, like, more interesting? I hope it is. You know, I guess I should say that, like, you know, Nintendo should have hoped it was because, you know, Mario Party 6 was entirely based around it. So if you didn't like it, they'd be bad. That'd be a bad scene. Did we get a star and then we got like all the way back up here? How did that happen? Jeez. I don't know how we got all the way back up here, but I'm happy about it. I feel like this one we're gonna win. The last one we lost. We lost, I'll say like what the record is, by the way. And this includes like the Tuesday stream, which was 11 hours all its own. We lost the first two. We won Mario Party 3, we won Mario Party 4, Mario Party 5 we won. Mario Party 6, we were winning, but then a chance time stole all our stars like midway through, and it was kind of fucked from then on. We were kind of like really majorly hosed from then on. I had collected like 11 stars, and they all went to someone who had 2. So that was just an impossible deficit. It turned out. Impossible deficit. I think we can win this one, which would bring the record to 2 losses, 3 losses, 3. So currently it's 3-3. 3 losses, 3 wins. This would bring it to 4-3. What if I had to duel? No, that doesn't work. I was about to say, like, with the Mario Party 3 incentive for, like, next time, you know, basically, we'll do, like, a smaller goal for us to aim for $200. I'll say, like, you know, I'll do an extra Mario Party 3 duel match. I was about to say, like, maybe we could fight every winner. But, I don't think every winner... 7 seconds, okay. Start. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Stop! 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 God damn it! Oh, I think that some of the winners would be from games where they have characters that Mario Party 3 doesn't. So that wouldn't really work. That wouldn't really work. Maybe we could think of some other incentives for, like, you know, we got the 300, let's say, or 400. I don't know. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. Definitely a lot of time to, you know, do that sort of stuff. You know, I have mentioned relatives. I'll say I haven't, like... I don't, like, tell my relatives that I do streams. Though it's all, like, out on social media. They could see it if they wanted to. Maybe I should just go ahead and, I maybe could raise some money from them. Feel like that's probably what a lot of people doing Extra Life do, huh? That's kind of makes sense to do as a thing. I'll consider it. That would probably also help. I don't know, it's, kind of a weird thing, I don't know. Well, at least for my parents, and, like, I don't know if my dad would really understand. I did mention it to my mom, like, soon after going unemployed. You know, I mentioned, like, I do have, like, a meager amount of revenue from, like, Twitch and stuff, you know, so it's not nothing, but, it'll supplement the, you know, the unemployment well enough. You know what I mean? And, she doesn't know about it, but I don't know if she really, like, it would be weird if she were to watch, I'll say. I think that'd be weird. But, relatives of the same age, that's probably different. I don't know, though. A lot of them are more like, normie types, you know? Like normal people. Not sure if it's offensive to say if someone's, like, very normal, but my cousins are, like, on the normal side to being Disney. They're somewhere between normal and Disney adults, you know? Which, you know, I'll say, I love them for it. I went to Disney earlier this year, and with some of those relatives, and it was really helpful, them knowing, like, where to go in Disney and how to do it really good and proper, you know? And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And also, you know, I would never, I'll say, if ever I say someone's weird, or that a thing is weird, I think kind of being a little weird is good, right? It's having something like, being a little different is like fun and interesting. That's an interesting thing about a person, for them to be a thing, you know? And a Disney adult is like a good thing to be if you like theme parks, and I like theme parks. I'm a Twitch, if I were to name the things that I am. Mario Maker 2, level maker. Make a lot of Mario Maker levels. That's my main thing, is the Mario Maker streams on Friday. Those will always be on Friday. Those are not like, they don't come and go like some of the other things that I get up to. Let's go in on this. Let's just go hard. This will be that memorization minigame. I think I could probably do that. Last time I just gave him a coin and then said Aardvark because I didn't want to play it, but let's play to win here. Yes. Apple, banana, grape, strawberry, apple. Banana, grape, strawberry. Banana, grape, grape. Banana, grape, strawberry. Banana, banana. Strawberry, and then the last one is strawberry. The last one would be orange. Good. Hey, we did it. Last time I fucked up on the last one. There were only 4, so it wasn't like a process of elimination. I just forgot what the last one was. What, didn't I do 21? I thought I did 21. Maybe I did 20. I guess check the tape. I'm feeling pretty good about this game. And how many turns are left? 9. Jeez. Still a ways to go. Still a ways to go. I'll say, I think of Disney. I'm more of a Universal person than a Disney person, you know? I like the thrill rides and all. We have the settings right here, right? It's like, it's on fast. Yeah, everything's right. Everything's right. There's nothing. We weren't going slow unintentionally for like 2 hours or so. I like the intense rides, you know? I like the roller coasters. Velocicoaster is like one of my top favorite roller coasters of all time. That's an interesting topic. While we're looking for topics to, like, get us through 9 more turns. Favorite roller coasters of all time. I've been to a good number of theme parks. This year, especially. If I had to make, like, the top 5 roller coasters I've been on, I'd say Velocicoaster is one. I think Time Traveler at Silver Dollar City. That's another park I've been to. I think for Disney, I would put on, the new Guardians of the Galaxy ride. That was really good. I'm gonna say The Mummy as one of them. The Mummy at Universal. So, that's at the other park, you see. So, Universal kind of has 2 on the list. And I'm gonna say for the last slot, it would be either like Batman, Mr. Freeze, Reverse Freeze, or Mr. Freeze's thing at my local park. But I'm gonna say Iron Rattler at Six Flags Fiesta Texas. Really enjoyed Fiesta Texas, and Iron Rattler was like the best. It's a really long ride. It goes over the quarry wall. It's really damn good. As for like what makes those other rides really damn good, Velocicoaster just has like an incredible mix of elements. I love how the first half is like really tight and like windy, and then it sort of launches you to really high speeds and take you through some incredibly tall and incredibly intense elements right at the end, especially that goddamn roll. That ride is just like the complete package there, you know. The Guardians of the Galaxy ride, I really love the way it like scripted, like it sort of turns you around and like rotates you as you go through the elements. It sort of has a really great start if you haven't ridden it, which I imagine like a lot of people haven't. It starts off with you like the cars, the gimmick of the ride is they sort of turn independently. So it sort of starts you out like looking at a screen, and then it launches you backwards and as you're going backwards, it turns you around so that you're facing forwards, which I literally never thought as a possible element on a roller coaster before. I've been on many roller coasters where you go backwards, and then you like stop and you turn around, or you stop and like keep on, you go up a hill and then you turn around and go forwards again. But I've never been on a ride where you literally never turn around. It just... Okay, that's not great, but I'll take it. That's fine. It literally just smoothly transitions from, like, being faced forward, being faced backwards. And it's pretty damn cool. Or, like, when you're going around like an element, just, like, turning you to face, like, a big model of the Earth, which just looks pretty damn cool. Just looks, pretty damn cool. Get rid of that one. It's a really great looking model and just, real goddamn fun. I'll take my chances with what I got. Yikes, this is a bad one to get. 5 coins! 20. As for the other ones, there's the Time Traveler, which that's probably a more obscure shark, you know. Silver Dollar City, I imagine that not a ton of people are necessarily traveling to it. You know, those local parks, they're more for, like, the locals. Or maybe, like, you know, theme parky tourists, right? Whereas, like, Disney, Universal, they're for everyone, you know. People travel to see those. Maybe SeaWorld by some metric, you know. SeaWorld as well, because it's, like, right nearby. But, went to Silver Dollar City this year, and Time Traveler is an amazing ride. It is a launched roller coaster with like cars that turn around freely. So you're like spinning around as you go. It's going high speeds. It's going through inversions. You're going upside down, and that was just so goddamn thrilling to me. Like, oh my god, spinning, going fast, launches, up inversions. Like, oh my god, I didn't know. And I'll say I don't think anyone knew before Time Traveler that those things could go together, but they go together really well, it turns out. And it's just like a really intense, good time. Like a really goddamn intense, good time. Mr. Freeze is just a standard shuttle coaster. It goes forwards, and then it comes back. The only thing that's weird about it is it goes faster on the way back. And it used to be like a backwards launch. Like, it was forever. For a long time, it was Mr. Freeze's Reverse Blast. At least in the Dallas version of the ride, the over Texas version of the ride, they recently, like, reversed it so that you start launching forwards. And I'll say I rid it, like, once that way. Once or twice? I forget if it was once or twice. I think I did it twice. I think I did it twice before leaving the last time I went to Six Flags over Texas, my local park. I'll say it's still really good. It's still fantastic, even facing forwards, it turns out. It's still one of the best. It's still probably my favorite ride at that park, though it doesn't quite make the top 5 anymore, now that I have rid, like, a couple more roller coasters that really rank in that range. Am I forgetting one to talk about? No, I think that covers the lot of them. Hey, thank you for the follow, Bacon Yvonne. How you doing? That's right, it's Mario Party 7. We're doing it for Extra Life for the children, and it's going pretty well, I'll say. I think I'm gonna win this this one. I'll say I've done the last 6 Mario Parties across 2 other streams, and at this point, I think I gotta end in like after I finish this, which again, we're like 7 turns away from. But I'm definitely gonna come back later at a later date, to be determined. Probably like a week or 2 from now, honestly. I am just too beat right now to do a whole bunch of it. You're biased next Mario Party next to Mario Party 6. I will say Bacon Even. Ivan. I should say Ivan. That's probably how you say it, isn't it? I will say Bacon Ivan. I always thought that Mario Party 7 was low-key one of the better ones. I would in fact say that it, for a time, I would put it right up there with Mario Party 3 for me. I think now, I might have to say that it's a close one, but I probably would put Mario Party 3 over. But they're both S tier in my books. Well, actually, I should check my books. I'm backlogged. I wonder how I have rated these games like previously. Let me see. Let me open my backlogged, which is a site which I use to like review games. I say I use them. I haven't written a game review in like so long for that site. I've just been like I'm like behind modern time. I've been like trying to catch up to present. And but I do have everything I played before 2018. I think I'm at 2018, maybe 2019. Let me look up all the Mario Party games. I'm kind of curious. Mario Party, where did I stand on that? Put it as a 4 out of 5, the first one. Yeah, I think that's right. The first one is like incomplete in a couple ways. It doesn't have the item game, and I feel like the item game is important. I would definitely put Mario Party 1 below like Mario Party 6, for instance. And maybe even Mario Party 5. I'd probably put Mario Party 5 about the same as Mario Party 1, actually. Let me see, Mario Party 2, that's a 5, if I ever did see one. That one's gotta be a 5 out of 5 here. Mario Party 2. I'm gonna bet 5 out of 5 is what I put down. Yes, 5 out of 5. I know Mario Party 3 is 5 out of 5 and like an all-time favorite, so I don't even need to check that one. But Mario Party 4? You know, I don't know if I have a review for Mario Party 4 yet. Yeah, I didn't because I rented it as a kid once. I didn't have it until before this stream. I played it for the first time, like, in living memory. On like, the stream on last Tuesday. And I'll say, I think Mario Party 4 is like a 3 out of 5. I think it's probably the worst Mario Party up until, like, you know, Mario Party 9 and 10. You know, where they do the car thing, and that kind of sucks. Okay, here we go. Start. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi. Stop! Ugh! Okay, it worked this time. I think we're gonna win. I'll say Mario Party 4 I think is a 3 out of 5. The reasons being that, reasons why it's a 3 out of 5. Well, one, the maps that I tried and the maps that I've seen other people play seem like you really have no choice in where to go a lot of the time. And I think that's really a bummer and really frustrating as, like, Mario Parties go. I think, like, the Mini and Maxi mushrooms are kind of bad power-ups, low-key bad power-ups. They have, like, trade-offs, I guess, which is supposed to make them balanced, but they kind of more come off to me as, like, kind of unfun. Like, I don't want them at the expense of the regular mushroom, I think is the problem. And also, again, the boards, they seem a little more RNG than, like, in these later games. 5, I'm gonna say I think 5 is okay. I'm gonna say 4 out of 5 for 5. Let me see where I landed on that. Mario Party 5. Yep, 4 out of 5. What I put down. I mean, I could read these reviews as well. I've written, like, reviews. That's why it takes me a while to get up to modern days, because I've written reviews. More bad ideas than good ones. On the good side, bringing back the Star Spirits, super cool. I wish the other ideas had been as good as that. The game's other big new idea, capsules, fall on the bad side. There's a lot of overhead and bother to using them, and you can't beat the purity of just, you know, items. Boards and minigames are fine, though. Yeah, that's about right. I had it about right the last time when I wrote that review. For Backlogged, I like to keep the reviews under 500 characters, by the way, if you're curious. Like, that is, like, I sort of see that as, like, a writing challenge. Let me see what I put for Mario Party 6. I'm gonna say 5 out of 5. Yes, 5 out of 5 Mario Party 6. Mario Party 7, also a 5 out of 5. I wonder if I've given it a heart. I wonder if I've given it, like, favorite all-time status. Where do I see that? Well, it looks like I'm backlogged on my phone. I cannot scroll up and see, like, where the parts would be on the UI. So that's fun. I don't think I marked it as a favorite. I think it's, I think I put it as a 5, which, you know, for this game is good enough. I feel like it's a 5 out of 5 Mario Party, and, you know, one of the best two. One of the best two, I'll say. And I don't think it quite has the perfection of Mario Party 3, but it has a really good balance as far as, like, items versus capsules go. And it has, like, really interesting maps. It doesn't do the nighttime, daytime stuff, which I think is a little much in Mario Party 6. Just a bit much. And, yeah, there's kind of nothing bad to say about this Mario Party. Mario Party 7 is goddamn good. Maybe, like, some maps aren't as good as others, right? Like, maybe there's a map here with a mechanic that's weird in a way that I wouldn't like. But I don't really think that's the case. I think they're all good in their own ways. Turn check, 44. So 7 turns left, I guess, including, like, turn 50. 6 turns, not including this one. Whew. I'll say, by the way, if you do a donor turn, you don't have to use it right away. You can save it for, like, when I'm about to get a star or something. Or, you know, whenever I have some other opportunity to really mess myself over. Definitely do say so whenever you want to invoke it. And, you know, try to do it before I actually, like, make a decision. Keep in mind there's, like, 20 seconds of lag between the stream and, you know, maybe 15 to 20 seconds of lag between the stream and the chat. So, yeah.
Finish.
Ugh. 6 turns left, Jesus. I will say, you know, having burnt most of my conversations that I could have on this stream, I will say I am very fortunate in that, like, StarCraft 2 tomorrow, which, again, I'm starting StarCraft 2 tomorrow, or StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm, the second campaign in particular. I've been sort of, like, spacing those playthroughs out, sort of going like, okay, StarCraft 2, the first one, Wings of Liberty, and then I did Twilight Princess HD, and now I'm doing Heart of the Swarm, and after this I'll do, another Zelda thing, I think. Or maybe something else, I don't know. I'm gonna give myself time to think about it, and, you know, figure it out. But, that's how I've been doing it, and I've been really excited to get back to Heart of the Swarm, because I think Heart of the Swarm might be the best one. Certainly the one I remember most fondly, and I'm hoping that it, like, you know, shows me why I think so fondly of it, you know. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Bowser Jr., I think, really can mess you up, but good. Let's just be safe about that. We have a lot of coins. I'm gonna get a big special shroom, and I'm going to check to see if the price of a star is low enough where I can, like, go get it. You know, and if so, I'll 100% like bust up there. You know, bust ass out there. Oh shit, we have 40 coins. We are in the range. Even if it's high, we can get it. Okay. Crap. That's great. I will say, as far as other games that I want to play, you know, I'll say replay. Mostly I've been doing, like, playthroughs of games I played before, just because I already know that I like them. I already know that I'm going to enjoy them. For, like, after Heart of the Swarm, I have thought about Skyward Sword HD. I sort of did Wind Waker HD, then Twilight Princess HD after the first, you know, StarCraft 2 campaign, so doing it like that would make sense. You know, doing, like, Zelda, StarCraft, Zelda, StarCraft, Zelda. You know, and then that'd be, like, the whole set of them, you know, all the HD Zeldas. That said, I kind of think it's a really long game that is really bloated, so maybe I would like to play something else that doesn't, like, have a really horrible end game, you know, where it's just like a bunch of crap all at once. That said, I am thinking about it. I am very much considering that. I could also do Link to the Past, which I don't think I've ever properly finished. I think I've only gotten, like, midway through it. Like, I rented it once as a kid on Game Boy Advance, and then I got it on Virtual Console, and I don't think I ever really went through the whole thing. I've tried before, and I've just gotten, like, lost and stuff, so never really, went through all of that. I feel like I would have to, like, have some pointers from either chat or, like, a guide, just to, like, make sure I'm not, like, stalling out and going, like, where's the next thing? Where do I need to go? I don't get it. But I feel like that could probably be accommodated, and I feel like that would be maybe a playthrough that people would be interested in seeing me do, you know? People really like Link to the Past. Maybe a lot more than they like Skyward Sword, I'll say. You know? Feel like that might be a pretty good idea. That said, I do really like the symmetry of doing 3 StarCraft campaigns and 3 HD Zeldas. And I'll say also, by the way, as far as like what I would do after the last of the StarCraft campaigns, which of course there's 3 of them, at least with StarCraft 2. My plan for after I finish with that. Okay, the bridge is blocked, that's fine. My plan for that is I want to, what the hell is that? Wand? Oh, it doubles it. Huh. It makes you invisible? Okay, cool wand. My plan for after I do StarCraft 2, the last campaign of that, you know, finish the set and whatever, is I want to do Mario Odyssey 100%. I've done any percent and World Peace percent on stream before. Just like playing through that game casually, like going for that level of completion. But I haven't done 100% since I got, you know, since the first time I played that game, and I think that would be fun to go through the entire game, all of its contents, you know, countless moons, all that business over the course of a good many streams. I think that would be a lot of fun, and also I'll say that, you know, again, I think I said this earlier, but Mario Odyssey is like maybe my favorite game of all time. I say maybe because it's like tied up there with DKC2. You know, that would be a hell of a thing. We got the star. I feel good about that. And we have a cannon, so next turn we can just blast up, even if the bridge continued to be like wrecked or something. What is this gonna do to us? Nothing. I couldn't get past the bridge anyway. I lost 2 spaces there. That was not a good place for whoever put that. A bad spot. Anyway, I'll say past that, I'm not sure like what I would do anymore as far as other Let's Plays go. I have considered recently like, I really enjoyed, oh my god. Ooh. He got the shock thing right as he rolled like a mushroom. Wow. That's, you're not gonna have enough money to get the star, buddy. But I appreciate you taking the bullets for everyone. Like of, you know. Yikes. You don't have enough coins for me. Steal. That's just, yeah. By the way, hey, just a handful of turns left. Oh my god. I can't believe that these 3 Mario parties took as much time as the 4 Mario parties before them. Was really expecting to do 8 tonight. Was really expecting the 8 to fit into... I was really expecting all 4 to fit into 12 hours. I'll say. Whatever, you know. See what happens. Dry Bones is gonna win. He's sponsored and all. What? Okay. What? You can get nothing? Wow. I mean, I will say, I think there are some nits to pick over that system. Like, I do think if you do, like, an entire minigame, you should probably get, like, something out of it. Nothing, that just, makes it a whole waste, I guess. That's just my way of seeing it, though. I guess, like, if I had lost, I would be happy if it was nothing, and I would laugh if it was me. But I didn't lose, and it wasn't me, so... I don't understand this one. Let's try to win it. I'm just gonna try running forward as much as possible, and hopefully getting to the place. I think that was my problem. I started, like, turning around and going the other way, and thinking, like, oh, I probably need to go backwards. Oh, crap, it does look like I need to go backwards here because there's no way forwards. Aw, jeez. Wait, no, left is bad.
Finish.
Okay. I still don't know how you do that one properly. Still. I need to tape up my wave bird. Ever since the start of the stream, this, like, back thing has been falling off. I guess the plastic finally, like, reached its limits. Yes, that's right. We only have a couple of turns left. I think it's only 4 turns. Yes, those are the standings. It's kind of weird. I think in one of the previous games, they didn't do this at that time. Like, there wasn't a 4 turns left or a 5 turns left for, like, Mario Party... For, like, the last one, Mario Party 6. I guess they decided to bring it back because it's, you know, a good thing that everyone likes. Oh, wow, that wand gives you, like, multiple turns of big movement? Wow. That's powerful. Last 4 turns, let's go. He's landing on my thing. That's lovely. He doesn't have any coins. Is that gonna be orbs? Yeah, it's my, my guy that does this to him. I'll take 6 coin, that's fine. All your coins are, plenty of coins to me. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Waluigi, go. Yeah, let's use the cannon orb right now. I don't know if we should wait or, like, you know... We have 4 turns left. Now's probably the best time for it. And that was a pretty considerable distance we just covered. And we're gonna do a duel minigame. Okay, no one has coins. I'm gonna go with, Birdo. Because Birdo has some coins for me to get if the coins were to come up. Really hoping it's not stars, though, if I end up losing. Yeah, hell of a thing to lose on, like, the 3rd to last turn. Swim and dodge. Tap the button to swim. If you touch one, it's game over. Okay, so it's not a race. It's just avoiding cheap-cheeps. I'm gonna, like, lean forward a little bit. Maybe also you can't go off the bottom. I feel like I'm proceeding with a little bit more foresight than the computer player, and there you go. I don't even know what she hit. Good. Good. Now would be a weird time to sponsor a computer player, but you always could. I'll say also, if y'all want to reserve one for the next time we, oh my god! What a fucking waste. If y'all wanted to reserve a computer player for, like, to sponsor for next time, for, like, when I do Mario Party 8, I will say, when you do that ahead of time, you can reserve a specific one, and basically, like, you know, make me choose a specific computer player for that game, you know, that thing, rather than just using one that I have chosen myself. That'll be how that do. If ended up doing. And I'll say, like, I have not played Mario Party 8 before, so if there's characters to unlock, I don't got them. It'll be brand new to me, and whatever characters are unlocked at the start will be it. I will say I have dibs on Waluigi. That's the only condition. I love Waluigi. Waluigi, one of my favorite Mario characters. I say one of. If it was, I'll say he's like the most S tier. He's like an S tier Mario character. Other S tier Mario characters, Bowser. Bowser's S tier. I mean, I guess Mario's S tier just by virtue of being the main dude. I think there are plenty of Paper Mario characters that are S tier. You know, like Bobbery, Vivian, TTYD characters especially. Those ones, there's a lot of S tier characters in that. I guess that's unfair because they have personalities. How is that unfair? Is it unfair having a personality? Guess that's a weird thing to like take as a, like a handy, as like an advantage, right? Like, oh, I have a personality, I talk. How's Flood? Flood's like a solid A tier. I like the way that he talks, and he's made by EGAD, who is pretty good as well. Also a solid A tier. I don't think I've done a tier list of like Mario characters, but who else would be an S tier, like of the standard cast? Definitely Bowser, definitely Waluigi. Wario would be S tier as well. I think he's like, you know, not quite as hot as Waluigi. I say hot. I don't mean like in a sexual manner. I mean like insofar as like how much I care him, you know? He doesn't have that much of a... Just qualitatively, not like sexually. Please understand. Damn it. It's up to you, Birdo. I'll say I think Wario is like definitely up there. Definitely an S tier. Though, you know, if I were to order an S tier, which I generally don't like to do, I feel like S tier... You generally don't want to order things that are in S tier. Until it's like, unless it's like a top 10 of the year or a top 10 ever list, in which case, yeah, you gotta order those somewhat. But otherwise, I just don't like to order S tier, you know, outside of those very specific circumstances. And yeah, Wario, he's S tier. Especially with how good he is in like WarioWare. Oh yeah, like there's... I think no denying that Wario is like one of the best Mario characters out there. I guess I have given like every Mario brother except Luigi S tier. You know, Mario's probably more like an A+, if I'm being honest. He, you know, he doesn't have that much personality all his own. He's just like a guy. Probably would move him down and have Luigi also be an A. Just personally, like, if I was speaking objectively, yeah, you gotta have Mario also up there in S, and you probably also have to have Luigi. It's just weird having, like, all the 4 Wah brothers in there. I don't know what the cost of a mushroom is right now. What the cost of a star is. I can't risk it. Oh, it was 10, but it's about to change. So... yeah, I need to save my money. It's 30. Okay, that was the right call. Also, hopefully this prevents one of the others from, like, cashing in. And, indeed it will. They all have jack shit. How many turns are left? After this one, 2. Very good. We're just passing 11 hours, which... yeah, the last stream was like 11 hours long, so, you know, 11 hours as far as like gameplay, not including like the break I took, the one break I took over 11 hours, or the time it took like to set up the stream, like, you know, before I actually started the stream. no one won. It was a tie, so no one's spinning the wheel, huh? I guess that makes sense that would happen that way. Can we make it up there in 2 turns? If we roll really high twice, I think we can. That's within the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, I can stop that motherfucker from getting to the star. Not that he'll have enough money. All right, I think I have these last 2 turns pretty much planned out. I think that nothing can stop me, and yeah, feeling pretty good. As far as the later Mario parties go, I wonder... I mean, I'll say, like, for Backlogged, I haven't, like, re-reviewed any of those games yet because I think they're all newer than, like, Super Mario Party and, the other one. They're newer than, where I am at Backlog, but I do have older reviews, like, on another site that I could go back and look at. Ooh, we tied with Dry Bones there. I do have older reviews that... I can't remember how I landed on those, other than, like, yeah, they're pretty good. They're not as good as the classics go. You know, I think I would still prefer the original games. Let me see. I'm kind of curious now. When was... Let me just see if I have a review on Backlog for Super Mario Party. Mario Party. It was 2018. I have not re-reviewed it, so that is, like, slightly in my future, like, rewriting the review of that. Okay, well, I need to get back on it. I have all the time in the world now. Should really just spend some time writing reviews for games that I haven't played in 30 years. Or, you know, in 5 years. That's a good use of time. Once I get up to present, I can just review games as I play them and they come out, which makes a lot more sense than how I'm doing it now, I will say. Makes a whole lot more sense than what I'm doing now, which is just kind of playing, just sort of going back through the ages whenever I find, like, time to review a game. I'll say, I can probably do, like, 5 reviews in a day, and probably be caught up to present in, like, a few weeks if I, like, made a concerted effort of it. I just haven't done that in a good long while. Let's throw this to be... Oh. Crap, I can't throw it that far. Whatever, I don't think I can, like, get ahead of this, Dry Bones. So let's just throw it there, replace that square, and, hope for the best. Ew, that's gonna be hard to get to the star next turn, but... You know, hey, I think I still got it, regardless of whether I can, like, do anything on the last turn. Let me see, Super Mario Party. Did I get that at launch? Maybe I didn't get that at launch, even. Maybe that was, like, later into its life. I'm not sure when it launched, other than 2018 as well. I'm just scrolling it along my older list until I find it. It wasn't in the year. Let me find on page. Super Mario. Oh, I should have just searched Mario Party. Wait, what? It's not in there. I totally own Super Mario Party. Did I buy that, like, years later? All I see are the party packs, the Jackboxes. Maybe I bought that, like, after, like, 2000, like, in the last couple years. Huh. I definitely own those games. I definitely own Super and Superstars. So I'm not sure when I got them. Mario Party. Oh yeah, okay, here's Mario Party Superstars. I gave it a 4 out of 5. Yeah, that's fair. I do think it's one of the best in ages, but... And I also gave Super Mario Party a 4 out of 5. I mean, honestly, I could see upgrading those. But I do think that's a fair assessment, you know? Basically to say, like, yeah, it's better than it has been in ages. It's really good, but I would prefer it if it was old style rather than new style, honestly. Even after, like, you know, directly remaking the maps and using the same mini games as before. Like, just set the rules back to like either 7 or 3. Like 7 was better than. I think the 7 way of doing it is better than Super Mario Party's way of doing it. I also think Mario Party 3 is just like as good as you can do. When those games came out on N64 Online, I was really overjoyed because, you know, hey, now we can play the best Mario Parties on online, and it's great. I guess the thing you could say for them is they have online play, which is just really fucking cool, you know? It's cool to have online play and play with people. Sometimes people, you know, I've known streamers who've done streams of Superstars especially, and that is, you know, through the years, you know, I guess I haven't seen that many streams of like 3 or 1 or 2 just because those games have not been out on a service that has online for as long, but, you know, I have certainly done those games online as well, though not for 50 turns. And they're good. It's good to play them that way. Yes. 4, 1, no, 9, 6, stay, 4, 1, 4, 4, 4, 8, 1, 4, 8. Damn it, again, just short of the leader there. Anyway, I'll say Mario Party is better than it has been since Mario Party 7. You know, as good as it's been since then, but I do think that these original games, they hold a special place in my heart. And even like the later ones, I'd put them like, I'd put them higher. I'll say 4 is probably the worst of them, other than, you know, 9 and 10, which I haven't played, but I've seen enough of to know, like, that's not what I want. I'll say we have a incentive for me to play to buy and play Mario Party 9, and play every map of it. So that would be a whole ordeal if that were to be met, and I'll say that's sort of marked as a stretch goal to me. Like, that's if we hit the 500 goal and, like, do double that, and, yeah, I want the goal for like, I want a goal that's, like, pie in the sky, just to, like, you know, have something out there. Maybe, though, could have used more incremental goals. Okay, hey. It's the last turn. 11 hours, 10 minutes. These 3 games took longer than the previous 4. There is not time in the night. I cannot possibly do 8 tonight. It is just too damn late. And also, I don't want to split up the VOD if I can't help it. But I will say this. Because 8 will be its own stream, I will be more willing to put, like, some additional incentives in play. God damn it. That was not a good roll. I'll be putting more incentives in play for 8 to add additional segments after 8. Like, let's say 200. I'll do some dual minigame stuff. And maybe if anyone wants to join me, we could do like an online match. You know, we could even do best of 3. Let's make that a best of 3 for $200 if we hit $200. Best of 3 dual, you know, dual Mario Party. First come, first serve if anyone wants to do that with me. That'll be N64 Online. Let's have that be the first, you know, along the way incentive. I'll come up with 2 more for 300 and 400 additional segments that can be added onto that stream by whatchamacallit. And I'll try to make them all, like, ones that would be, you know, not gonna go 10 hours, you know. Stuff that's maybe an hour at most. Reasonable to do within a single stream. Should they all be Mario Party related? I don't know. Maybe doing, like, some viewer levels would be a good idea, actually. And again, I'm thinking that won't be Thursday. That'll be, like, in a while from now. I will schedule it. I will do, like, a Twitch story to show when it is. I will schedule it ahead of time. I'm sure I will talk about it and say, like, hey, I'm doing the last final Extra Life thing on X date. once I have a date in mind. We're doing one more duel minigame? Okay. Wouldn't be Mario Party if we didn't do as many turns as possible, I guess. As many minigames as possible.
Go.
This one didn't have battle games, did it? Oh crap, we're avoiding the monkeys. I thought we were eating apples. I thought we were eating apples. That's what I get for not reading. Don't take too much from me. If it's stars, I'm gonna shit. Oh my god! On the last fucking turn? Are you kidding me? The last turn of 50 and... Fuck, I better get some of these bonus stars. I better win 2 of them. If I can win 2 of them, I still win. Otherwise, congratulations, Birdo. You fucking did it. My god. I'm kind of shell-shocked after that. Yeah, ha, ha. I fucked up this minigame a little bit because of that. I'm behind the leader here. I don't think I'm gonna win. I'm definitely not gonna win.
Finish.
Wait. Kind of looked like I was in the lead there. Ah! I'll take it. Hoping to get a minigame star, hoping to get a thing. I lost 2 stars in the fucking last turn. The last possible chance that I had to lose 2 stars. I can't believe it. Fingers crossed for good luck here. How's coins doing? Am I ahead on coins? Yes, I just need to get more bonus stars than Birdo. Minigame? I think I got that. Orb star? 50-50. That's gotta be me. That's gotta be me. There's no battle minigames in this one. Yeah, okay. There's no battle minigames in that one. In this one, I think it's kind of a shame. I think I used an orb every time I got one. And I think I bought a lot of orbs. I think I might have this. There are 2? Oh! Was it me? Was I the running star? Ah! Birdo won. By God. Well, that's Mario Party. I want to thank y'all for hanging out, for donating, for all that business. Please take a look upon the results, detailed as they are. I'm going to end this here. I got some cruise mileage points. Hey, isn't that nice? Let's look at the duty-free shop. Why not? I guess I haven't played maybe this file. I'm not sure. I think I played this game a lot, but I might have multiple files across multiple memory cards. Maybe I have like memory cards where I've seen everything and purchased everything. I'm really not sure. Yeah, let's see what we could get with these mileage. Okay, yeah, we absolutely could have brought Brutal before that game. Well, I didn't think the look. There's also the credits and a stunning background. You can get music. And, what is this? Yeah, sure. Show me what the secret is. Did you know when on a party cruise you might get a star in coin-earning events? No, I guess I didn't know that. That's surprising. That's a weird thing. Fun fact for y'all. We didn't see that. I'm gonna put down the controller. You know what? Actually, let me just return to the main menu. That's a good place to end on the main menu rather than the main menu. Get back to the title screen. Folks, that's gonna do it for Extra Life tonight. We didn't get through all the Mario parties. We got through 3 more of them in 11 more hours. That just leaves 1. We got through the first 4 last Tuesday over the course of 11 hours. The next 3 today over the course of 11 hours. And God, I hope that the next one only takes like 4 hours. Or maybe 5. I would accept 5 if it's longer. If it's like a really long one, that next one. I have not played Mario Party 8, so I don't know. We'll be scheduling that another time. I'll figure out when that's going to be, like, at a later date. I don't want to do it this week. I'm too tired. I got too many other things going on. But maybe, like, in a week and a half. Maybe, like, next week. I could see doing it next week. Maybe next weekend. What about, like, a Sunday, another Sunday stream? But, like, short this time. That doesn't sound bad, actually. Doing a final Extra Life stream, but on a Sunday evening. That sounds fun. That sounds good. We'll figure that out later. I'll say for right now, here's the things I have on my docket. Tomorrow, we're starting up StarCraft 2 Heart of the Swarm. That'll be starting around 8 p.m. Central. There'll be no stream next week on Monday because I'll be busy. So I think like the next StarCraft 2 stream might be the Thursday of next week. Jeez, we'll see. I'll figure it out whenever that comes, you know. I'll figure that out next week. Maybe we'll do something else next Thursday. I'm not sure, but after doing so many 11-hour streams, I need a break. This Thursday we'll have no stream, but viewer levels will be on Friday as usual. And yeah, that'll be 6 p.m. Central as usual. Okay, folks, let's find someone to raid. We did get some raids from some other people doing Extra Life, as well as from Neon, as well as from, that's not Neon Husky, it's Daft Husky. I think I also know a Neon Husky. Daft Husky. So we are going to, maybe we could find someone to do who's doing Extra Life. Let's see if I can just put in Extra Life into the search. I see an Extra Nifty. That's not Extra Life. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm open to suggestions right now. I could also just raid someone who I know and who I'm like, I think is cool. I'm tired. Let me just, how about I search for someone doing Extra Life first? How about I start with that? I could do Ababox. Ababox is cool. Extra Life. Let's see who's doing Extra Life and see if anyone's doing any games that I think are really cool. Let's see. Someone's doing Hearthstone for Extra Life. Rocket League is pretty good. There's me. World of Warcraft. Astral Ascent. Halo Infinite. Street Fighter. Valiant. Good Vibes. Mario Wonder. Ooh, Peanut Butter Bucket is doing Mario Wonder. I love Mario Wonder, and it's for Extra Life. Let's go with that. I hope that this person is cool, because I'm going to send you over there. Peanut Butter Bucket. They have 1 viewer. They are doing, I believe they're doing Extra Life. It says they have the tag of Extra Life on. I'm going to send you over there, folks. Y'all, it's been a hell of a good stream. I appreciate the support for the Extra Life for my local children's hospital. And I hope on the last stream to do a little more raisin. You know, like I said, we'll do Mario Party 8 sometime in the future, also for Extra Life, and we'll have incentives like between the current ones. Like at 200, I'll add like a best of 3 dual minigame, dual map thing. That's the dual mode in Mario Party 3. Maybe multiplayer, we'll see. We'll add that on if we reach 200, and I'll come up with some other incentives for like 300 and 400, and hopefully it's possible we'll make that. I think that'd be very cool. All right, folks, I will see you on tomorrow. Monday, I'm doing Heart of the Swarm. First stream of that. The second campaign of StarCraft 2. Really good campaign. Really looking forward to that. And after that, I'm going to take Thursday off on account of doing all these really long streams. And then you will see me again on Friday for viewer levels, Mario Maker 2, 6 p.m. Central, kind of my main thing. Folks, I'll see you tomorrow, Monday. Good night. Good night.